पर ग्रेड्स नजर आएंगे और ये ऑटोबॉट थोड़ा बैकफुट पर रहने वाले क्योंकि फ्रेश पार्ट ढेर यहाँ पर मौजूद है काफी ज्यादा कम अप डाउन के जगह पे ब्लास्ट करेंगे मॉडल का कोच के जबरदस्त को आप देंगे एक ग्रेनेड अच्छा खासा कुक कर रहे हैं, बट क्या ग्रेनेड सही निशाने पर जाकर के एग्जैक्टली लग सकता है? इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। बट सेंस से यहाँ पर सोल के हेक्टर को लेकर के जाते हुए सोल के प्लेयर्स फंस चुके हैं। एक तरफ से एक्सो का मूवमेंट, दूसरी तरफ से एफएस का आगमन और सोल के प्लेयर्स बीच में दो ही प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर जिंदा बचे हैं। सोल शायद यहाँ पर टॉप 3 से पार न पा पाया, अगर पाया तो कोई करिश्मा ही होगा। हालांकि थोड़े बहुत शॉट्स लग रहे हैं। ओमेगा की एचपी काफी ज्यादा कम, अक्षत को डाउन की जगह ओमेगा 1 एचपी पर सर्वाइव करते हुए थे, बट अब सिर्फ वहां पर क्रेट्स नजर आएंगी और ये बनती है 4v4 एक्सो वर्सेस एफएस।
एक्सो की बात करें 10 फिनिशर्स निकाले एफएस ने, ये 3 अभी जो फिनिशर्स थे वो उन्होंने निकाले थे, बट एक्सो को आप देखें कल जहां से उन्होंने खत्म करा था, शुरुआत वहीं से करना चाहेंगे। कल के दिन पे ये टीम 17 से 4 तक आई थी और एक बार फिर से आप देखें विरामरे चिकन के बहुत ज्यादा करीब पंख वहां पे डाउन किया गया। हिटमैन के द्वारा क्लच की एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम हो चुके हैं। सेंस से 4 फिनिशर्स एक खिलाड़ी निकाल चुका है, 755 का टोटल डैमेज। आईजीएल होने के बावजूद आप देखें जो फिनिशर्स का कोटा है वो जरूर आपको पूरा करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। पंख अभी भी डाउन है, उनको रिवाइव की जरूरत पड़ने वाली है। सारी व्हीकल को यहाँ पे ब्लास्ट कर दिया गया है, बट अभी भी फियर्स उनके पास एक बढ़िया एंगल, चारों खिलाड़ियों को बड़े आसानी से देख सकते हैं। हिटमैन वो तो पूरी तरीके से एक्सपोज है, सेंस से सबसे पहले उठेंगे, बट पंख को वहां पे रिवाइव नहीं किया गया, फिनिश कर दिए जाएंगे। और अब 4v3 का सिचुएशन चलता हुआ, जो गाड़ी थी वो वहां पे ब्लास्ट करी गई। मॉडल खत्म हो चुके थे, बट सेंस को आप देखें एक बढ़िया स्प्रे आता हुआ, एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया। क्लच के एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम थी, एक्सप्लोसिव फेयर्स के द्वारा डाउन किए जाएंगे। इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा था, फेयर्स के पास एक बढ़िया एंगल था, बड़े खिलाड़ी जो नीचे मौजूद था K47 इसको देखा नहीं गया, बट सेंस से लास्ट प्लेयर आईजीएल अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करते हुए
1v1 का सिचुएशन बनता हुआ यहाँ पर K47 सर्वाइव करे। दूसरी तरफ अगर बात की जाए सेंस से सर्वाइव करे, थोड़ा बहुत शॉट्स लिए, लेकिन स्मोक के बीच में से एक्सो सेंस से जस्ट गेट्स अ ब्रिलियंट विनर चिकन डिनर। काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से यहाँ पर शॉट्स लिए, देखा, भापा, समझा, जो किया, बस 15 पॉइंट की छलांग मारी है।
ऑल्टरनेट करके थ्रो करते तो शायद एक आध खिलाड़ी और हमें देखने को मिलता, बट अब ब्लाइंड की स्क्वाड ने चार्ज करने को ठाना है और डेडपूल एंड रेस नीचे दो खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया। अभी लास्ट खिलाड़ी बचे हुए थे, एलिमिनेट किए गए। एक बढ़िया गेम प्ले ब्लाइंड के द्वारा, और आप देखें एक भी खिलाड़ी उनके डाउन नहीं हुए, बट जो 4 फिनिशर्स थे वो ब्लाइंड के खाते में।
देखिए, अगर ओआर ईस्पोर्ट्स से चिकन डिनर लेकर के जाता है ना, तो शेर की मांद में घुस करके जो शिकार है वो उसका छीन करके ले जाएगा। जोन के बाहर थे, मैन एडवांटेज उनके पास था नहीं। अगर हम बात करें वहां पर जो एरियाज रहते वो भी उनके पास अच्छा नहीं था, बट अब जो मैन एडवांटेज है वो उनके पास वापस आ चुका है। 3 प्लेयर्स उनके सर्वाइव करेंगे। सर्कल के अंदर जो एंट्री है वो भी हो चुकी है, वो जो एक्सपीरियंस वो कैरी करते हैं उसका पूरी तरीके से जो फायदा है वो उठाते हुए इट्स अ 2v3 नाउ। ऑटोबॉट थोड़ा बैकफुट पर रहने वाले, क्योंकि प्रेशर क्रिएट करा जा रहा है। हेल के ऊपर वो शॉट जाएंगे ऑटोबॉट्स के लिए, ये एक दुखद समाचार, लेकिन सामने से भी बढ़िया रिटेलिएशन फाइट्स आएंगे। आरू थोड़ा लो ऑन एचपी देखने को मिलते हैं, बट आतंकी ओपन में जाएंगे। वो स्मोक का कवर हटा, एक प्लेयर डाउन। आरू बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है। आदित्य की बात करें, एफपीपी में स्विच किया है, आगे की तरफ जाएंगे, बट हेर यहाँ पर मौजूद, डाउन करे जाएंगे। नाउ इट्स अ 1v2, फॉक्स को स्पॉट किया, डाउन किया। ओआर ईस्पोर्ट्स विल बी टेकिंग दैट होम। और ये जो सिचुएशन थी बिल्कुल उनके अगेंस्ट, बट जबड़ों से वो जो चिकन डिनर है वो छीन के ले जाएंगे। सोल वर्सेस हैदराबाद हाइड्रास एक बार फिर से इनिशिएट होता हुआ हेक्टर का वापस स्प्रे जाएगा। जो बदला है वो यहां पर लेने की कोशिश की जा रही है टीम सोल की साइड से। एस ब्लैक पीछे से आएंगे, एक बड़ी चुनौती जरूर से रहने वाली है उनके लिए, क्योंकि उनकी पोजीशन जो वी का लेकर के जाने की कोशिश, स्पॉट करके डाउन किए जाएंगे अक्षत के द्वारा। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास एक एक करके बिखरते हुए एंड टीम सोल एक बार फिर से बेहतर स्पॉट में।
बिल्कुल बेहतर स्पॉट में तो जरूर गया, बट देखना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे क्या रिवेंज को कंप्लीट कर पाते हैं। अभी के लिए अक्षत आगे जाते हैं। वो रिवेंज मेरे ख्याल से जो एक फिनिश का था वो तो कंप्लीट कर लिया गया है, बट अभी भी एक 3v3 का प्योर बैटल आपको देखने को मिलने वाला है। सामने अगर बात की जाए, मैक्सी आ चुका है, टीपीपी एडवांटेज वो जरूर लेते हैं, आपको नजर आ जाएंगे, बट स्ट्राइकर एक बेहतरीन एडवांटेज उनके पास भी पीक लेके वो बैठे थे, बट इतना ज्यादा फायदा उसका नहीं मिला। बट क्या उनकी पोजीशन रिवील्ड है, ये भी एक सवाल बनता है। बट मैक्सी जो यहाँ पे टीपीपी ले रहे थे उनको नॉक करा जाता है। अब हैदराबाद हाइड्रास थोड़ा सा बैकफुट पे जरूर जाएगा। स्ट्राइकर पोजीशन उनकी भी अच्छी है, बट ये नीड है ओमेगा का, क्या कनेक्शन ढूंढ पाएगा, जरूर करा है, सही जगह पे जाएगा या नहीं कि नहीं। थोड़ा सा डैमेज यहाँ पे जरूर दिया, बट वो नॉक नहीं निकला। एक मोलोटोव भी वहां पर जाएगा, बट वहीं अगर हैदराबाद हाइड्रास की कैरी की बात की जाए, एचपी उनके पास बिल्कुल भी नहीं।
बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल में टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास। एक 2v3 का सिनेरियो यहाँ पर बन चुका है। देखना पड़ेगा क्या उनका कमबैक यहाँ से पॉसिबल है। वहीं अगर बात करें अक्षत की, दोनों फिनिशर उन्होंने निकाले हैं अभी के लिए, आगे की तरफ वो बढ़ना जरूर से चाहेंगे, बट क्या एक ऑफ गार्ड एंगल का क्रिएशन यहाँ पर हो पाएगा? स्ट्राइकर की बात करें, पोजीशन उनकी रिवील्ड है, ओमेगा एग्जैक्टली वही चीज करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। एक ऑफ गार्ड एंगल अगर वो क्रिएट करते हैं, स्ट्राइकर की मुश्किलें वहां से बढ़ाई जा सकती है, बट स्ट्राइकर चतुर और चालाक, वो भी अपनी पोजीशन चेंज करेंगे। UP50 वर्सेस आर स्पोर्ट्स, एक फाइट वहां पर भी इनिशिएट हो जाएगी जहां पर आर स्पोर्ट्स थोड़ा बैकफुट पर देखने को मिल जाएंगे। देखते हैं कि क्या वहां पर जो रिवाइवल्स है वो पॉसिबल होने वाले हैं। बट अक्षत, क्या जंप एंड पंच का जो इस्तेमाल है वो भी हमें देखने को मिल सकता है। एक बार फिर से जो स्टेलमेट सिचुएशन है वो हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिलते हुए, स्ट्राइकर अपनी पोजीशन चेंज कर रहे हैं। एक तरफ से फ्लैंक आ रहा है, दूसरी तरफ से काउंटर फ्लैंक, और ये दोनों ही टीमें अभी भी एक दूसरे के बहुत ज्यादा करीब।
देखिए यहाँ पे हैदराबाद हाइड्रस की मुश्किलें ज्यादा हैं। अगर आप कैरी की तरफ नजर डालेंगे, उनके पास कोई यूटिलिटी इतनी खास बची नहीं है, ना उनके पास हेलमेट है, ना उनके पास कोई हीलिंग्स यहाँ पे। तो अगर वो डैमेज लेते हैं, मैंने नाम लिया हीलिंग्स का, उनको दीजिए एक फर्स्ट एड यहाँ पे तोहफे में मिल जाती है। बट अभी भी अगर वो डैमेज लेते हैं उनका बिना हेलमेट के, तो काफी ज्यादा डैमेज उनको मिलेगा। नॉक अगर हो जाती है यहाँ पे टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रस के कोई भी प्लेयर, तो खत्म होने के कगार पे पहुंच जाएंगे। दैट इज व्हाई इतना ज्यादा पेशेंस दिखाया जा रहा है उनकी तरफ से। ये पेशेंस बहुत जरूरी था, और अभी के लिए टीपीपी एडवांटेज अगर वो सही से इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो इसका फायदा भी उनको जरूर मिलेगा। बट ये जो नीड है आएगा सही जगह पे, अक्षत का नीड आएगा, कैरी को ढूंढा जाएगा। स्ट्राइकर नाउ इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। देखते हैं कि स्ट्राइकर यहाँ पे एक मैजिकल बस्टिकल क्लच कर सकते हैं या नहीं।
बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल सिचुएशन अभी के लिए टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के लिए। स्ट्राइकर वहां पर बचे जरूर से, और उनकी जो पोजीशन है वो पूरी तरीके से रिवील्ड है। काफी मुश्किल रहेगा यहाँ पर बच के निकल पाना, और अब तो उन्होंने फुटस्टेप दे दी। अक्षत वहां पर आएंगे, क्या वो एक 1v4 था? जी हाँ, अक्षत वहां पर 1v4 करके जाएंगे। इनफैक्ट दैट वाज अ 4K कमिंग अप फ्रॉम अक्षत, एंड पूरी हैदराबाद हाइड्रास को यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट करा है। पहला घाव दिया था हैदराबाद हाइड्रास ने, लेकिन उसके बाद टीम सोल का एक बेहतरीन पलटवार। एक बार फिर से एक और टीम आएगी टीम एक्सो को चैलेंज करने के लिए। विलियम्स वहां पर डाउन किए जाएंगे, फियर एक बड़ी एंगल उनके पास, एक और को स्पॉट किया जाएगा, बट वो जो विंडो है वहां से लगातार जो स्प्रेज है वो आएंगे। इमॉर्टल इज डाउन। टीम ब्लाइंड के रेज आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे। टीम एक्सो मुश्किलों में, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा मुश्किल अभी के लिए टीम ब्लाइंड के लिए रहने वाली है। फियर एक ग्रेनेड थ्रो करा और बिल्कुल एक्यूरेट वो ग्रेनेड। एक और टीम आई, एक और टीम गई। टीम एक्सो 6 फिनिशेस के साथ अभी भी बरकरार।
डेस्परेशन टाइम, डेस्परेशन मेजर्स उनको यहाँ पे लेने पड़ेंगे। आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास। एक प्लेयर को पहले नॉक करा था, दूसरे प्लेयर को एक और बार नॉक करते हैं अभी के लिए। अक्षत जो हॉट रेड फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं, he has to fire, it's a 2v2, let's see who will win।
और अक्षत और ओमेगा कुछ भी इनको करना ही, ओमेगा की एचपी कम है यहाँ पर। अक्षत भी खुद के लिए हील कर यहाँ पर लगाते नजर आ रहे हैं। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के प्लेयर्स के लिए मुश्किलें बहुत ज्यादा बन चुकी हैं, बट ये फाइट लिए बिना वो लोग भी नहीं जाएंगे। ग्रेनेड्स पे ग्रेनेड्स किए जा रहे हैं।
One man standing, that is going to be अक्षत। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास की कैरी की तरफ से एक नेड यहाँ पे जरूर करा जाता है, बट वो नेड रिकोशे होके दूसरी जगह जरूर चला गया। अक्षत के पास अभी मौका यहाँ पे जरूर है, कैरी आगे गए जरूर है। क्या कैरी यहाँ पे स्पॉट कर पाएंगे? इट्स ऑल अबाउट स्पॉटिंग। एक बार उन्होंने स्पॉट करा, एक बहुत ही शानदार एडवांटेज उनको मिलेगा, बट अक्षत पास जाने की कोशिश, दोनों प्लेयर साथ में आएंगे और टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास वाइप आउट करते नजर आएगी टीम सोल को।
वर्सेस UP50 की जो फाइट है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाली है। केएसआर सबसे पहले तैयार थे। अक्षत ग्रेनेड से डाउन किए गए, बढ़ा देते हैं उनकी एचपी कम। वहां पे गॉब्लिन की बात करें, उनकी भी एचपी कम हो चुकी है। आदित्य M249 का भरपूर इस्तेमाल करेंगे, बट शायद नहीं। ओमेगा डाउन करते हुए सरकार को आदित्य वो भी डाउन कर देंगे। केएसआर 2 खिलाड़ी बचेंगे UP50 के। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास वर्सेस 7C, उनका भी फाइट चलता हुआ। एक बढ़िया बॉली वहां पे जाता है। ओमेगा डाउन किए गए, गॉब्लिन उनको भी डाउन किया गया। 100 लास्ट खिलाड़ी हेक्टर अपनी टीम से इस वक्त सर्वाइव करता हुआ। एचपी पूरी आपको देखने को मिलने वाली। केएसआर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, 2 खिलाड़ी बचे हैं UP50 के, बट हेक्टर पूरा भार उस खिलाड़ी पे देखना ये है, क्या वो बचा पाएंगे? बट आप देखें हील के लिए गए, गलत हो सकता था, हुआ भी, बट UP50 एलिमिनेट करेगी टीम सोल को।
क्या ये एक सही सिचुएशन है? वहीं पर ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स ने स्प्रेड आउट कर दिया। एजे ने लेजेंड को स्पॉट कर लिया। उठे शॉट की कोशिश, थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हुआ, लेकिन आखिरी शॉट सही जगह पर लगे थे। उनकी M4 का कमाल। ये 3v2 का सिचुएशन बन चुका है। लेजेंड को फिनिश ऑफ करने की कोशिश की, डैमेज उनको वापस से दिया गया। थ्रोएबल्स यहां पर किए जा रहे हैं, बट शायद हाइड्रा इससे आगे ना बच सके। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स ने बिल्कुल सर पर आ चुके, सर चढ़ चुके, और उसी के चलते ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन विनर चिकन डिनर निकालती हुई। हाइड्रा की कोशिश अच्छी थी, बट ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स एक कदम आगे।
बिग ब्रदर्स के ऊपर ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स का एक फ्लैमिन हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। ओपी यहाँ पर मौजूद रहने वाले नकुल को स्पॉट करेंगे, डाउन करेंगे, जो फिनिश है वो सिक्योर करने के लिए जाएंगे, लेकिन मीनवाइल पीछे से जोकर का जो स्प्रे है वो आएगा जरूर से। जोकर चेस करते हुए नजर आएंगे क्योंकि उनको ही पता है कि डैमेज दिया बट ओवर एक्सपोज किया अपने आप को। ओपी परफॉर्मेंस दिखाएंगे, कौन ब्रेक को डाउन करेंगे। वेल दैट्स अ 1v3 already and global esports aggression over aggression में convert होता हुआ, but OP he'll convert that into a 1v4. That's a 1v4 clutch coming up from OP and global esports मैच से बाहर होने वाली पहली टीम।
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile Pro Series powered by Loco. My name is Angat Singh Chahal. I go by the Experiment or XP depending on your mood. And of course with me is the son himself. We know him as Arun, but you guys know him better as Arca. Arca, buddy, day 3, week 2. It has been a roller coaster journey so far. First of all, let me just say one thing. You look good in that red jacket.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, I have to stand out when I'm sitting next to you, right? Or else, obviously...
That's why I kind of wore the little red as well to compliment you. I mean, we did do a little bit of a matching up before we did get to the studio. But again, day 3, buddy, it's going to be an exciting affair.
Yes, absolutely. Because we are dead to the center of the tournament itself, right? So they just have 1.5 weeks left to be specific, to make sure that, you know, they make it into the next round. So it's pretty important for the teams on the bottom to wake up in the coming match itself and give the best of what they do, or else I don't think so it's going to be a good day for them.
Well, of course, you know, we are going to be your biggest critiques and, of course, your biggest admirers depending on how you play. But, you know, it's just lovely that we have the opportunity. It's a pleasure and a privilege being here presenting this to all you lovely people out there. Now, of course, you know, it is BGMI Crofton that have made this happen. It is, of course, our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, that have made all of this possible. And you got to keep one thing in mind. You know, we keep talking about these giveaways, right?
Yep.
And there is a little bit of a quiz that does take place. So now the thing is, your next screen, which is going to change, might just have the answers that you are looking for because, well, let's see what this bad boy, the iQOO Neo 6, has inside it.
Yes, it's got the Snapdragon 875G. It's got 80-watt fast charging as well, 1200 Hz instant touch sampling rate, which is going to help you for those, you know, reflexes which you always demand in the game. And at the same time, let's not forget the cooling system, the cascade cooling of 36,907 mm. That's a huge area inside the phone, which is going to keep the mobile as cool as possible.
I don't know about that. It's pretty much the entire phone because it covers every single, you know, edge of this lovely device, making sure you never have any heating issue. And of course, the thing that stands out for me is that 80-watt flash charge. But again, if you want to get your hands on this, well, we are going to be giving it away to 3 lucky winners every single day. And I'm sure something is going to be popping up on your screens in due time. And you know, a few people, if you're joining us for the first time, first of all, welcome. Where have you been, man? I mean, the thing has been going on for a week and a half now. But again, you know, it's a pleasure having you over here. Now, of course, you can win 3 and Arca. How does one go about that?
You have to head on to Amazon immediately, search for iQOO Neo 6, and once you're done with that, you're going to be clicking on No More. Just now we explained you about few specs, right? So those are the questions which is going to be asked over there. All you have to do is, you know, answer those questions properly. Then after that, you're going to put your name, email address, and your mobile number. Click on Notify Me button so that when the mobile hits the market, even though you're not lucky enough, you're not going to regret not having this beauty.
I mean, you know, again, keep one thing in mind. Every single day we have 3 lucky winners getting it, so your luck might just turn in your favor sooner rather than later. But of course, this is the iQOO BMPS Powered by Loco, and it is going to be exciting because, you know, people are wondering, hey, what's the big deal about this tournament? Well, I'll tell you what the big deal about this tournament is that whopping prize pool, 2 crore rupees. You are not mistaken, boys and girls. That is 7 zeros after the 2, and well, Arca, first place, walks away with the massive chunk of it.
Yes, 75 lakh rupees in the get-go itself, and after the second place is going to get 35 lakh rupees, the third one 20 lakh rupees, the fourth one is going to get 10 lakh rupees. But for me, something which stands out the best is that nobody is going to walk home empty-handed if you're performing well. But at the same time, you know, you have MVP, most finishes, lone survivor, rampage, and additional prizes of 9,60,000 rupees. That additional prizes, you know, that is where my eyes are set, because a few of it is going to be going for most of these players who are going to perform, and probably the audience might also take some home.
You never know, because I've kept myself in the dark as far as this goes. However, right now the studio is brightly lit up, and again, before we get back to that, we are going to have a look and see how one decides who gets what, because that is where the point distribution comes in handy, and I'm sure all of you are going to be familiar with this little graphic up on your screen. Each finish equals 1 point, and well, not a lot of points for placement if you are going to be on the bottom half, because, you know, well, 13 to 16 you get nada, and 8 to 12 you only get 1, and it basically means you have to go and take those fights head on. And well, speaking of fights, let's just have a look and see what the calendar looks like, because you all better mark your dates.
Absolutely. Now we all know that, you know, week 2 is what's going on. 27th is the you know, it just got finished, so we are on the 28th at this point of time. 2 more days of fight to the finish, and ultimately they're gonna have one last week in these league stages to make sure that they make it in the next round. So week 3 is gonna look like this. That's on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th is gonna be week 3. You guys do not forget to come in over here, because that is where we're gonna decide who will be playing in the grand finale.
Oh yeah.
And from then on, I don't need to say this, you're gonna stick around and find out who's gonna be winning this big prize pool, because 2 crore rupees on the line. Who doesn't want to have a big chunk of it?
I mean, that's where I think that maybe, you know, we should have been on the other side of the screen, but, you know, it is what it is. We love what we are doing. Now, let's have a look and see what all games, what all maps are going to be played today, because the schedule is going to be popping up. And yes, Vikendi is going to be in here today again. It's a lovely, you know, it's a change of pace. It's a fresh breath of air.
Yep.
Basically not seeing Sana, but we are going to kick things off in Erangel. Then we have Miramar as usual, followed by Vikendi, Erangel once again, Miramar once again, and well, you know, like in life, you always have to come back full circle, so the last game is going to be in Erangel as well. However, have a look and see which all teams are going to be playing, because, you know, we do love shuffling those groups around. And, well, we're going to get to that in later, of course, when we get to the pre-match segment. But again, you know, it's just going to be exciting to see what the teams bring to the table, because yesterday, you know, we were pretty harsh. We were a bit, you know, strict about UP50's performance up until the point after that, when they finally, you know, started getting a few finishes, and when they finally got a chicken dinner, oh boy, we were elated.
Obviously, it's not only us. I did go back and check out the chat. Even they were so happy for this team, because they have so much of potential, right? As Fixer had pointed out, you know, 2 of their players are not playing with the best of the devices, and we all know what kind of pressure that brings in when you're on the in a big stage trying to fight out with the best of the best. You need to own the best of the best, but still they're performing so well. So I know that, you know, from here on it's going to be a table turner for most of these teams, as slowly we'll get to know which are the teams which will be playing out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the match to find out which are the 2 groups facing off. We already know it's A and B.
Speaking of matchup, of course, this is the pre-game segment powered by Loco, and well, you are going to have groups A going up against B, and well, all your big dogs are going to be here in the form of Global Esports, Team INS, Orange Esports, Orange Rock. I mean, OR, they have been at the tippity top right now. In fact, the lead that these gentlemen have kind of, you know, amassed over Team Seoul is something that I want to see if they can A, hold on to, or B, will Team Seoul come back swinging a bit harder today, because, well, you know, speaking of leaders, for the entirety of this tournament so far, up until maybe yesterday, Soul Goblin held that mantle all for himself as far as maximum finishes go. And let me just tell you one thing, 67 is where he still is at. However, OR Aditya, he's coming in strong. He's coming in hard. He is coming in for that throne. 62 to his name.
I mean, see, yesterday OR had 4 matches to play, but today they're going to have 3 matches to play. That is where, you know, Soul is going to have 1 extra match to perform and show that, you know, they're going to rake up more finishes when it comes to Goblin. At the same time, make sure that they go on the top of the table, putting more points behind, right? So Group B is playing 3 matches. Group A and C are going to play 4 matches, 8 for the day. So
I believe there might be a bit of a correction. All the teams are going to be playing 4 games each, but it
because
is
it's 6, right? It's 6 maps in total.
Uh-huh.
So if you lay down 4, oh yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, that's how we cast as well, because we are 3 casters over here, and we have our rotations. We all do 4 games. Again, sometimes it's just a little slip of the tongue or whatever. But yeah, everyone's going to be playing 4 games. See, at the end of the day, the entire point of this tournament is to give a level playing field to all our teams, and well, that is where, of course, BGMI Crofton have done a wonderful job. I know you are feeling a little sheepish right now, but
the thing is, this is where we tend to learn, right? So just imagine, if I hadn't made this mistake, not many people would get to know today that all teams will play 4 matches each, right? So sometimes when I do make a mistake on stage, I take it as a blessing, because ultimately it's not only me getting enlightened, it's also my audience with me also getting that information. So I'm fine with that.
Let me tell you one thing. This man has a way with words, because I couldn't have said that any better. But again, we all make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
And it's what we do with them after that really counts.
Exactly.
But again, I'll tell you something that does count. None of this would have been possible. This pedestal that has been given to all these players without our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And you know where this is heading. We're going to have a look at someone slay the beast. And well, let's have a look at the nice promotional video now. Well, if you did check that last little frame, you know that it's only a couple of days left for this bad boy to hit the market. But if you want one for yourselves before everyone else, well, Arca is going to take you through the steps one more time.
So guys, remember, head on to Amazon right now. You're going to click on the, search bar inside Amazon. You're going to search for iQOO Neo 6. And once you're done with that, you'll get a small notification button below which says know more about this device. And this is the best part, they give a chance for the audience to know more about the device before they buy it. And that's what I love about iQOO Smarts.
That's
smartphones.
That is in fact the best thing. And then go ahead.
And then you're going to click on know more. And then you're going to be asked 5 questions, because with great powers comes great responsibilities. To earn those powers, you need to answer a few questions or prove yourselves to be owning them. And that is why you're going to answer 5 questions to know better about this device. And once you're done with that, your name, email address, and phone number, as Angad was about to say something.
I was going to say one thing that, in case you do miss out, you did see a little screen prop up over there. Of course, if you aren't lucky with the devices, well, do not fear, because you can walk away with some amazing BGMI merch, which, you know what, we're going to come back to in a second, because it's going to be, well, on your screen once again. But nice, cool T-shirts and nice bottles. All you have to do is check the link on the Esports channel, and, well, we're going to come back to that later, because, Erangel is going to be starting soon. And before all the carnage, before the storm hits, well, this amazing, beautiful island, let's just have a look. In fact, it's not a Sunday, but let's just take you to church.
I just hope that we are able to hear some sweet music of bullets playing around, and also the screams of the screams of those players getting taken down, or telling them back up at this point of time. That is what we'll want, because until now we are able to see in BMPS especially, we have not seen a circle towards the side of church or towards the side of Puchinki, where we can see that vintage warfare which is going to take place in this map. So that is what I'll be looking out for. But at the same time, let's not forget that from here on, it's important for all those teams on the bottom, which I've already told, it's the wake up time for you, a do or die situation for you guys. If you do not perform in these 2 days, which is happening over here, that is today and tomorrow, I don't think so it's going to be easy for you guys to fight out in the final day, where the teams on the top have already put 150 points of difference between themselves and the middle bracket.
Oh, they have indeed. And, well, keeping in line with what you just said, the teams at the bottom who are going to be playing this particular round, of course, UB50 are going to be sitting this one out, since they are part of Group C. However, Initiative Academy, Team MG, GOG Esports, and Esports Wallet WSF, they all have a little bit of a chance to make something of themselves in the few games. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time, as the Big Bird is going to take to the skies for the first time on Day 3, League Week, Stage 2. Now, the thing is, the flight path is going to be a bit different than what we've normally seen. We're going to be coming in from Lipovka, heading to the southwest direction, and, well, it's going to just go over into the distance somewhere over Primorsk. Now, the question, of course, is going to be, we might have a few drop clashes early on, because, you know, every single team has their favorite spot, and, well, once in a while, they love taking each other head on. But since it is game one, I think things are going to be just a little bit mellow right now, except OR Esports. Have a look at the points these boys have got on this map. 210, buddy.
That's what I said. Almost, 100 points more than the side of Team Soul, right? So it's important for them to, retain the spot over here and make sure, they continue the domination in the in the overall points table. But the most important thing for us to see is that this is the map which is played the maximum. And if you're dominating in this map, then obviously you're going to be there on the top, it says. But at the same time, let's not forget that, OR, 2 players of OR is going to be over there in the maximum finishes to be gained by your players. It's going to be Aditya for 41 and Natanki for 29.
And mind you, 41 of those finishes are basically what he's done here on Erangel. Remember, he has 62 and he is coming up fast behind Soul Goblin, taking that throne. And well, if you look at the circle, nothing too drastic. Everyone is going to be happy with the first zone as of right now because we do have the Sosnovka military base in play. We do have the majority of the main island and even a little bit of that, well, it's not an island because it is still part of the major one. Shooting range is going to be a little bit in play, especially the hills to the south. Now, we are going to see what's going to happen, but for now, your leaders, OR Esports, in their favorite position, and the best thing is, Global Esports are playing this game as well, which means they know they are going to be just north of them at Razok, and boy oh boy, it's always just an amazing thing to witness when, 2 Goliaths clash against one another.
Now, early skirmish is something which even I love to see, right? Because that's not only going to show us who's going to be on the aggressive side, but also show us which is going to be the confident team and the team to look out for to get that winner with a chicken dinner. Because that pressure of getting those finish points is already off their shoulder. 4 finish points is almost equivalent to the 6th position in the overall in the points table which we have seen, right? So that's how it's going to be gifted for these guys. But let's not forget that this match is also crucial for several teams. We can see Marcus Gaming is over here who also need to perform. I know that they place themselves really well in the overall points table as of now. They don't have to worry much. But the reason why I tell this team has to perform a little better is because the chances of them getting suppressed below the top 16 is pretty much higher when compared to others.
Speaking of Team MG, they are 38 points behind the 16th position, which means, yes, a couple of good games is going to be what they are going to be looking out for, which, well, if I think about it, what I just said makes me chuckle because that is what every single team is going to be vying for. But for now, and speak of the devil, Team MG are going to be under fire. They are going to lose one man early on. Power of Killer, well, he isn't going to be in this game anymore, but it is going to be Shane who does draw first blood. And now the remainder of Team INS are going to be following and making sure that they help Crazy Soul because they have an idea of their position, and I'm pretty sure Crazy Soul is going to be letting them know that, hey, one of them has left the building. However, I do believe someone is going to be hiding in a little bush. Now, this is a nice position to be at. Ghosty, you better live up to your name because if you get spotted out, buddy, things could be devastating for you. And, well, looks like he might be a ghost himself.
Is it ghosty or is it gusty?
Well, ghosty, I've heard both ways, but definitely he is a little ghastly when he does let his shooting
exactly
let do the talking. But for now, I'm pretty sure he wants to be a ghost.
Absolutely, he has to remain a ghost for a really long time, not allowing even for a flinch coming in from any part of his body, because those pixels are more than enough for the side of Team INS, as we're able to see. Look at them move around. They're like scavengers. They want some finishes for themselves, but damage leaderboard, when I look at that, it's going to be the side of Goblin having a 10,443 damage alone in the overall matches played till far. And we know Aditya is a bit more clinical. The side of Team Soul always tend to be a bit more clinical compared to anyone else because they know exactly, they strategize, they think 100 times before they strike.
Well, if you think about it, Goblin, of course, he does dish out a lot of damage, but he does have 5 finishes over Aditya, and the difference was somewhere around 500 to 600 points. So again, I do believe we love saying this, right? I mean, I know that you and I, we love it when you only need to shoot when needed. And, that is what these boys are definitely showcasing for us. Hence, the word clinical being used ever so often. But for now, Hydra official, they've had a good day as well. In fact, they did end day 2 in week 2 in the 5th position with 218 points to their names. And, well, by the look of things, they are finally making some waves towards the podium finish. Now, they didn't have the best of starts in week 1. I love the fact that, they came back strong, which just goes to show that anyone, if you put your hearts and mind to it, you can achieve the same.
There's one other team which proves us the same sentence with a better example. That's going to be the side of Team EXO, right? They were on the dead bottom until the end of the first week, and then all of a sudden they rise to the third position itself, where they're capable of challenging the top two right now. Shows that, you know, if you show some dedication and hard work in the game when required, you can actually make it. And that is what I've been wanting to see from the teams on the bottom of top 16 position, because 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all of them almost have the same number of points, right? I know UP50 is still struggling to hit the 100-point marker, but I strongly feel that, you know, around 50 to 60 points difference is more than enough for them.
Now, speaking of UP50, of course, they aren't in this game, but let me just throw a few facts and figures your way. Now, the thing is, up until, well, like you said, up until the midway mark, over the course of 5 days of gameplay, they had only amassed 45 points. However, yesterday alone, they got 48 from themselves. So, you know, if they keep doing this on a daily basis, oh boy, they might just surprise us all. But for now, Retribution RTR are going to be on the market. They want to make sure they are kitted to the gills with all that amazing loot. And, well, if you talk about the leaderboard, they are in the 19th position with 130 to their name.
Yeah, but this is what is wrong with Marcus. Retribution RTR, I'm so sorry, is that, you know, they have very less placement points for themselves. I know that they want to take fights. They have done around 77 finishes for themselves, which I feel is pretty decent for a team as of now. So, but at the same time, you know, having that 53 points, if they can increase those placement points, I mean, try to aim for more of those winner chicken dinner, which they had only once before, and that's the only highest number of points they put so far. I think they can make it into the top 16 very easily and also cement themselves into the next round.
In fact, speaking of that chicken dinner, I do believe it came in on day one itself, which is why, you know, we were kind of surprised as to why they have fallen so far below as far as the ranks go. But GOG Esports, another team who are languishing on the bottom of the leaderboard in the 21st position with 117 to their name. Again, you know, just a few points. Whoa. Speaking of points, wait a second, that was a bit quick. Looks like someone just lost their life, as Initiative Academy did take the initiative this time around, and are the ones who laid down shots with that M16 precise controller. Is that an M4? It was an M4, I beg your pardon. And, well, looks like Yuva isn't going to be fighting anymore as far as the Walkouts is concerned. Now, Initiative Academy, you know, they've had a few bad starts to the day. I mean, day one on week 2 was just abysmal for them, as they were pretty much wiped out at the beginning in a couple of games. However, they haven't really seemed to find a footing since then. This, on the other hand, is a good start. And speaking of good starts, finally, it seems like Blind are going to be contested in their favorite city of Pochinki, as we do have a team coming in. And speaking of a team coming in, Big Brothers are going to take some shots as we wait for the circle to show its next phase.
Now, we have seen Blind, right, from the several few days. They have been performing absolutely well. As the circle is going to be shifting to the western side, we're going to continue speaking about the side of Blind, right? I know the splash of colors are going to be hitting right to the dead center, where the, you know, the drop is the place we want to hold. But at the same time, let's not forget that the mountain of Giorgio's is still undertaking, is still for the undertaking, and most of these teams will be heading towards it, and that's going to be the better part of it all. But one thing which I love the most about the regions of Gatka is there are very few hard covers like this, but also few dunes and some, you know, what do you say, stones to work around with. There are some places to work around with, and let's not forget towards the side of ruins, it's a very different story altogether.
It is a very different story, but again, you know, they are going to be moving away from the ruins as well. Look at this, Esports while WSF are going to be taking a little bit of initiative, which is something we haven't really seen from them, or maybe just now they're just going to try and ascertain the positions of the team that is going to be in their vicinity. Now, if you did have a look at the circle, it did kind of shift towards Gatka, which is exactly what we saw yesterday. And, well, we might just see a similar story. Remember, that was where UP50, buddy, came out on top. Unfortunately, they aren't in this game. Let's see if someone else can replicate what they did. But for now, shots are going to be fired, because looks like OR Jelly is going to be the intended target. And, well, speaking of targets, looks like Blind are going to be rushing in on the Autobotz' position. 2 of the members are going to be down, and Williams is going to have his work cut out. Now he does have the UMP. He does see the enemy. He ducks under the thing.
Nice!
He shoots, he connects, he brings him down, and now all of a sudden he knows he has to focus on the other side. First aid is going to be administered. He does know someone is going to be coming around that corner. In fact, he ducks again. He shoots, and it looks like the Autobotz had no idea that Williams was in their blind spot. And, well, despite losing one man, they can still be a two-man squad. But lo and behold, Team INS are going to be a little thorn in their side as they are going to be coming in and making sure only one man is left standing. Can Williams pull off a miracle again?
No, I don't think so. It's going to be easy for him because they've got enough finishes. All he's going to do is run back and make sure he gets enough number of placement points for themselves. And we have seen this rotation before, right? They tend to come to hold this compound, and from here on goes towards the side of waterways or the underground bridges under which, you know, I wouldn't call it waterways, but a water canal to be specific, you know, where they try to hold themselves. But let's not forget, you know, how things are going to turn out as the circle is going to be shifting yet again in few seconds soon. And we're able to see there are a few teams who have already made it inside this circle, and few of them are pretty much far away.
Now here's the funny thing. Pochinki still in the circle. Well, as BB Scream is going to be screaming out, but no one can hear him because, well, he is dead 6 feet under. It was kind of a strange maneuver coming in from Blind Esports to leave their favorite stronghold in the form of Pochinki because, well, looks like they weren't really looking for a fight right now, but looks like ACBC did hear all that commotion. They were just south of that compound where INS came in and mopped up the remainder of Blind Esports. And, well, one of them did find Joker, I do believe, and looks like he might be back up on his feet. Wait a second. Let me make sure I get my information correct. Is he back up?
Yeah, I think so, because he's not got finished yet, right? So we can say that he's back up, but at this point of time, the circle is going to be shifting in. I place my bets towards the side of Gatka, but at the same time, which I love the most, is Initiative Academy have 2 drops to be taken towards the side of Hospital, and if they do so, they're going to be having so much of firepower, they're going to be happy about it, but the zone shifts a little more away from Gatka, trying to, you know, gift us what we thought of in the beginning, that towards the side of Pochinki near the churches is where we can expect the circle to happen. DOG has got the best spot in the house. I know there's another team pretty much close to them trying to tag them off at this point of time. That's going to be Enigma Galaxy, and eventually they are also going in for a rotation. And let's not forget the northern western side of the map towards the side of Ruins, where most of these teams were staying back. They're all slowly making it below, and this is the time where we have to see who's going to take advantage of this rotation clashes and pick up those finishes.
I love the fact that Enigma Galaxy are heading for a compound, which Enigma Gaming are going to be heading from the other side. I wonder if the Enigmas are going to be actually fighting it out at some point. But for now, since the circle has kind of shifted back towards Pochinki and that massive mountain that seems to be looming to the west, Blind Esports are going to be a little disappointed with their decision. But for now, Tango is going to be opening up on Beard Baba, and looks like RTR from the other end are going to capitalize on Mr. Spray's finish, as Global Esports are trying to make their way into a better position in the circle. However, looks like they might be heading straight on for a couple of teams. In fact, Global Esports has a couple of their members already posted up, making sure they hold down the fort on this side, as a little compound push might be coming in. Elsewhere, we did kind of predict this. Enigma and Enigma Galaxy, both headed for the same compound, have finally locked horns, and it does look like one man is going to be down from either side. Eggy going in, making sure he finishes what his team started, but he's got to be careful. He does spot it out. He does shoot with that AK, does take a few shots. However, he's going to make the cover in the nick of time.
Absolutely. Now, at the same time, they've done the damage against side of Enigma Galaxy, and they just hope that there's no team who's going to be coming and challenging them at this vulnerable point of time. But at the same time, I really love the way Enigma is playing it, right? So they want to only take fights when necessary, only take those fights which are pretty much close to them, and do not disturb about those teams who are pretty much far away. As the circle at this point of time, we still have 15 teams left, but still the circle looks a little, you know, empty at this point of time, all because of all these players almost sticking to one another. And for the first time, we're able to see a very good thing for me is there are no lurkers from any team in either corners of the map.
No lurkers so far. However, if you have a look at the bottom of your screens, IE, they are coming dangerously close to MG's position. In fact, you could expect a bit of a skirmish breaking out just north of the Western Bridge near Ferry Pier. However, we are also going to have a look and see what's happening with Enigma, and, well, as expected, Team MG, remember, they did lose a man early on. However, they do know that IA is going to be pinned down. That grenade is going to go up. However, Loki is not going to be receiving any damage just yet. Now, I do like IE's position, because what's happening over here is, wait a second, that was a bit of zigzag of a grenade. Luckily for him, it is going to smoke them up, because Initiative Academy, although they are in the open, right, they have all these angles, as Team MG are going to be kind of pincered in at one position. Smokes are going to be deployed at either end, and well, they are going to try and make the move, but from behind, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy's Apollo, who brings down, well, his fellow god elsewhere. Another fight is breaking out, but let's see what Initiative Academy are going to plan to do over here.
I think Initiative Academy tried to take their own grave over here, because obviously getting sandwiched between these two teams who are in hunger for finishes is something they're going to regret for a really long time, and they do not want to lose any kind of players at this point of time. GE on the other side is also making ACBC pay for the price, whereas Apollo on the other side, his helmet is all taken off, and all he has to do is rely on the firepower and expect a little bit of a cover fire also coming in from the other side, but he has done the damage against the side of IE. Marcus Gaming, in case they take advantage of this and leave the location which they're holding, they're going to be gifted with some better finish point. But on the other side, DG, look at that perfect placement of that crosshair. I just loved what he did with the 6x.
The best thing is, Blazy on the other hand has that Mosin Nagant in his hand. I was kind of expecting a few sniper shots to come in and go boom, and well, someone's noggin would have been blown clean off his shoulders. But for now, Initiative Academy, although they are taking the fight on multiple fronts, they got to be careful because, well, looks like Team MG, they took advantage of that little kerfuffle and they are out. And they are moving, and here we have it, the instant replay, because we did miss some action early on as Blind does take down one. He's surrounded at all ends, and well, that was inevitable because he was the last man standing, and INS finished what they started. And speaking of INS, they are now taking the fight to Walkouts. Abrar is the last man standing. Abrar shoots, he gets knocks. He gets 3 knocks over here. Are you kidding me? Finally being taken down with all that shrapnel around him. In fact, it was his own grenade. He had cooked it a bit too precisely, and well, let me just tell you one thing, boy oh boy, now that is what is worthy of an instant replay. We are going to see that again. INS coming so close to be wiped out.
I mean, I really love the way he had played that around, right? Abrar, we know, is one of the strongest players we have seen over here. This was the second grenade which he landed right in front of the door, thinking that, he might well come out. But look at that crosshair placement. Everybody's helmets were just clashing off, and he knew the grenade was going to explode anytime soon, but he wanted to run into a cover, into the room rather.
He forgot it was there, because had he gone to the corner to the right of his position over there, that grenade would not have affected him. But again, it is what it is. A valiant effort coming in on his part as Craniacs from RTR is looking for a few more finishes for himself. Now the thing is, the action is going to be coming in around Jinky, as RTR do have their sights set on ACBC. Now ACBC, they do have a couple of members still alive and kicking. However, they got to be careful, because coming up behind, and rather right in front of them, we still have the boys from OR Esports. There you have a job taken, and Duty with some precision shooting and classic accuracy is going to make sure he gets the better of his enemy.
Now we have to see how ACBC are going to retaliate, right? The loss of a player. Most of the circle is forming up towards the side of Pochinki at this point of time. There's going to be a rush of colors who is also wanting to, take down any of these players to get those finish points, as the next circle is going to be so small. It's not going to allow anybody to come in. But on the other side, ACBC strike when the iron is out. It's going to be a Haxa from far away, or a very good off angle, takes down Coops, and the confirmation also comes in, as OR on the other side is also taking a fight with Enigma, and BB is with the side of IE. A lot of action going off over here, ladies and gentlemen. I just hope you stick around to see every stone as it can get it turned.
Oh, it's going to be, they are going to be sticking around, because for now, BB are going to have that little bit of a mountain all for themselves. They are the current kings. However, the question is, are they going to make it till the end? Now, as far as all these teams in Pochinki are concerned, OR Esports, Enigma Gaming, they are going to have to move out. And speaking of the two, does realize someone is going to be down below. Meanwhile, on the other side, Enigma Galaxy are going to make quick work of MG, as Dionysus, the god himself, is going to fall. And, well, grenades are going to be struck, but look at that. MJ being picked up in the nick of time. Now, the only thing that I'm worried about as far as Enigma Galaxy is concerned, they have to take the fight to Initiative Academy. But the thing is, from afar, Hellgod is going to be spraying down lead. In fact, he should probably be shooting at the vehicle that's moving.
I think that, he knew that his crosses were working perfectly. He wanted to knock down the heads, and it's much more easier for them. But yes, as you said, the vehicle would have been a much better option, so that, the enemies are going to be walking on their foot, and that's going to be an easier target to take down. But at this point of time, Hellgod being a little persistent on looking forward for that side where Georgie could have capitalized. But on the other side, Enigma is trying to take down the side of RTR, puts down 2 players at this point of time. OR is going to come in and retaliate perfectly, taking the opportunity to take down 2 players of OR at this point of time. But look at how many bodies Enigma had put down before that.
Well, they had a few crates lying around. Of course, this place is becoming a bit of a cemetery, but the remaining members of Enigma, well, they are in a fight of their own. Keep in mind, all all these teams from Pochinki are going to head forth in the open fields, and that is where the boys from Big Brother Esports can rack up all those finishes. Jelly is going to be finished outside, courtesy the blue zone, and now Rex and Avi are going to be heading over. But the thing is, they don't have a lot of options. Speaking of not a lot of options, looks like Aditya is going to be brought down from his vehicle, and well, Wixie is going to be the one who capitalizes on that and sends OR Esports packing in the 11th position. 10 teams still alive and kicking, 31 players vying to get that chicken dinner. Before now, BB's position finally contested by a couple of teams.
Now we have to see whether Hydras will be able to climb up to this place and try to challenge the side of BBs. I know it's not going to be hard for them to do that, but an uphill battle is something you wouldn't want to do at this point of time. But yes, there are some finishes to watch out for. Enigma at the same time, Enigma Galaxy, both of them have got 5 and 6 finishes for themselves respectively. INS on the other side are also on the offense at this point of time. It's going to be Honey trying to toss in some grenades as he has a vague idea of where the positions of BB is. He's going to put up a smoke as a barrier to make sure he gets inside. But Zen OP, we all know what this person is capable of. Yesterday, a 1v4 coming in from his side. They do not want to walk into this guy.
Now, you know, I was just going to bring something up. Global Esports, these boys are at the tippity top as far as height is concerned. And, well, they just wiped out the remainders of Enigma game before now. INS are going to be making a move. It is going to be a 3-way battle over here. And looks like WSF are going to be caught in the crossfire. Literally between a rock and a hard places. Grenades are going to be flung in either direction. That looks good. That is going to go boom. And, well, it doesn't take anyone out just yet. But it is going to be Joker's grenade who does take him out as he finally falls down himself. Now INS down to 2 members. They are taking the fight. I love the way WSF are playing. They are making sure they use that terrain to their advantage. But it is going to be one man standing, and in fact, Billion is going to get the better of them. And with that, another one is going to bite the dust. But hold on. One man is still alive for WSF as BB. Oh boy, looks like someone did cometh at the king, and this time they did not miss as Hydra officials are vying to take over their position.
Now grenades are going to be tossed in, right? WSF on the other side, they're still standing. They become strong right now. They're going to push in towards the side of INS. They know the location of INS behind that smokes, and that is where they're going to spray and connect 2 to 3 players at this point of time. Tango is going to be the last man standing with his teammate. Will be able to strike the last man standing, and WSF retaliate in style to make sure they get taken down. But ultimately, Hydras are going to come in from behind and put an end for them.
Well, that was a short-lived victory, but a victory nonetheless. But now Hydra officials are going to have that little bit of an advantage for themselves. And GOG, boy, oh boy, I do not want to be in your position, because you are going to be between Hydra official at one end, Initiative at the other. And keep in mind, Global Esports, well, they were somewhere nearby, but looks like their days are numbered, because in a flash, in an instant, in a blink and you miss moment, they have been completely obliterated. I'm sure we are going to see that coming up in the replays. But for now, Nigma Galaxy coming on the other side. They are going to be a bit quiet right now. They're going to make sure that, you know, they try and do whatever they can. Loki, on the other hand, keep in mind, let me just tell you one thing. He is still out in the blue. There you have it. Doesn't have anything on him. And now he is finally going to be taken down. But the question is, did he do his job? Because now only 2 members from Initiative Academy need to take the fight to GOG. But the problem is, they have 2 teams surrounding them and only the slope for cover. However, it does seem to be working in their favor. Oh my goodness, that grenade almost wiped out the opposition.
Oh no!
Grenade legend with a legendary grenade himself does get a knock, and now he is going to be throwing another.
Now this is where Hydras, this is what I love the most about them, the follow-up grenade to make sure they get those finishes. But at the same time, Legend shouldn't push his luck too much, allow his teammates to accompany him, as they have a very good opportunity to break down the side of GOG. But GOG are waiting. They've crawled their way in this game. They want to get those finishes, or at least get a better placement when it comes to the overall points table, because they're doing a very, very bad position when it comes to that point.
Oh, I agree. Bad position indeed, because I am just flabbergasted as to how they are still surviving, because, buddy, they were being rained upon. An artillery strike was literally called upon their position. Have a look at that. Barely any HP, barely any first aids, and now they're going to have to rely on all those bandages. However, as you mentioned, they do have their bellies on the ground like a snake. They are going to be proning and making sure they cover as much ground as they can, while at the same time not exposing themselves, because for now, if they keep making their way up, Hydra officials have lost their line of sight. However, BB, they only have 1 man coming up, and in case you missed any of the action, well, we got you covered. The instant replay is going to be popping up on your screens as well. Have a look at the amount of grenades that were flung, and this is what I was talking about. 1 massive grenade! screen. Boom! And GE were completely wiped out from the face of this earth. For now, Initiative Academy, they are having a little bit of a break for themselves because although they just have Blazy and DG, well, they're still in this game and all those position points are going to come in handy.
Now, Hydras on the other side are all foremen standing. They've still not made it inside the circle, and once they make it, the kind of assault they're going to take up to the center of the map is something which you have to watch out for. But GOG on the other side, Bullet is the only person who's almost to the dead center of the circle, or the only person who's made it inside the circle. Big Brother have a vague idea of where Hydras are. He's going to be trying to cook up a grenade or probably put up smokes behind him so that he can take the fight forward. There's a smoke screen in front of him. I do understand that right now he's playing for placement points, being the last man standing. But as long as he does that, I know that it's going to be pretty dangerous as the location has been compromised, as Hydras are going to be pushing towards him, and we're able to see that it's the final moments of the game for him alone as Hydras continue the domination.
Well, Hydra definitely are dominating right now. 7 finishes for themselves, and they are going to try and get some more because there you have it. GOG Bullet OP is in fact going to have the bullets pummeled towards him, and you can only take so much, and another one is going to bite the dust. 3 teams now remaining. Keep one thing in mind, 9 players out of which 4 belong to Hydra official. Now Dynamite, oh baby, he's in a good spot. He lets loose a few shots. He gets 1 knock. He gets the second. And that is what a Predator does. He makes sure he gets as close to his prey before he finally pounces. And well, we all know that the pros are on the prowl, which means Nigma Galaxy now just have 1 man standing despite having such an amazing game with 10 finishes to this point.
Now, this is Hydras, right? So they have been playing like this from yesterday, being as offensive as possible. They've understood now it's time for us to gear up and make sure we take the fight to the enemies. But Nigma on the other side is trying to play it as safe as possible because they need those placement points, and Nigma is pretty much clever of doing it. Look at that, all 4 men just rushed in, 2 men get taken down. Legend knows the location of the next player of IE, but IE can actually strike, and this is the moment where they can find them the weakest. Vixie on the other side has got a fire thrown at him. He's got to be healing up to his fullest potential. Again, play for placement points, but IE on the other side, they could have rushed in because that was the most vulnerable time for the side of Hydra.
However, again, you got to keep one thing in mind. It was only DG up against a 2-man Hydra, which is, apologies for that, which is going to become a 4-man squad once again, and now they are going to be coming back in full numbers. That's what you got. You got to pick and choose your battles, and now IE are going to be at the receiving end of things, and finally, there was just 1 man left standing. DG behind a tree. In fact, he might be taken over by Wixie. That is exactly what I was expecting because he had no idea that Nigma were going to be behind them. Now, it is going to be a 4-on-1 situation. We kind of already have an idea who is walking away with the first winner chicken dinner on day 3 as they are going to be coming in hard. Of course, Jackson is taken down. In fact, if he does do his work right, he gets another knock. In fact, he is going to get a third. No, not yet. He might just get one, but now they are going to have to rotate and rethink their strategies for now. Wixie with the 10-7 barrel is going to be devastating. He's got to keep one thing in mind. Grenades are now going to be coming his way, but he knows. He moves. He goes a bit closer. He, in fact, is going to make sure he finishes what he started. And then one final boom is all it takes. But Hydra officials, ladies and gentlemen, winner chicken dinner going their way in game number 1 on day 3, League Week 2.
I mean, what a game, right? It was very clinical coming in from the side of Hydras. They made sure they picked up their teammates whenever they got taken down. But at the same time, they were there, to understand that's going to be a view coming in for the side of Hydras. The reaction is going to be this. The final moments of the game where they threw that grenade and then eventually, that's ease you can see on their face, right? Because they almost got taken out.
Of course they did, but now as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, there you have it, the point standings up on your screen. Hydra official, 12 finish points for them, and of course that delicious chicken dinner. And Nigma Galaxy, buddy, again, coming so close to another chicken dinner, however, falling just short. However, their finish points is something that I'm quite impressed with.
Yeah, but at the same time, I really am pretty impressed with the side of Team INS as well, right? 8 finish points with just 1 placement points. They were on the offensive side. They were blessed with it. But GOG on the other side is going to take the place of Enigma or probably Nigma Galaxy to only play for placement points and get 8 placement points for themselves, which was absolutely necessary for them in this game. But let's not forget, after that, it was Global Esports, Enigma, as well as Big Brothers. All of them almost sharing the same amount of points, either by placement or either by finish points. Obviously, that's the only 2 ways to get it. But still, 6 points on an average. They're going to retain the spot they're holding until now.
Man, I'll tell you one thing. At one point, I'm sure it might just come up in the highlights. Global Esports, they had the tippity top of that hill, right? For some reason, they decided to go down to that little shack, and well, it did become their final resting place because one grenade went boom, and with that, all their hopes of winning the chicken dinner went awry as well. Now, let's have a look and see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. And well, if you are into Greek mythology, it's the god Apollo himself from Nigma Galaxy. 5 finishes, 4 assists, 862 points of damage.
When Nigma were on the offensive side, I've never seen this Nigma in a really long time. Would want to get those finish points as early as possible. And the final moments of the game where we thought that, Global had 10 and Nigma also had 10, and they had 3 finish in the taking in front of them. But ultimately, the last player standing, the way he struck against the side of Team Hydras, if not for the rotation coming in from the side of Hydras, I don't think they could have got this winner chicken run. It would have been a legendary one for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, what he did at the end was just amazing. And well, let's have a look and see who the top 5 the leaders are going to be. And lucky for him, this time around, 2 of his teammates are going to be joining him. Wixie with 5 finishes for himself, and MJ at the other end, I beg your pardon, with 3 to his name. Hydra legend making a little bit of a statement over here, and of course Crazy Soul. He went a bit berserk in this game.
Yeah, the INS were also going into the offensive, right? So we have been seeing that, few strategies from the teams are becoming a little predictable. First half of the tournament, play it a little safe, make sure you rake up placement points for yourself, and the next half of the tournament, you're going to make sure you go into the offensive side, right? So we're going to be looking at the match summary to see what will happen over here. It's going to be 39 assists, which is some very common to see. 4 grenade finishes, the one coming in as the final one, but 320 long distance finish is something which I was not expecting.
What I wasn't expecting was Esports Walla, We Sport Farmers, of course, EWWSF, the way they held their ground against the team that was pushing up on them. And let me tell you one thing, it was clinical. In fact, it was INS that they did finish off. Unfortunately for them, Hydra officials, they took advantage of that situation, and well, the rest is of course history as we have a look at the finish and damage graph up on our screens now.
Yeah, it's INS, Hydra, as well as Nigma Galaxy showing us that, where you have to take the fight only when necessary, getting the right kind of damage points, further finish points, which they worked out for. For the first time in this game, I'm able to see that, somebody has not done the hard work where the others have benefit. I do have to say that, BB and OR will be falling in that bracket, but still, they've done decent enough for the day.
Oh, they have done decent, but again, it is just game 1 and things are just starting, and for a lot of these teams, the momentum is what is the driving factor, and once that is set in motion, boy oh boy, we did see with UP50 yesterday, right? They got a good game, and then they got a chicken dinner, and even the last one before we did call it a night finally, they did rack up a few finishes for themselves. But now, let's have a look and see what's going to happen as far as the overall standings are concerned, because there you have it, all your numbers are popping up on our screens now.
It's gonna be OR still on the top with the difference of 40 plus points. They are on 357, but it's the finish points which is lesser compared to the position points, and that is how they're over there. After that, it's gonna be Soul. Nigma Galaxy again played really well in this game, 261 points. The next team, as you can see, right now, Team Soul has an opportunity. EXO has an opportunity to outnumber the teams just above them. Hydra Fishes are gonna retain that spot. Hyderabad Hydras are gonna retain that spot. But for me to see is the difference from the 9th position to the 16th position, and from then on.
Well, we are going to have a look because the second page should be popping up soon, and well, Global Esports finally making a little bit of comeback onto the page number 1. Big Brother Esports, well, they did drop a few positions over the last couple of days. However, they're going to be on a little bit of a rise for now. Enigma Gaming also just coming up on the leaderboard, and well, the rest is, of course, for you to witness. Team INS, they were in a bit of a slump, but finally, they make it to the top 16.
Yeah, and I just hope that it's not short-lived, right? Because there are other teams who have still to play the 25th match. It's going to be 7Cs who's still over there in the 11th position. They have a very good chance. 186 points, just 4 points or 5 points, they're going to be getting into the top 10 itself. So that is one thing which I'm looking forward for. But at the same time, Blind Esports couldn't perform. They're going to be dropping down hard. And this is where we have to look at, right? GOG, I've come to 125 points. They need 25 more to at least make it into the 7th position, 27th position, or the 17th position. I'm so sorry. But let's not forget that Kinetic, R Esports, as well as, the side of UP50 have one more game to play, and that is where the difference can be met.
Well, of course, they do have a game in hand, and I'm just excited to see what happens next because, of course, the next game is going to be between Group B and Group C. That is where UP50 Esports are going to be coming in, and I wonder, Arca, I just wonder if they still have that drive, if they still have that little momentum from yesterday, because boy, oh boy, I'm pretty sure all of you watching at home will agree. You know, we were kind of just thinking, oh, it's a lost cause and it's too late and yada, yada, yada. And boom, out of nowhere, these boys just come in Vikendi, in fact. That is where they, you know, really showed their prowess. And the chicken dinner to boot in Erangel was just phenomenal. So I wonder what these boys are going to bring to the table today.
I mean, I would say that, you know, all of these teams today are pretty much, you know, at the right track, right? Because everybody are looking out for those minimum 5 to 6 points for themselves, and that is the most important thing for them. But from here on, I would really want to see how the things are going to work out, how teams are going to work things out for the teams on the bottom. Because GOG have performed well, there are several other who have to play better.
Well, you know, about performing well, well, none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton. And we do know one thing for sure, that these boys are always on their A game. And a massive shout out to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. Let's have another look at how to slay a dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, stream, play, repeat. What are you waiting for? Oh, I think I know the answer, because before you get onto Loco, you definitely need to have a bad boy in your hands. And well, there's nothing better than the iQOO Neo 6 out there, and my friend Arca is going to let you know how 3 lucky winners just might get their hands on one today.
So guys, head on to Amazon, type for iQOO Neo 6, search for it, click on no more, answer few questions, put your details over there, and all you're going to do is click on notify me and wait for the moment, wait for the lady luck to kiss your forehead, and eventually you might get the hands on this bad boy.
You might just be lucky as far as that is concerned. But let's have a look at some of the good and the bad that did take place in the game we just witnessed, because the highlights are now popping up on our screens. And, well, action was plenty. And to be honest with you, it was there right from the get-go.
Yep, from the beginning itself, it was Ayu's picking up those early, i.e. from then on, I knew it was a very different story for them. But Blind Esports, the way they came in over here and assaulted the side of Autobotz, I was really expecting them to survive a bit more better, and I really wanted to see more of assault coming in from their side. As we all know, it is Rage and Williams who always takes the fight from up front and always come out special. But ultimately, INS came from behind and struck the right person at the right time. They took down Rage, and from then on, things went on very, very bad for them.
It was basically a ping-pong match, because once the ball was in their court, then it went to the other court, and then some other team came in, and then they finished them off. I just loved it. One after the other, teams were falling prey to their predators. And now over here as well, Blind, poor guy, the last man standing, he did manage to take down INS, but INS made sure they finished what they started. And, well, Abrar over here, boy oh boy, this has to be the highlight of the game for me. Now have a look at that second grenade, right? It is at the door. He does get a few shots now. He is going to be confused. He is going to have that adrenaline running. Had he just stuck behind that little box over there, maybe it could have been a different story. Again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, all that adrenaline coursing through your veins. And sometimes, you know, we do make a little bit of an oopsie. Speaking of oopsies, MG over here, they found themselves in a bad position, and, well, slowly but steadily, they were taken out one by one.
Now this is where, Big Brothers had a very good opportunity to turn the tables around, pick up as many finish points as possible. But on the other side, Team OR, the way they were getting assaulted, but still they tried to survive and get away from this position where they took advantage of the fight between Enigma as RTR, where Enigma were all fighting it out. Look at the kind of knocks which came in over here. Aditya, he was also spraying, he did the damage. It was Oro at the final moment, so he was able to put the final nail in the coffin. But at the same time, let's not forget that kind of damage Enigma had also given them.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of Enigma, they did continue dishing out damage as they tried to make their way to the fields, but unfortunately for them, it was not going to be enough as OR Esports right over here were finally put 6 feet under. Enigma, on the other hand, the blue zone pinching, chipping away at their HP, and of course shots coming in from above was problematic. Now let's have a look at this fight. This is where EWWSF, oh boy, they really impressed me, because have a look at that. They are using the terrain to their advantage, bobbing, ducking and weaving under all those bullets, as Honey was making sure that he kept his team's hopes alive. Now Billion does come in. He thought he got him, but from afar, this is when the party turned a bit upside down for them. And well, like I said earlier, their victory was short-lived. However, Hydra officials, well, we all know what happened to them. They got that chicken dinner.
Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, a good grenade, which I love the most over here coming in. It was Global Esports getting taken off in a boom. But at the same time, it was GOG, right? They were crawling, they're being too defensive throughout the game, and due to which they only had placement points for themselves and no finish point whatsoever. Hydras on the other side was so strong, was so powerful, that every look in corner they went to, they had finish points for themselves.
You put this out there as the action was was on our screens, that GOG, even I was like, how the hell did they survive for so long being in such a terrible position? But Dynamite over here, just like a predator, sniffing out his prey, making sure he gets as close to the prey before it's startled, right? And then he just suddenly gets up, he lets through the few shots, and well, the rest was history for that team. And over here, the last-ditch effort coming in from Vixie was beautiful as well. I do believe not Vixie. Was it Vixie or was it Apollo? It was Apollo. I do believe.
I think it's Vixie only, right? Vixie, Nigma Vixie was the only one, was the man standing, and that is what he did, right? He put up a grenade towards the side of DG, clears him off, and then eventually what he did after this was just wonderful. And the timing of the grenade was also so good. So he gets a knock with the vehicle, he gets the next person over the horizon. The third one was also critically damaged, but ultimately Perf thought out of the box. He went around from a different angle. He knew that he can't come out over here, and that is when he concentrated on it. But one thing which I liked about Vixie before getting taken down, getting those 2 finish points, which was most important for them, and I do believe that they're going to cherish for a really long time.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, every single point is going to make a difference in the iQOO BMPS Powered by Loco, because, well, the name of the game right now is to make sure you make it to the top 16, and then, well, that is where it's going to be all chaotic. That is when all hell lets loose, and, like I love saying, someone's going to let slip the dogs of war at that moment, because then no one's going to be friendly, and the pressure is going to be mounting on their shoulders, because only 4 days of gaming, after which, well, someone is going to be crowned the winner of the iQOO BMPS. And of course, let's keep in mind, a lot of money on the line as well.
Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, the bragging right which comes with it, right? For the next few months until the next official event, you are going to be there. If you want it or not, it's going to be there.
Let me ask you, bragging rights or 75 lakhs? What would you want to have a share in?
I know you're going to be seeing a businessman in me. I want the bragging rights to make sure that, I bring sponsors my way to pick up more prize money. But at the same time, it's not going to be easy for me to collect 75 lakh rupees. So, yeah, I would like to balance between these two.
All right, again, I've only met him a couple of weeks now, but let me tell you one thing. I am learning a lot from you, and it's been a pleasure to, share the stage with you.
It's the same here.
Now, here's the problem. The next game is going to start. I'm already seeing gestures from the corner of my eye. I'm going to have to leave soon, and then this annoying little voice is going to be coming in. And, of course, he likes calling himself Daddy, but we know him better as Pain Fixes. He hates that. So in case you are in the chat and you know who I'm talking about, just do a little hashtag Pain Fixes, and, just let's remind him of his good old days. But again, I mean,
painful days.
Painful days. I like that. But again, a wonderful start to the day. I like the fact that Hydra officials, they came in strong, and, well, they did the job.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really love the way few of the other teams also played out, right? Like Initiative Academy, let's not forget Nigma Galaxy as well. I mean, these are the teams who started to take the assault, and this is where everything comes to a balance. The teams on the top are assaulting, the middle bracket is also assaulting, allowing the teams on the bottom to take advantage of all these things and rake up placement points so much that they'll be able to challenge everybody else to the top 16 itself. So all this is going on right as the next map is going to be the map of Miramar. What are your expectations before you leave the desk?
Well, my expectations are something that I'm going to hold on to right now because, I want to see what you guys are up to first. But I am going to be excited. In fact, when the game is live, all of us, we are generally sitting in this area, just having a look at the screen. I want to see what UP50 does because now the thing is, they've kind of given us an idea what's going to happen, but I'm going to hold on to my thought because the pre-match segment powered by Loco is going to be popping up on our screens, which means, well, I'm going to bid you guys adieu, and once again, good luck because Fixes is coming in.
Oh yes, the daddy is going to be coming on the desk at this point of time, trying to give us some stats, some figures, some strategies, something to read about the players as one of the players who have been in the pro level itself. So yeah, it's going to be B versus C. We have OR, we have BBE, we have Initiative Academy, Walkouts, Blind, Nigma, Galaxy, ACBC, MG. We've already played, and the big names are going to be coming in with EXO, Soul, Hyderabad, Hydras, UP50, and 7Cs, right? So according to you, coming back, yeah, first, welcome on the desk. And as always, the first map of Erangel, where everything went in different ways. Did you expect something like that from the first match of day 3 itself?
I really feel that Hydra have gotten over the horrors of the past, right? Considering how they've been playing their best fight so whatsoever, for the objective was that fight against BB that they took, right? They being the king of the hills over there, and from there onwards, it was all about defending that high ground advantage that they had on the precipice of things, and they did it perfectly fine.
Yeah. But at the same time, what do you have to say about the side of Team IE and GOG? Because one team is going in for assault, wanting only finish points, and GOG is the one team which is going only for placement points. Do you feel that this is the kind of strategy these two needs to bring on the table right now in a moment like this in the tournament?
Likewise, we were having this discussion yesterday, right? I think Zipex joined them as the analyst lately for GOG, and he's really fixed up the rotations, right? One of the major issues. But one other thing that is yet needed to be addressed is how the players are engaging in fights. Now, that has been something terribly off about GOG, and that is something that they have to work out on. For Initiative Academy, though, I really feel that, yes, going for fights, they're kind of having that same outlook as to what 7C, Blind are doing right now. Engage in fights, focus as much as on those finish points, and eventually things will fall to place, which is completely taken off.
Okay. Now, there are a few teams who got taken down like Blind because they got third-partied. Before we speak more about Blind, ladies and gentlemen, we have to thank our sponsors at this point of time. This is going to be iQOO smartphones as they're bought in this beautiful device. Let's go and see the promo once again.
Slay the dragon, right? I mean, the way it's done, the new ways, and of course the iQOO Neo 6, the cascade, the cooling system is what we're talking about, and makes it look so amazing. And talking about making it look amazing, of course, I know you guys would want to have this beauty in your pockets. And Arka, how do the people get their hands on it?
I don't know why you guys want me to be the broken record all the time.
You're the teacher, right?
Okay, I'll try to be that every single time you ask me to. So, ladies and gentlemen, get onto Amazon. Click on the search bar inside Amazon. I've seen few people do leave me telling that I couldn't find it because you guys are searching in the address bar. That's not what you're gonna do. You're gonna search in the search bar of Amazon itself. iQOO Neo 6 is what you're gonna search, and eventually you're gonna get to know more about this device. Click on Know More. There's gonna be a quiz which is gonna be coming up. If you know the specs of this mobile already, if you answer all those 5 questions properly. If not as well, just fill up the form after that, and from there on, you're going to wait for yourself to get this beauty. And I do believe that few of them are lucky enough to get it.
let's say if you do not have the lady luck on your side, but you certainly can have the merchandise given up to you.
Yeah.
We're doing a little bit of a giveaway here every single day. The only team that accumulates the maximum number of points, and if you are their supporter, like
Yeah.
yesterday it was an EXO evening, right? The way they
Yeah.
played, finally getting their hat trick. They've been waiting for so long, and today you never know. I mean, Hydra official, the way they've been playing, maybe they could just end up on top. So all those hashtag Hydras, if they are in the chat, and if Team Hydra wins, all you've got to do is head over to BGMI official esports channel to the English stream if you want to increase your chances. Just saying, a little bit of hacks over there. But yeah, over there, all you've got to do is in the description there is a link that you really have to work upon. You have to click and just fill it up, because if you're winning, then of course we would need to know your addresses, and we're going to be sending it over. But right now it's time for business, Arka. Now heading into Miramar, like you said, Hydra is going to take a little bit of a seat over here, as it is going to be B and C battling it out. That means we do have teams like U50, FS, 7C, the big names, Hyderabad, Hydras, Seoul, and Team EXO coming in. What do you have to say about that?
Now I'm looking forward to see one thing, right? All those teams who played in the previous game were on the big bit of the offensive side. Will they continue to do the same? Because ultimately, when the big dogs do come in the picture, they're going to be on the offensive side. So you would want to play it a little safe in looking at the scenario of where you're placed in the overall points table. So that is the kind of change I'm looking forward for. But yet again, before we step into the complete picture of Miramar, there's one last question for you coming in the map of Erangel. So what do you feel went wrong for the side of Global Esports and Big Brothers? Because these are the teams which are assaulting recently, going all ham on all the other teams in the lobby. Do you think it was a rotation or the placement of themselves after the rotation got completed?
I think it was the inefficiency of Big Brother to handle that high ground situation to themselves, right? They should never have lost the fight. And that has been the case with them ever since week number 2 has started, right? We haven't seen any big plays. We were also talking about just, since Sanok is not there. But right now, of course, we're going to get to Global Esports just in a wee while, as we have taken it up to the skies, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be a pinch of salt to so many of these teams as you take a look at the trajectory. Los Leones to Campo Militar, and this is where teams like EXO, teams like Hyderabad Hydras, they're gonna have a good time, right? No issues whatsoever. But the teams that decide to drop a little bit onto the western side, that's where they're gonna be looking for the vehicles, and we might be privy to some really good early action.
Yep, absolutely. Now, let's not forget to look at the small details over here on our screens. That's going to be Goblin still on the top with 31 finishes, 2 times that of the second one. That's going to be Hyderabad Hydras carry. And we're able to see that Nigma Galaxy is also coming up. I is also coming up right behind them. And it's going to be much more easier. But let's not forget about one other thing, right? So, it's going to be that, Team Seoul, this is the dominating map. Whereas, for the side of Team OR, Erangel has been the dominating map. So, obviously, I feel that, with the dominating map being the one which is played the highest, you will be on the top of the table.
Of course, for Team Seoul, they kind of drop onto the heart of the map. Always when you tend to drop over at Picado, your rotations kind of become rather easier. Now, we've seen Team Seoul getting a chicken dinner in Miramar just lately when it was over the hills, right? All they had to do was just pray for the circle to come in. But lately, as we have been comparing week 1 to week 2, we've seen that a little bit of a transition where the other teams are starting to pick up pace, right? Yesterday, we did witness Global Esports getting a chicken dinner. A little bit defensive, that was all it was needed. But coming down to Team Seoul, I think they're still exploring. They know that they've made it to the top 16. They're going to be playing in the finals. They're trying different avenues. But in El Azahar, Arka, we do have a fight amidst us. It's the big guns going up. The 2 of the most aggressive teams, 7C and Blind.
No, this is where I would like to see whether Blind is again going to get committed to this fight, because ultimately we're able to see they're on the offensive side. I do understand, but sometimes I feel that you need to understand which fight to take and which not to. And let's not forget that 7Cs are also one of those teams who are pretty clever enough to getting to know whether this is the fight we need to take or not. And every single time they've come back to their senses of correctly deciding whether to take a fight or not, that is when they've been successful. So both of these teams' composure, both of these teams' intelligence is right now going to be put on the wire.
Of course. I mean, yesterday, even in the map of Erangel, we did witness Havitar absolutely annihilating the entire squad of Team Blind when they decided to push at their direction in those Gatka areas. But we do have a little bit of a replay coming on board, some moment that we might have missed. And look at Hitman right in the very open amongst three of the players of Initiative Academy. Just took the vehicle and ran. I really felt he could have, gone in to trample them over. Could have gotten three very easy, very quick finish points, but I think he's making sure he's got that due diligence coming in. Did not want to get into the monkey business. If the fourth player had a gun or something, he could have been in a whole world of trouble.
No, this is where I believe, Global is just going to look like they're going to fall back, do that feints flag, and then eventually come back as well. So they're just holding their ground real hard as 7Cs is trying to push in towards them. Sarang at this point of time is trying to lead the fight. Where Blind, we're able to see one player from Blind is trying to hold an off angle. And if he gives away the location, this is what's going to happen as a pack of wolves are trying to push in. But eventually, Blind knows exactly when to strike. And it's one of the strongest of their players. It's going to be Zaddy coming in the map of Miramar and trying to take the fight. Eventually gets tagged off by spray from far away. Williams is going to be coming up as backup as Rage from far away, has given all the information required to make sure they eradicate this map, this team itself.
Shadow in the meanwhile just pushing over at Spray got goes for a switch. Does he connect with his arm? Yes, he does, but needs to instantly reposition himself, but does not go for it. Rather engages in yet another spray. Team Blind, they know that they've got this fight in the bag, as 7C making some hasty decisions, trying to redirect their attention, just push over and annihilate them. But the hunters seem to have been hunted over here, Arka.
This is what I said, right? Blind lately have understood how to take fights as Rage Grenade's going to be landing perfectly. Oh, it's going to be Shadow's Grenade rather landing perfectly to make sure that's an end for the side of 7Cs, right? I was really hoping that, 7Cs did not take this fight, as I said in the beginning, and so did the side of Blind. Blind just fell back, held on to the corner, and they were like, we know this terrain really well. And this is one thing which I really want to ask you, right? So when you're holding a building, and you move around too much in the building every now and then, right? And you step out of the building. Do you have a better idea of the opponent which is pushing in towards you just because you were there for a long time?
In this particular situation, right? If I have to address to what happened in this fight, it was just about 7C being a little overconfident there, thinking that, they're going to get the better out of Blind. And once you just go in, right, it was Blind waiting for them. The moment the two players stepped out, one just went out of cover, just went kaboom, and the sprays came in. Two players taken down. Spray God was on the backlines. He was doing the right job to provide cover fire, which he eventually did. But Shadow, just being a little bit better in that situation, had the perfect two weapons for the close-in scenarios. Went into the Brill and then switching to the arm. We know how devastating it could have been. We know what Abra did. But this is what I was talking about. Look at how the crossfire was situated, right? Zaddy just coming out, baiting himself. You had cover also coming from the backlines. And Shadow, the moment he just went in, he decided he did not want to fall. And this is where Aladdin, being the sole survivor for 7C, was clearly out of options, right? Now, coming back to what could have been done better in this particular fight, I really felt, 7C should have rather focused on the peripheries, right? Should have taken up multiple angles and let the players of Blind come out. There would have been a moment, and that is where they should have really struck, but it is what it is, and that is how the cookie crumbled as 7C find themselves out of the game.
Now Team Soul on the other side, towards the side of Picardo, yet again trying to go to the highest point possible in the map to take advantage of all of it, and they're pretty strong in this area, right? Previously we saw them, they got that winner chicken dinner for themselves in the same very area, trying to hold the highest ground in the house, and they want to prove themselves yet again. But at the same time, let's not forget to see where the other teams are holding, as Hyderabad Hydras has always distributed themselves towards the side of Campo as well as Amura, but at the same time, let's not forget towards the southern side of the map, we're able to see OR towards the side of Porto, MG towards the side of Los Higos. I mean, everybody are equally spread around. I know that by the next cycle when it comes in, that is when, as you all say, it's going to be the splash of colors, conjugating into one place, and it's all going to be a bloodbath.
I think, the circle following after, right? This is the thing with all these teams, right? I've been looking very carefully at how they've been rotating lately, and I have noticed one thing. They keep on floating around. Now is the floating time. What Hyderabad Hydras, what EXO, what MG they're going to be doing is just going to be rotating around the edges of the white, right? Have a little bit of a high ground, and then wait for that hard shift. The moment you get that curveball going in, that is where where they again wait if we can take a good center. If it's not occupied, well enough, we're going for that. But if it is occupied, they let someone else take a fight over there and then be the ones going in for scavenging of whatever is left in that situation. So that has been the case with all the Southern Circuit teams. You know, has been pretty something simple, but teams haven't really figured out a way to counter this. But for Big Brother, I really feel, you know, week 1 to week 2's transition and not having the inclusion of Sanhok is clearly hurting them a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, right. So when you get adapted to something and you're not, ready for a change, this is what's going to happen to you. But I do believe that, BB are actually concentrating in the map of Erangel much better now since they've lost the sight of Sanhok itself. And I do believe that, they have placed themselves in a very better situation when it comes to the overall points table. It's not like they're going to suffer for a long time, but still, if they try to take it a little lightly after this, they're going to end up in a very bad note.
This is where my concern arises, right? Especially when you start off week 1 on a very positive note, you are on a different high. Scream and Zenop, they're starting to feel themselves, racking up all those frags for their teams. But heading into week 2, you kind of lose that flow. And the big question arises when considering how volatile the top 16 has been, right? It's just that one game, if you get a chicken dinner, suddenly you enter in. And now this is where Big Brother are somewhere around the 10 to 12 position marker. Now, if this keeps on going, and that is where my concern really could come into reality.
Oh,
but
my
taking
goodness.
a look at the circle shift around, nothing really out of ordinary. It is a San Martin circle, kind of has those tendencies to go a little bit east, but I will not be surprised if it goes towards the Western Hills right beside San Martin. And I think Initiative Academy, if they take over those hills, they're going to have a really good time.
Now, Hyderabad Hydras, if they get into the side of water treatment, trying to challenge the side of ACBC and clear off their backlines, I think they're going to have a very good game, because in the map of Miramar, we know they've always been there. But look at this. Team finish leaderboards is going to be coming in where OR Esports have the maximum number of finishes over here, coming up with 170. And right behind them is Team Soul, something which I'm not shocked about. But at the same time, yes, it's important, as FS is going to take down the side of Nigma at this point of time, where they take down 2 players, as IE is also tagged out the side of Team Soul, where we're going to look at it right now.
Alright, so again, this is one of those fights that we've witnessed in the past, Team Soul trying to take over these compounds, and it was initiative even in the previous matches of Miramar. Now this is where Omega has been taken down. He did come out for a soiree, trying to scout around, and he knows there's no chance that he could be saved, so just giving his soul away to the devil himself right now. But we do have another fight brewing up. It is going to be Team FS Esports going up against an in-form Enigma Galaxy.
Now, somewhere we have to see how Nigma is going to cover around the different angles and make sure that they give the kind of cover fire to, and Apollo is going to be coming back on his feet. But at the same time, we also have to see how FS is going to counter this off, right? Because they have hard cover. They can actually hold a better angle to make sure, they take down one more player off the side of Nigma. That is where they find Vixie at this point of time, eliminate one angle, and they're going to be pushing in to make, and I'd really want to see whether they'll be taking this challenge to the face of Nigma Galaxy.
At this point, Enigma Galaxy looks a little unsure, right? This is one of those fights they did not want to pick up, right? They wanted to contest with this compound, and they realized there's already someone who's built camp, right? And this is where Enigma Galaxy would ideally be searching for a few bombs. If that happens, they might go in, but UP50, now we know how good they were in the game of Miramar, certainly continuing this blistering run, but KSR being a little bit greedy over there, and so is Sarkar. I do not get the intention of going after finishing off Mr. Spray when you know that there's cover fire coming from behind, and they will have to pay such a heavy price for that. That is something which I call unforgivable.
At the same time, an unwanted fight again taken up by the teams where Walkouts are going to be really happy to pick up those finish points. But at the same time, they're going to be rushing in to clear things off, as Abrar looks like he's been taunted at this point of time, trying to take an angle in such a way that can eliminate the side of UP50. Do you feel that this was an unwanted fight, or it's just that they were too overconfident about their crosses?
We'll just get to that, because right now Abrar, he's on the prowl, right? He's coming from push. You do have Yuva also coming in from different direction. They know it is UP50. They know know it is the weakest team in the lobby. They're certainly going to go in with the push, and so has Mr. Spray also joined the fray. Elsewhere, we do have Team Soul and OR battling it out, but right now, this is about UP50 again, a defensive positioning. This is where Walkouts are going to be resorting to all the grenades that they have. Beard Baba, Yuva, everyone cooking up, trying to flush out the players. But Beard Baba making a little bit of an oopsie. Thankfully, not punished though.
Yeah, absolutely. But his vehicle is also in smokes at this point of time. When they're rotating, it's going to be a little hard for them if this is the case. As UP50 on the other side is just waiting out from one angle where they can expect Mr. Spray from coming in. But grenades, in case it's cooked right next to the building, we all know how vital it's going to be for the side of UP50. As a Molly is going to be following it up as well. Mr. Spray has come a bit more closer. This is where you do not want to give your footsteps, but rather get your eyes to ears and ears to eyes and make sure that you connect every single bullet, as it's going to be one more player falling back as the Molly is going to be hitting in the right corners, evading away the side of UP50 as Walkout takes the compound.
Oh yeah. At this point, you know, Walkouts have taken control over this entire area, right? Just pushing them back to one little corner, and this is where few more Molotovs and they're going to be flushed out, and that is where UP50 are going to be taken down. Now, the only silver lining for UP50 is they need to hope that, you know, the players of Walkouts make a few mistakes on which they can really capitalize, out of which I really believe Sarkar can do something, but finally, Aditya finds an opening. But even on behest of that, they cannot really commit in with the push, right? They're trying to get their players patched up, and this is where Walkouts have a little bit of a breathing space, but no, they still decide to strike. Yuva coming out of his cover, Beard Baba getting that knock with his arm as a grenade follows over, as UP50 now just a two-man strong squad. Rage God trying to grab his toggle, eventually gets taken down. The lonesome survivor, Rage God, he's gonna make a run for his life, but eventually seems that he's been taken down. It is indeed Sarkar who is the last man surviving.
Now, amongst all these things, it's going to be Team Blind coming in from behind and making sure they put an end for the UP50. And there's one more player from the side of UP50, you know, who's still alive at this point of time. But we have to see how long he's going to survive as well. It's going to be Nigma versus the side of FS, where we're able to see that Nigma is actually taking the fight, taking down two players at this point of time. Apollo is trying to do what Mixie did previously, but could not be successful, as MJ from far away is trying to give that cover fire. But I feel it's way too late for him to do so.
Indeed. Indeed. Enigma Galaxy, they were banking upon the fact that, you know, they got that little opening with one of their players of FS being taken down. Just went in, but the cover fire from the backlines, there was no vision, right? They could not do much, and like I said, they were pretty uncomfortable in the position that they were holding on to, right? They could not have withdrawn from that particular situation, neither they could have engaged. And for now, Team EXO finding the big man over here, BB's Cream. Now, this is where Big Brothers, they are in shambles, right? Losing out on their star player. Sensei, we know once he gets, or rather once he smells blood, there is no stopping this man.
Yeah, absolutely. The second grenade might also get connected at this point of time, as the shots are going to be connected from the side of Sensei. This is where Team EXO is going to converge, right? They're going to spread around the map to make sure that they connect as many bullets as possible, as the grenades are working like a charm. It's going to be Immortal coming in from one side. Fierce is trying to get as much information as possible. As we all know, it's not going to be enough for the side of BB to just play around with throwables, but rather get into the right kind of hard cover before they re-strategize.
You know, again, Fierce being taken down. Now at this point, Team EXO need to watch out for the sidelines as well, right? Now the entire priority is trying to get their player back up. As Sensei, he's going to try to make sure that no one pushes over, no one crosses the line. And this is where Beast really becomes very important, very instrumental to cause off what Big Brother really want to accomplish. However, Fierce has gotten that revive. Now, if you can take a look at where Punk is, right? He's making sure that Beast does not overextend in this particular fight. Now, this is where Team EXO, they're deciding to retreat. And if Big Brother could make some work out of it, now this is something that they can you know, really benefit from.
Yeah, but at the same time, I did see that one more player of BB is still down on his knees. I might be wrong, but Sensei tries to run out in the open. I know he was trying to kick in the air and not give away his footsteps, but it was way too late before he got taken down, and Hellgod is going to be traded as well. This is going to be chaos. As we can see, the Sparkus Gaming is anytime soon is going to be coming into the fray, as Zen OP on the other side also gets taken down, as retaliation from the side of Team EXO looks a little more strong and promising compared to the previous time.
Oh, they certainly do. Sensei being a little complacent, getting punished for that as Team MG do get the better out of Walkouts, who are somehow enjoying the fruits of their labor after taking down UP50. But for now, we're back into the fight, right? Team EXO making those few oopsies and being punished for that. As Big Brother, I have been loving the little spread, right? Scream has gotten back on his feet over here as Immortal and Beast OP could engage in a little bit of a flirting out there. Just spotting each other out, but still not taking any shots. Immortal finally decides to open up, as now Team EXO just focusing on having their players back up alive. A little bit of a defensive plays, not overstepping, having a good spread. All they need to look after is for teams that are on their sidelines. Now they're all far away. If Team MG decide to chime in, that could be an entirely different story.
Now it looks like they might, I can see that Deonisons and Dawn at this point of time have picked up a vehicle. Probably they are rushing in towards the side of Team EXO. BB on the other side have always been the center of attraction for the side of Team EXO as well. With the circle taking a little bit of a southern shift where Hyderabad Hydras are also coming in a bit more closer. And we all know, in case they get to know there's a fight happening close by and there's a possibility that is where they're going to strike. But Kinetic versus the side of Soul, which happened over here as Hector is going to put an end for one player. But at the same time, Sensei spray with that UP50, the broken gun, was also crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean Sensei, we know what he could make out of that beautiful SMG that we do have with us. But again, Big Brother really making good work of situations where Sensei wanted to make some good moves, wanted to make some good maneuvers out there, but did not pay attention to what was on his vest. But this is where, Team Walkouts, they were breaking out, they were trying to get inside the circle, but little did they know they were being kept under watch by the players of Team MG. But UP50 somehow still have managed to keep two of their players alive. But now, this is where the trouble arises, right? They have to get inside the circle. Do they have enough vehicles? That's a big question. Now, considering the fact that the players of our Esports are already aware of UP50 creating so much disturbance, I barely think they're going to let him come in. But look at Blazy. Does have that big green cannon. Now, do you think, Arka, he could pull off some magic or some miracle out of the big green cannon?
I mean, he has to let loose of that cannon inside him, but it's going to be hard for him with the moving vehicles coming in. Most of them trying to prioritize the zone at this point of time, but ultimately, I think the iron has been stuck at this point of time. Two players of OR gets taken down. So, Sarkar is also coming into the crosshairs of your Blazy. You also take that as well as Blazy, as you said. This loose cannon is doing wonders at this point of time and rake up so many finishes, which it's just imagination for the others.
Oh, I mean, they're completely messed up. UP50, no cover fire whatsoever, making mistakes after mistakes. But right now, Aru, he's making a run for his life. Somehow has managed to do so as Aditya is going to be falling down to his own graves over there as Blazy just stopping him over there right at his tracks, denying him his entry inside the circle. Now this is where Initiative Academy also have to make a good move inside of it, as now Team MG, they've got their eyes on the players of Team Blind. Now Williams, the lonesome survivor, is heading at Coasty's direction and he could make some good work out of him, as Paukilo, he's just going to be spraying over. Shadow also being taken down. Team Blind out of the server.
Now, see, I really love the way MG plays that, right? Even though the player got taken down, it was Paukilo not letting go of his crosshair towards the side of Blind, clear things off in one side and then concentrate on the others. Hyderabad Hydras going for a late rotation is not something which I'm not shocked, but also with old foreman standing, they could have gone in earlier and got a better topography or a better real estate inside the circle, where I know that it's still possible looking at the number of teams alive at this point of time, but ultimately, yes, Striker does strike against the side of MG. Dawn picks up that finish point, but here it's going to be IE versus the side of Team Soul, where 4 scavengers have come in to take down the big dogs, and two of the players, exactly, that's going to be Hector and Goblin.
The youngest of Team Soul and considered to be the best of Team Soul. It's Goblin and Hector against an entire hungry back of Initiative Academy. The nades are being flung over. Hector getting taken down. So much of noise. But now it all comes to Goblin right now. Well, his position seems to have been compromised, taking some hefty amount of damage over here. Finally steps out of cover. A little bit of a preemptive grenades out there, but DG, he's going to be relentless as Initiative Academy wipe out Team Soul at the 8th position with just 3 finishes.
Now look at what's happening on the side of Initiative Academy on the same side as well, right? They've got 10 finishes for themselves. They're hungry at this point of time, and they're going to move forward no matter how much of the zone is going to hit them up. But at the same time, Team EXO is also holding a very good angle according to me. I mean, they want to erase the side of Team EXO, the free finish which is going to be lying around. This is one thing which I love about this team, right? So they do not want to let go of any finish point. Let it be even one. They're going to concentrate on getting it by the end of the game itself.
You know, they're playing with the comfortable spot, right? But take a look at the circle. It is all Hyderabad Hydras. Northern side to southern side rotation. This is what I was talking about. Float around the edges. The moment you have that curveball hit, take the center of the circle. Now, even Team EXO has a fighting chance, but calling out Haru. He is going to be a guest for a few more seconds and gets wiped out as Initiative Academy being ever so aggressive. 10 finishes already, but this is where Hyderabad Hydras are going to get so much more done. Look at the spread of the map, trying to deny every single team's entry, racking up as many finishes as possible.
Oh my goodness!
Initiative, they're all going down as this is Hyderabad Hydras making sure they have their presence felt.
I mean, look at this. Every single corner they see, they're going to pick up finishes and they're not going to stop themselves. Somebody put an end for them, or I don't think so. It's going to be easy for the side of Team EXO to even think of getting this winner chicken dinner for themselves. They have struck hard, and now is the moment where they'll be trying to push in and make sure they get a little bit of a topography for themselves, a little bit of a real estate for themselves, whereas Hyderabad Hydras are still not enough of the finishes they've got. Now they're going to concentrate on the weakest link over here. That's against the side of Team MG, where only 2 men are standing, and it's Ace Black trying to do the best of what he does. There's going to be a spray coming in from the side, from his side against the side of Dionysus. There's another player who just walked into the jaws of Debut, which is going to be paying a heavy price as Maxi is going to put him down.
And the only thing that is bothering me right now, Hyderabad Hydras have their attention situated elsewhere. This is what I was talking about. Pau Kilo gets the better of situation as Team EXO. They were poking the players of Hyderabad Hydras from the backlines. There's no chance on earth Maxi is going to survive. However, the finish is registered to the players of Team MG, finally finding some respite in the games of Miramar, finally earning some good, valuable position points as Team EXO again recuperating themselves, having 4 of their players alive. Now this is their game to lose.
Now this is where Initiative Academy, they could have come in right slowly into this circle as he was healing, as nobody's going to be concentrating on that corner. But let's not forget that Hyderabad Hydra stepped in a little too much. You know, I know that everything was working out for them, but sometimes you have to get that breather or else you might fall down with a heart attack, and that's what happened to him at this point of time, as it's going to be Carry and Striker trying to wait it out, trying to find the right angle and the right moment to try strike against the side of Team EXO. But let's not forget, once Team EXO knows information about you, they're going to make sure that they crawl towards you slowly. They're going to prowl towards you and take you down like it was just another day.
Sensei doing the same old thing for the second time. This time, however, punished for good, as finally Hyderabad Hydras do find some chinks in the armor of the players Team EXO, but they still have some work to do. They need to get themselves inside the circle. With Park's position completely compromised, he needs to patch himself up. Now this is where Team EXO need to rely upon the fact that MG engages against Hyderabad Hydras and they capitalize upon that very situation. Still stuck behind a rock, Pau Kilo has to somehow get into the circle. Now with Team EXO watching from the higher grounds, well, it looks nigh impossible.
Now at the same time, now what are Hyderabad Hydras going to do? Are they going to allow the side of Team EXO to pull in towards the side of MG, try to take that off angle, try to go above and take them down, as Fierce right now is taking advantage of this real estate and try to push in towards the side of Popular from the eastern side, which is not going to be possible as the zone has already started to heat him up. The last medkit is going to be coming up. His location is still not compromised as Popular comes out in the open. Shots are going to be fired towards him, but he retaliates, makes it inside the circle almost as HS puts them down. It's a 2v2 situation, and this is where Hyderabad Hydras would want to go in and capitalize, as they're going to put up some mollies, put up some grenades to make sure that they have the perfect angle against the side of Team EXO.
Oh, they certainly do. Striker does have his arm well equipped, already loaded up as Carry. A little bit of a damage on him. Does manage to administer that first hit. Striker making work
nice.
at the perfect time. And this is where Immortal has to pull off something ordinary. They're still alive though. Will eventually get taken down as Hyderabad Hydras seal this winner chicken dinner in the bag. with a lot of finishes to their name. It was about that Mexican standoff. And I have to tell you, the MVP of all those fights was Pau Kilo, getting that little opening on Team EXO, just cutting their flanks on Fierce and making sure that Hyderabad Hydras get a little bit of a respite, recuperate themselves as we transition into, ladies and gentlemen, the post-match segment powered by Loco. And here are the point standings.
I mean, Hyderabad Hydras are going to be so happy that they held on to their nerve, allowing the side of Team MG to take the fight from the side of Team EXO. But let's not forget the contribution of Team IE as well, or it was FS who was standing out over there to took the player of Sensei, right? I think it was Initiative Academy who stood in over there. That was the damage which EXO couldn't come back with. But ultimately, 12 finishes for Initiative Academy. They're going to be happy with the 20 points they've got. Team EXO is also going to be happy with the 18 points. But let's not forget Marcus Gaming for the first time have put up some finish points for themselves with the placement points which they usually get to get 18 points. And I just love the way they're climbing up the ladder now.
You know, Sensei is going to think thrice or 4 times before he kind of tries to go again for those jump fists. But for now, like you said, Initiative Academy, they are really picking up pace, right? Good games are really out there. Team MG finding some respite, even the map of Miramar. As ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at who the iQOO MVP is going to be. I really thought it would be someone from Initiative Academy, but no. As Maxi being one of the top fraggers of Hyderabad Hydras, look at the damage numbers, Arka.
Absolutely, 1019. That is going to be one of that average damage for a team to get around 5 finishes. But this one, man, when everything is going right, that is what you do, right? You're going to make sure that trigger is used every single time and get as many bodies fallen. At the same time, we have 2 players of Initiative going to be coming in over here. One is going to be Loki and the other one is going to be Blazy 2K as well. But we are also able to see that, you know, the damage almost the same from the 2nd position to the 4th position itself, where Pau Kilo, oh, as you said, he's here, my friend. Pau Kilo is still there in the top 5 MVP.
Oh yeah, I mean, for Team MG, Pau Kilo, Dionysus are doing some really amazing job. But Blazy, he's also been winning my heart lately, considering every single time you have Initiative Academy come out with a good game, he is the one who has the highest points of damage, the highest points of finishes. He's been doing it all for his team. But Punk, being one of the support players from the backlines, did whatever he could, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the match summary. So anything out of ordinary that you find over here, Aka?
A 301 longest finish distance coming in again, a 300 plus pointer in the map of Miramar, which was very rare for us to see because it was always about 200 to 250 or 280 amongst that place, right? So somehow 300 is something which I'll look out for. But at the same time, 5 grenade finishes, the least which I expected some grenade finishes to be coming in with so much of close range battles. But still, yeah, nothing else to be standing out for me as of now.
You know, for me, at least in Miramar, 5 grenade finishes, I'm gonna take it. Really considering how much of those mid-range fights that we really have. But yeah, I think it was pretty standard Miramar. First time we did see such a circle shifting towards the southwestern side. Now, this is something that we have really not been privy to in the past, right? Ideally, the circle kind of tends to shift a little bit towards the eastern or maybe towards the northwestern side as the FT craft really comes up. And Hyderabad Hydras, you've got to give kudos to have they rotated, considering the fact they drop off at Campo Militar, take that southern route, and we've been talking about how they keep on floating, wait for that final curveball, and that is where they make the moves. In contrast to what Team EXO were doing, and look at the damage numbers, the real estates. Look at Team EXO, they were in the thick and thin of fights every single time, but the conviction somewhere was sort of lacking.
Now, I know that, you know, they were always eradicating any kind of players coming in towards them, and that is why they're just rewarded with just 6 finishes. That's going to be Team EXO. But let's not forget that, you know, Team Seoul was suppressed real bad for the first time in the map of Miramar like this. But ultimately, yeah, the numbers is going to be increasing coming in from the side of Team OR as they're going to be hitting another 50-point difference. Almost a 50-point difference between themselves and Team Seoul. But I know Team Seoul just have another game to go. No matter how it is, they're going to just remain 10 points below them as well. For Team EXO, again picking up the pace. If they had another winner chicken dinner, I do believe, but by now there could have been a challenge for the side of Team Seoul.
I think the objective of Team EXO would be, of course, to be trying to take that 2nd position by the end of the evening, considering Seoul has not really been having the best of days. But talking about climbs, of course, Esports had their work cut out. You know, they're also stepping up a little bit in terms of how they've been surviving, how they've been disengaging from the fights. As we take a look at the 2nd page edge of the standings over here as Blind Esports. I mean, they were the ones who were quite opportunistic inside the entire game. They were looking out for, UP50 the moment Walkouts went in over there, and UP50 sort of retreated. That is where they went after Walkouts. But eventually, Blind, just on the behest of they're getting so aggressive. But UP50, Arca, I mean, this is as bad as it gets, right? I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it. There's nothing that I can really say when you're getting a knock and the players are going to get the finish rather than focusing on the players that are providing cover fire. I mean, Team UP50, they cannot afford such rookie mistakes at such a huge stage.
I think they're learning the lessons in the hard way, right? When God gave them opportunity to actually perform so well over here, it's just that they're becoming a little overconfident is what I believe. But at the same time, let's not forget that, the difference between the 16th position and the 23rd position right now is somewhere around 26 points, and that's a very, very small space. Because just imagine if GOG hits a 30-pointer game, they're just going to jump and get those 16th position, and that is what they'll be looking out for. It's going to be very hard, and I do believe the teams in the bottom have to let go of their fear, as you said before, try to take the few fights for themselves earlier itself, and then to try to, in the mid matches, midway through the match itself, try to get one or two more finishes and end it with a bang. So this is going to be something which is hard as we speak about it, but I believe that, they're capable of doing it.
Oh, they certainly are capable, and you're talking about the volatility over here, and it is pretty much visible, right? So much turbulence, everyone just getting a little brittle around, but this phone is a solid package. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about the iQOO Neo 6, and our friends over from iQOO have a special message for you just about now.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, I don't know what are these people waiting for, right? Watch, stream, play, repeat. That is what we promote at Loco, India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. But how do you get over there? A lot of the enthusiasts, fixes. We really want to start our streaming journey, but we do not have the best devices to do so.
Yeah, and that is where iQOO comes into picture, right? And every single time they come up with a new device, they make sure it's specially designed for gaming. And this is one of those, ladies and gentlemen, you can get your hands on these. And this time, being a teacher, I'm going to test one of my fellow colleagues to see how well he can take us through, as it's going to be Fixes taking us through. I somewhere feel that, he's going to go back on it. But yes, I'm going to get back on this, as we'll be stepping into the highlights, seeing those things first as you get your confidence in to make that teaching for the players.
Now it all started over here at El Azhar, right? When Team 7C, I do not know where did they get these cojones to try and just go blindly in for the push when Team Blind was actually waiting for you to come in. And this is where you need to understand there's a thin line in trying to go aggressive and being really cocky, and they had to pay a hefty price for that, and I'm pretty sure they realized. But Blazy, look at him, right? The kind of movements that he's been making, the risks that she's been taking, right? We saw Omega, he did dish out a little bit of damage, then suddenly steps out of covers, right? That takes a lot of balls, because that someone coming in, someone has to be providing cover fire from behind. And this is where, my cause of concern for UP50 really comes in. What on earth were they thinking to go for the finish when two players are already shooting at you?
I mean, this is what happens when you become a little overconfident what to do. But at the same time, let's look at the fight which is happening over here, where Walkouts went in. against the side of, UP50, where everything went wrong for UP50. They just walk into the crosshairs one after another rather than coming in a pack of wolves. And this is what happens when most of the teams are not in their senses.
I mean, again, at this particular fight, like we already discussed during the cast, right? It was Nigma Galaxy caught in a very uncomfortable position. But I really loved how Big Brother Esports sort of disengaged from that situation. Now, talking about this particular fight that we had between Soul and Initiative, it was the numbers. They were done for. And Hector getting picked off was completely helpless, where Goblin had no other choice. But OR Esports, I mean, they were kind of banking upon the fact that the circle is going to take that northwestern shift. Rather, it went down southwest, and that is where it all came falling down for them. But Team EXO predicting the circle pretty well. They were holding over the complete edges, right, at the very bottom, and they had that little high ground to even work with, making sure every single player pushing upon like this. Beast just comes in. There's no cover fire. Here's Scream. Here's Hellcat. So those are small, minute things that these teams really need to work upon. And if they can get it sorted, I think they're really good to go.
No, but at the same time, this is what Blazy did over here, right? As you said that, Blazy has become one of your other favorites, as he was holding a very good perfect angle where he took every single player who was trying to make it inside the circle, and that's the best way to say that, this is how you gatekeep.
I mean, yeah, of course. The Blazy did what was supposed to be done, right? Did not overextend, did not get out in the open. But this is where I really felt Aditya should have been providing cover fire when Sarkar was trying to get inside the circle. Instead, he was just trying to hide and save himself. And UP50 really need to work on all these things, as this is the fight that we were talking about, right? One grenade goes in, Goblin, Hector rather gets taken down, and Goblin was clearly out of option. Did want to, try to pull off a flashy play, drop that preemptive nade, but till then DG just comes out of nowhere. But Initiative Academy already high on adrenaline, right? They know they've got 10 finishes already, and what they can do is try to, create trouble for a lot of other teams, which they eventually did in taking Sensei down.
Now, Hyderabad Hydras on the other side, I was just impressed by Max OP's play over there, He was picking up finish after finishes for themselves. But at the same time, I think the rest of the teams could have concentrated on going towards the side of high grounds at this point of time. But at the end of the day, the way things have turned out for the side of Hyderabad Hydras, as one of the players of Initiative Academy and one of the players of MG became a blessing for them, I don't have any more complaints from this game.
For Hyderabad Hydras, I think, like we said, right, they had too much on their plate. They were having their attention diverted not just at one team but two or three more, and this is where three of these teams just battling it out. Sensei kind of going for a little bit of a flank. This is where he was trying to jump face. Loki gets the better out of him, and the next moment we see was Pavkilo. Look at Fierce just stepping out. It was just his head's visible, and he made a good work of it and just denying that. And this is where Hyderabad Hydras finally got that little bit of a reset that they wanted in this particular situation. They knew Team EXO, they were bleeding right on their knees. This is the perfect time to strike. This is where the iron was hot, hit it right where it hurt them, and that's how they got the chicken dinner.
I mean, at the same time, I really love the way Striker took that fight, right? He was the only man who was standing out there on the right. He knew that he had already covered the right angles, but his sprays was so precise, just limited amount of bullets was required to take down the players of Team EXO, and that is something which I love to see every single time. When your recoil is working perfectly, make sure that you have the trigger discipline so well. It's always about that muscle memory, right? This is the amount of seconds I need to press the trigger for my opponents to get taken down. But that was working perfectly for the side of Striker.
What really caught my eye in that final fight was how Team Hyderabad Hydras had positioned their two players, right? They were positioned like this, a perfect V formation for them. And they knew that one has to go for the bait, other has to respond, right? While the two players of Team EXO had their tension diverted over here, Striker just comes in and takes one down. And that's where the last player was surviving. Fierce just got revived back up, had no other choice, could not administer that first aid, and eventually had to fall. And Team EXO, I mean, yes, a lot of people might wonder, this could have been their chicken dinner game. Somehow, those little bit of messy movements and not being, not doing your right sprays out there, they did have to bear with the brunt of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's going to be a lot of teams who have learned the lesson the hard way. But next map, again, is going to be a game changer as always. We have been telling that for the map of Sanok, but it looks like after seeing yesterday's Vikendi, we are able to see something new as the weather is going to go cold, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to witness the map of Vikendi for the first time in the, in the official tournament. We'll be able to bring such a big change. We have been speculating, we have been telling about the few changes in the map of Vikendi, especially the bizarre zone shift which keeps happening in the map of Vikendi. Anything else which stands out for you in the map of Vikendi?
Oh yes, it did, right? The first day we had Vikendi. It was a pretty even circle, nothing too fancy, nothing too, outrageous. But the second day, that's where we get to hit that whammy, right? A southern circle. A lot of the teams were so confused in what to do in certain situations. I think Team EXO, the compound that they were holding just below Volnova, right? That is where it was such hotly contested. Team Soul comes in, they get wiped out in a jiffy. Not just Team Soul, multiple teams tried to contest for it because everyone sort of knew that the zone somewhere down the line is just going to go away from Volnova, and that is where that compound became absolutely instrumental for EXO to really hold on. But enough of talk, as ladies and gentlemen, we head into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, where Arca is going to finally sit it out, and we're going to be having less of sensible talks as this big man XP is trying to do some magic with his words, apparently making those really dangerous gestures at me, and I'm kind of used to it. I'm conditioned to the fact that I'm not going to be intimidated by his height or his presence.
Of course you are, mate. Of course you're just kidding yourself right now. That's what you're doing, Fixes. Alright, this is just my thing.
Alright, so now this is where, we finally having teams from Group A come in, right? This is the first time it's A and C in Vikendi. And, I've been hearing rumors, right? We've been hearing rumors that Global Esports and Team Soul might share a drop collision.
I don't know about that because you're the one who actually is the gossip monger over here, and you're the one who actually starts them. So I wonder what his sources are. But yeah, we did kind of have a look at, of course, social media. Of course, it's ever present in our lives these days. But yeah, I mean, let's see if that is going to come to fructify because, again, you don't want to lose these fights. I mean, Vikendi is going to be an important map for a lot of these teams, especially since there's only one in a day, and the fact that not everyone is so well versed with the terrain, not everyone is comfortable with the rotations because practice makes perfect. It's going to be one game that anyone can come in and take it. But again, what's up with that little wry smile you have on your face right now, huh?
Because, I'm just kind of a little excited, right? Imagine.
It's your first Vikendi in the iQOO BMPS powered by Loco. And, well, of course, I took cues from you the other day. I put this on for just this map. You've got a nice little sweater going for yourself, and things are going to get chilly, but it's also going to be exciting. What do you expect now? You were talking with Arca just moments ago. The first day, it was but the second day was your Vikendi that, just throws everything out the window. And what do you expect today?
So one thing for sure that has been common in both the Vikendis, right? It goes till the 9th circle. 32 minutes plus of game. You tend to have those longer games, especially when it is the chilly weathers. But, we've seen a lot of different things. But today, I think I'm going to make some statements after I see that first circle.
Well, we're going to have to wait for that. But, of course, BGMI Crofton did bring this map in. So thank you for that. And, of course, a massive shout out to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means, well, you know what's coming up. Once again, a dragon is going to be slain. Let's have a look. Well, that is the iQOO Neo 6, and when you do have this device, you have the power to win, the power to slay any enemies, whether it be a dragon or whatever in front of you. And, well, I do believe, a few of our lucky viewers over here do stand a chance to win 3 iQOO Neo 6s every single day, and I'm pretty sure that is going to be popping up on our screens. And, well, all you have to do is head over to Amazon and...
Well, search for iQOO Neo 6. All you've got to press on is no more, and that is where you have to partake in the quiz. And it's pretty easy. We did tell you a hack. All you've got to take is a little bit of a screenshot if you're not good with numbers like me. And if you're lucky, like I said, you could have one of this.
Well, and then when you do get yourself an iQOO Neo 6, you want to start your journey on Loco. Now, of course, Loco is India's biggest game streaming platform where all your favorite BGMI players stream regularly. And, of course, we have exclusive tournaments just on Loco. But did you know that now you stand a chance to win some BGMI UC every single day and instantly on Loco? All you have to do is hit that link down below, participate in a little in-stream quiz, and who knows, you might be just walking away with all that flashy skins and equipment and gear. But again, you know, if that is enough, we are still giving away some BGMI merch.
I mean, it's so much. I think it feels like Christmas has come early, right?
I have my iQOO set up on the stream right now. I went and pressed the link. Who knows? Maybe I just might get something myself.
You know, we have it hardwired. It's not going to go to XP. It's going to go to all you viewers out there. But of course, the merch giveaway we've been talking about. There have been multiple teams getting chicken dinners today. We've not had a single consistency being shown yet. Just 2 games, pretty early to judge, right? But still, then keep supporting your favorite team. And if your team is the top team by the end of the evening, all you've got to do is head over to BGMI official esports channel. On that description, click on that link, fill it up, and you could be the lucky 10.
Well, you could be, but what is going to happen is you're going to feel extremely happy because I love the fact that dinosaur, the T-Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Rex in your face pretty much. And I did tell you, right, as a kid, I used to walk around like that big boy over there. And, well, we have a few smaller ones over here. I love the fact that, you know, we are looking at the Dino Park right now. And thank you so much for those beauty shots, production. But again, your first Vikendi, buddy.
Already feeling the chills, XP, because right now, like I said, the first fight, big one, Seoul versus Global Esports. Let's see if either of them kind of tends to back out a little bit. But I don't think, considering where these two teams really stand, right? We have Seoul sort of being on the top spot, and then Global Esports. You know, that is where things could really get a little messed up, you know, if they kind of engage in early around the center area. So that's something that we have to see. Maybe around Villa Ottawa, the fight could really emerge, or maybe around the Cosmodrome area. Then it is all gonna get answered as we can enter the Tundras.
Well, again, you know, I do believe as far as Team Seoul is, of course, concerned, and if I'm not wrong, they are going to be playing this game. Global Esports are going to be locking horns with them. Now, normally Global Esports, they love heading up to the north, and sometimes, you know, they come south of the Cosmodrome. But the last couple of times, what I've noticed is Team Seoul have headed down to the winery. And, you know, I wonder if we are going to see a similar circle like that we saw yesterday, which just finally shifted away from them. They tried to come in. Unfortunately, you know, fortune was not in their side. And also the way they hit that wall was just, well, it was all up in smoke real quick. But now, ladies and gentlemen, all speculations are going to be kept aside because we are going to be flying high about the frozen tundra down below. And, well, looking at things, we are going to be heading in a southeastern trajectory. Starting off at the Dobro Mesto, we're going to be going all the way to Kantra.
Oh, yeah. And this is where, you know, we're going to be privy to some early slow engagements, teams resorting to rotations. My only hope to see some early battles breaking out might just be thrown out of the window, as a lot of teams have taken a move up north. We can see Esports Wala WSF heading over to Krichas, and Hydra officials taking down to Dobro Mesto. Now, this is when we were talking about Hydra officials, I really feel, you know, they have overcome their ghosts of the past, right? Considering the first week, they were having so much trouble, right, adjusting to the lobby. And now it feels like it is all aligned for themselves. Maybe not Seoul, but it is Global Esports against Kinetic.
Well, let's see if they do have that kinetic energy following them, because for now they do have some potential going up against Global Esports. However, Ronnie is going to be coming in this time around, and they do have those weapons you need in close combat battles. Of course, I'm talking about the Uzi with that tremendous rate of fire. Now, Global Esports, they do have their weapons about them. They know that someone dropped by, and, well, Vilnar is going to be a little bit of a problem, but looks like Zol is going to be having drop clashes once again at the Vinery, going up against Hyderabad Hydras. And keep one thing in mind, last time around, it was a bit of a different story, but Omega, as he does rush in, he is going to be taken down. His backup is going to be right behind him, and now Max is going to face two people. He does take one down. Unfortunately, it is going to be Akshat who brings him down on his knees. Now, it is going to be a 2v2 situation. Ace Black going up against Hector. Hector is going to be brought down, and Soul, baby. Well, they are not looking good so far.
Oh yeah, pretty much rough for both these teams, right? Especially, but a little bit of a respite for Team Soul as they've managed to get two of their fallen players back alive. Now, this is where Hyderabad Hydras, I really want to see if they want to commit. And somewhere down the line, I really do not like this decision of going in for a drop clash, right? Eventually, because there is no particular winner. Even if you wipe out an entire squad, you've already taken some early losses.
You have indeed, and the thing is, you know, although this fight is taking place at the Vinery, the circle is just a wee bit to the north, and looks like Hyderabad Hydras are going to be on the back foot for now. Now, of course, they do have that little man disadvantage, which means they are going to have to pick and choose their battles. Either they, you know, back off completely out of the Vinery, head over to a few compounds which are scattered around to the west, maybe loot up a bit and live to fight another day. But boy, oh boy, I mean, they still have that little momentum carried forth from Miramar, because, you know, we were questioning them yesterday, Fixes. What happened to Hyderabad Hydras in week 2? Well, they came back strong on the third day. But as far as the circle goes, it is going to be pretty much, Villa is going to be the epicenter of all the action to come. But for now, Global Esports up against Kinetic.
Of course. Now, Knuckle, he's got the perfect position to hide, because Team Kinetic, they're just the neighbors, right? You've got KU on the flanks.
Not too friendly, though.
Not too friendly, definitely not. But this is where, you know, GE can really wait out the players of Kinetic. It all comes down to having patience, right? If you can show the right patience, if the right grenades are being flung over, because look at how they've got their flanks covered, right? The moment someone tries to step inside the compounds of where Knuckle is, right? That is where Manya is gonna just obliterate at least one or maybe two.
Now, this fight, well, the potential of a fight over here is going to be, you know, in the city of Movatra, but you got to keep in mind, you know, we did kind of see just glimpses of another team nearby in the form of Autobotz. Now, if shots are going to be fired, they are going to be, you know, just a little bit rattled and maybe a bit curious as to see what is going on, because they are spread out around these teams. But, you know, for now, they are a bit too far away. But Team Kinetic, the only issue that I do see over here is the fact that, you know, they aren't really spreading themselves far and wide, and that is something that Global Esports might take advantage of, because, again, it all depends on how much practice, how much experience, how many times you've been to the spot again and again to know every single nook and cranny. As we have a look at the circle, and Fixes just paint us a picture as to what the teams should do.
Now, what really strikes out for me is Team EXO. Look at them, right? It's so preposterous. One player taking over the entire villa. It's supposed to be a hot drop. Then you've got an entire other city, Towa, just being taken by Fist. Now, this is where, if you're talking about such a huge spread, ideally you would be wondering if Team EXO are going to be resorting to those healing battles, which we did see in the first day where Hydra Official got their first chicken. But this is where another argument really comes in. Can't Hyderabad Hydras or Team Soul bend down and go towards maybe Tovar or Castle and secure that spot to themselves?
You know, I'm going to come to that, but what does kind of surprise me is, fine, we have not one, not two, but 3 fiddlers on the roofs over here as far as Global Esports is concerned, but that also means, buddy, they aren't spending enough time looting. Have a look at that. Not a single helmet, a vest on either of them. We don't have first aids. We don't have any throwables, and that could be problematic if another team does decide to come in from behind. And, of course, it's always easier to spot something on the roof than in the house, as we have a look at Team INS. And, well, although they had a good start to the day, well, let's see what they bring in Vikendi.
You know, but then again, I'm really liking what Global Esports are doing, right? If you talk about
the angles,
if you talk about the natural instincts, this is one of those teams that never really shies away from a fight. And this time, however, they're defensive. They're not overextending, because they realize, right, we know how to take fights. All we've got to work upon is trying to get good positions.
Goes to show that they definitely are confident with their knowledge of Movatra.
Oh, of course. And this is where Team Kinetic Kinetic, they were looking a little loose, but they realized that it's better not to mess around. When we do not know where the players are hiding, this is what really happens when you try to take those urban warfares, right? There are multiple corners created, multiple angles, and if you do not take care of every single one of them, you could be in a whole world of trouble. But talking about things right now, Enigma Gaming has been a cause for concern for me, especially week 1 to week 2. They haven't really been up the boards.
Well, they haven't really done that. However, they still love taking fights, and looks like they do lose every once in a while. However, you know, they still don't have that delicious chicken to the name, which is still elusive as far as these boys are concerned. But let's see if they are going to do something different this time around. Now, they are pretty much in the center, in fact, just southeast of the city of Goroka. And for now, they do look to be content with what they have. Now, all these teams are going to be converging in towards the center sooner rather than later. And speaking of Team EXO, I think they realize, you know what, we've done our loot. I guess that was a little gamble that they took, right? They want to make sure that they have as many opportunities for all their favorite weapons, plenty of ammunition, plenty of medkits on them, as teams are now making a move. And, well, RTR on the prowl.
I'm surprised as to how on earth are they still not punished for making such movements. Right now, every time after the game, you do tend to have the map feed visible for everybody. 7C, it was inevitable, right? The way they'd been moving around, it was bound to be the fact that they are going to find someone. I think they got the better out of one of those players of Team Autobotz.
You know, it is the Tundra. I wonder if it's fox hunting season, because I do believe it might have been AV Fox who did go down, and well, the Hunters are going to be a bit happy with their little finish over here. However, Spray God, again, they are being careful. They are being a bit meticulous in their preparation as they do try to move forward, because you got to keep one thing in mind. This is Vikendi, and just like, I thought he might have spotted the IGL over there, but, you know, just like Sandhawk, the thing is, you can't really tell where the shots are coming from because, well, talking of splits, have a look at this. UP50 are going to have two of the members a bit far away from them. Not the best start to the day as we had hoped.
I mean, for UP50, like I said, right, especially that Miramar game, where they kind of came in and was really hoping that they kind of have that momentum steam rolling. And if they make mistakes like this, have their little Zima caught on the rocks, I don't know. But again, coming back to the Miramar fight, which pretty much, you know, when we were going to, you know, we were talking about it, they were making mistakes after mistakes. They get that one knock, and they realized that two of the other players are shooting back at them, and they did not really even respond, as FS could be in a little bit of a, you know, flirting situation with Team Enigma. One of their players already knocked out.
Well, they did fire a few shots. In fact, they were let loose with such velocity that Enigma had no idea what was happening. But now they know exactly where the gunfire is coming from, as they are going to be still holding on to their positions. In fact, have a look at Evo. He is trying to peek through one of the windows, in fact, one of the doorways, trying to ascertain the position of FS Esports. Now, FS Esports, they made a little bit of a commotion, right? And if you saw just at the base of Mount Kresnich, well, another team is going to be taking note. And wait a second, Enigma Eggy does get taken down. He had plenty of time to shoot. However, K47's accuracy was a bit more, well, accurate.
Another interesting prospect, right? When you talk about K47 from FS, one of those players who's made it to the fragger boards out there. And Team Enigma, this is where I would really want to see Eggy with a bolt action, right? It's a perfect map. Considering we had windows like this, you know, players were just peeking around, just showing their heads. It is hunting season for this lad.
Oh, it definitely is. But again, you know, he is a versatile player, and that is what you need in your marksman, because be it a DMR like the Mini 14 or one of them good old bolt action rifles, you know, he is going to do the job. But right now, Orva, he knows someone's nearby. He is going to be cooking a grenade. He does throw it. It might just be a bit too short unless it does bounce over. But as expected, just a wee bit short. And now GE are going to know that someone is dangerously close by. However, they have deployed some smokes, making sure they cover their little retreat. And again, if you had a look, the way GE are backing off, they are going to have that little higher ground, making sure they try and cover AJ as much. But again, the loss of meds, the thing was that, you know, we did bring this up earlier on. That might just be a little bit of an issue.
Starting to creep upon them, right? And, you know, global esports, this is not healthy vitals for them, especially at this particular situation.
No armor as well?
no armor, no helmets, nothing, nada. And seems like so much of patience has not really been working out well for them. But again, talking about how the circle has really shifted, a little bit down south, not something of a drastic one. We're going to have one maybe after the 4th or the 5th shift, where we have majority of the fights breaking out. And talking about fights, 7C are getting invaded.
In fact, this is one of the same places where Seoul did get wiped out in the blink of an eye yesterday, but now they're going to be taking the fight to 7C once again. Last time it was Savathar who did all the damage. I beg your pardon, it was Team EXO's Fizz who did all the damage. However, right now, 7C are going to be putting up one heck of a fight. Soul Omega is down on his knees. Keep in mind, boys and girls, they are a 3-man squad going up against them. It looks like the numbers are going to be evened out as Savathar is brought down. Soul with a grenade running inside the house as Goblin is going to be taken down, and well, he is going to be finished just as quickly as he hit the deck, which means now Soul Akshat is the last man standing. A grenade in your hand is probably not the best idea when someone is rushing up those staircases, and just like that, 7C Esports have eliminated Team Soul.
Now this is where it kind of comes down to haunt you, right? Especially when you know you're a 3-man squad and pushing after 7C without even getting a single knock. And look at how...
Same thing?
Yeah, it's the same thing. The same old thing that won Miramar fight against UP50. Again, the reminiscence of it, not really caring about the world, just going in for the pushes. It's completely understandable that Team Soul, they have solidified and cemented their place in the top 16. They're looking for the grand finals. That is where maybe they have the decision-making corrected.
You know, just to add to the Team Soul point, now, of course, we did call them a new breed of players, right? Aggressive. Yeah. The Soul of the good old days, well, they had compound pushing down to a point. However, it looks like this little playstyle doesn't complement them as well because, again, until or unless you don't get a knock, until or unless you don't know the position of the enemy's house that you are trying to breach, well, it could be a bit problematic. But for now,
yeah,
Enigma Gaming, a 3-man squad that did lose Eggy earlier on, and I do believe you have a point that you just spotted.
Of course, I mean, at this particular moment, there were so many areas that they could have gone for, right? They could have taken over Abbey. There was no reason whatsoever to go for such an objective fight like that. Now, this comes down to what's going on in the minds of Omega. Does he want to condition his player to take all those fights and deal with the worst of situations and be prepared for it? Because he's going to encounter more of them in the finals. But then again, them resorting to such measures, there was no flanks, every player just tunneling themselves, just funneling in one direction. They had to pay such a hefty price.
They did indeed, and you know, just in their defense, one thought maybe did cross my mind. Maybe they wanted to redeem themselves from what happened yesterday, but unfortunately, again, as you mentioned, maybe chuck in a couple of grenades, maybe light the house on fire before you push in, because teams that do push in, well, you are going to be shot at, as RTR are going to be experiencing right now. But as far as the circle goes, it might just come a little bit to the southwest. Let's see if that is going to be the case. I want to see some action down in Dino Park, but I don't think they're going to be walking with the dinosaurs just yet, or maybe we might in the next few circles. But for now, it does look like Team INS are in the center of all the action to come.
Now, this is where I really feel that global esports need to start retreating a little bit, get over towards Movatra, get some utility for themselves to work around, because the next shift, it's going to be a hard one, right? And that is where, you know, majority of the teams just lurking around the edges, they will be prying for the center. And INS, we know they've been the loose cannons in this entire tournament, but Hydra official, the team that has improved by eons this time around, well, they have their eye set at the players of Retribution RTR.
They do have the eyes set out, but what kind of did just catch my eye was, because we have the minimap for ourselves, you know, a few teams coming in, Team Hyderabad Hydras, the other Hydras in the thing. So what they did was, instead of coming in from the Vinery, heading towards the Abbey and possibly Dino Park, they went all the way along the western coast of the map over here, and in fact they are going to be coming in north of Movatra, where, keep in mind, that was where we last saw Kinetic and GE, as shots are going to be fired. RTR Chon has got to be careful because, well, he might not see the enemy, but keep in mind, Hydra Legend definitely knows where he is. And speaking of that, through the window and the doorway. He does take a few shots to his back.
Now this has been sort of a trademark with Hyderabad Hydras, like you said, right? Considering the fact that even in the game of Miramar, they went up north, then instantly go down south, and we have seen them doing a couple of times.
Interesting thing, we might just be switching over to a fight breaking now between Autobotz and 7C. Now have a look at this, Fixes. Sarang is all by his lonesome in the vicinity while his teammates are still down south near Dino Park, which means there is a potential for them to come in, and there you have it. They are going to be coming in strong. Mr. IGL might just get up. He might just let loose a few shots. Well, he does leave the teams to go by, and they are going to surround him. Oh, a little bit of a mistake, and Aladdin's Genie was not helping him out this time around as he does go flying out the window. Ladies and gentlemen, please wear your seatbelts next time when you are driving, and it looks like another mistake could have been made over here. Mr. IGL does shoot, unfortunately being the last man standing. Spray guard sprays him, or rather pumps him full of lead.
You know, another bad game for the Autobots, but again, 7C, Aladdin, all I could do,
He went flying.
he literally went flying. The moment he stops, he needs to apply that brake before he gets down. But UP50, now this is a very important game for them. Now, if they collapse right now, they're going to lose all that momentum that they built up yesterday.
Now, you know, speaking of collapsing, they of course heard the commotion just a little bit of a distance far away, and well, that they kind of has an idea where the enemy is. But look at that, they are trying to check all their angles. And wait a second, I think a few shots might have been exchanged between UP50 and 7C Esports. But for now, not the right, probably the weapon for that range over there. I mean, I do believe that is where that OK came in, because that was optimistic.
It felt like he was shooting peas, not bullets. You know, the way
It is like a BB gun, isn't it?
Indeed, you know, what do you call them? The Legos, or was it a Nerf gun?
Well, yeah, I suppose. But let's see. Come on, please go down south. Let's go walk away with the dinosaurs again. If you haven't watched this show on BBC, you should check it out. It is amazing. But right now, the circle is going to shift, and maybe, just maybe, we might see a few more T-Rexes, we might see a few more Stegosauruses, and well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because for now, teams are going to have to move, and well, who do you think is in the best spot so far?
I think Global Esports, they're making some tough choices, right? Again, a 2-1 split for the players. Now, this is where Team EXO might just come into action. This is where we might see that fight breaking down. We were talking about objective fights, and EXO, it is the perfect time for them to strike. But UP50, they've been holding on to the center for so long. Finally, the circle shifts away from them. Now they also have some work cut out for them.
Well, they absolutely do, but it looks like GOG might have their work cut out, as they are going to come under heavy fire courtesy FS Esports, as MJ was brought down to his knees, and it looks like he was finished in a flurry of bullets. But again, another fight breaking now. GOG going up against our Esports, as Rockstar is going to try and make another finish. Well, come to his name, and oh, that was a beautiful spray and pray over there. Of course, a little drive-by, so to speak, as they do lose a couple of the members, and it looks like from the other end, it's going to be Enigma who come in and put that final nail in the coffin, which means for now, our Esports, well, the work is not done. They have INS in front of them. Oh, in fact, they were getting shot at by the team. Nope, it's going to be FS Esports, who now are going to be feeling the wrath of Enigma Rex.
You know, this is where I really keep on harping about the timings of the rotation. It was completely off for GOG. They had to pay the price for that, as Team Enigma and FS just got the better out of them, even the players of RE. As right now, FS, a little bit of a situation out there. One of their players knocked out. Not a cause of concern, though, because the revivals are anyways going to come in.
The distance is a bit too much over here, because, you know, you don't expect them to be rushing in. However, the thing is, if you were out in the open, it would be a different story altogether. GE Mania opening up on EXO Sensei, because, again, the two big boys are going to be locking horns. But for now, Evo and the boys just want to make sure they keep FS Esports at bay, and keeping at bay. K47, again, one of the leaders on our finish graph, is going to come under fire, but for now, those bullets are just going to be tickling him.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, at this point, we're still awaiting that little radical shift, right? FS, RE, they're just getting knocks, but no real commitments from either of these sides, because they know Team Enigma is in a promising spot. But mind you, XP, Team INS have their eyes set right on them. Any little bit of a movement over there, they're going to be in a whole world of trouble. And this is what we were talking about. This is where Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to start moving in. They've been playing from the edges. Now, considering they have a little little bit of a lack of players alive. They really can't go contest for the center, but INS, they are pretty much thanking their stars.
Oh, absolutely. They have the high ground. There is a mountain over there. They do have compounds for cover. And look at the way they're spread out, right? Every single man knows his job and is going to be keeping a strict vigil in his direction. Now, of course, we do see a few teams moving in. EXO, they are going to have to pick a little bit of a gamble, right? Because we did see an exchange breakout with GE, which was to their right. And, well, teams are going to be coming in a little bit hard from the south, especially as far as Hyderabad Hydras go. Team Kinetic goes. 7C Esports are going to be coming in as well. Now, what's going to happen here is, of course, I want you to paint the picture, but all these teams, Global Esports, XA, they might be caught between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, they certainly can. Now, what I'm really excited to know about is what the point of entry for teams like Kinetic and 7C Esports is going to be, considering majority of the areas are already jam-packed up. There's only single route from the western side, but there's no solid cover XP. Now, this is where, 7C, they've got to make those hard decisions. This is where they have to engage in a perfect fight. Now you're catching up.
Oh, am I catching up? I thought we thought alike here, mate, but I like that little dig you just took at me. But of course, that's why I love you fixes. But now HH Carry is the one who is going to be facing the brunt of Savatar's G36. Again, one of the best sounding weapons in my opinion. And now he might just run out of bullets. And there you have the reload. It's going to come in. 40 rounds to lay down range once again. Ooh, that is going to be problematic. The question is, the blue A is going to be chipping away at his HP. And, well, Ace Black just did a little bit of an oopsie elsewhere as he knocked himself out, which means, well, Carry is going to have to carry his team on his shoulder. But the question is, for how much longer? As 7C are going to be opening up on Kinetic Esports, who did try and sneak in behind Team EXO. However, EXO, they have Guardian Angels in the form of 7C Esports.
Now, this is where I really feel 7C have done the heavy part, right? They know that particular area that is just around the edges, they can contest for it. As Team Kinetic, they're on a lookout to run from the situation, but Sarang needs to be very wary of the fact that Team EXO, they're keeping a watch on all the movements being happening over there, as Aladdin somehow gets inside the circle, still playing around the peripheries, as the moment of truth is going to come in front of us, but Carry gives his soul away to the play zone.
Well, he has given it away, and the winners of the last game, they are going to be bidding us adieu pretty early in the 12th position. In fact, and now 7C, they're going to have their work cut out because they need to push in. In fact, they are going to have a few options. UP50 coming in from their right flank might just be a bit of a pickle that they do need to deal with as soon as possible. Aditya might just be spotted, just that little bush giving him an semblance of cover. They do have that wall, but again, they need to move in. Now, we were talking about INS's position. I'm going to come to that in a second. Now, 7C Esports, buddy, they do have a few vehicles. However, they do need to make it to the circle. At one end, you have UP50. At the other, you have Team EXO.
UP50, man, again, bad decision making. They know that 7C was right beside them. All they could have gone was taken the first floor and could have at least knocked out a player or two, because all of them, look at them, they're so much out in the open. Now, this is where having one of their players knocked out is absolutely going to ruin the time of entry inside the circle, considering EXO are making a really quick work of this particular situation.
They are indeed, and of course, Sensei himself is the man who does go forth all by his lonesome, making sure he finds a nice little niche for his players to come and join him soon enough, which means Team EXO again have eyes, have a good 360 vigil all around them, and well, I do feel a little wary about 7C. On the elsewhere, we do have Enigma racking up a few finishes for themselves. In fact, not just the finish right now, they did manage to knock Canary, or was it Jadu, off his feet, which means our esports are going to have a little bit of an issue. Elsewhere, GE Knuckle again, we did kind of see that, these boys weren't well prepared. Maybe what they're waiting for is, knock out and finish the enemies and then loot their crates. But for now, Enigma, they know they have to make it. It's not going to be a long journey for them, but K47 does come under fire. Wait a second, Billion. What were you shooting at, mate? Because the enemy just walked right past your crosshair.
But right now, we've got to fight amidst this. Finally, 7C making that big $1 million move. EXO again, 7C. This is the fight that we were looking out for, as one of the players has already been taken down, but the trades are here, XP.
The trades are here, and once again, Team EXO are going to be lined up this time. Aladdin does have the genie in the bottle because he does manage to take one out before he gets into cover for himself. Now, it is going to be a 2v2 situation. Aladdin is going to patch himself up, and Fess was thinking of a little little bit of a grenade barrage over there, but now Sensei is going to let his bullets do the talking as Aladdin is going to be brought down as well, which means Sarang is now left all by his lonesome. Grenades are going to go boom. Sensei is going to be going in the building. In fact, I do believe he has an idea the grenade needs to be shifted out. Wait, he's going for a first aid. He's going for a first aid, and Sarang's grenade, in fact, is going to be working out. He is going to make sure he finishes what he started, and now it is going to be a fierce battle. Sarang up against Exo Fierce. He doesn't want to go for the finish. Unfortunately, from afar, it's the little canary singing the song of death. Who's going to make sure 7C Esports are sent packing? And well, Fierce, are you going to get that first aid in time? We're going to have to wait and find out, because Enigma's Evo is challenging Hydra's position. And have a look at Brilliant. Keep in mind, he is one of the only few members standing away for his team, as he is going to make sure he gets back to his teammates again. What a wonderful chase over here. Wait a second. He's going to be spotted out, and now Enigma Avi, this guy is going absolutely ballistic here, but Brilliant knows his position. He comes out, and that is all she wrote for Enigma Gaming. Oh my goodness, what a conundrum, what a kerfuffle.
Oh, Tsunaki everywhere throughout the lobby. It's absolute pandemonium going around over here. I have no freaking idea. Team Hydra comes in, Enigma was at the backlines. INS, they're making a run for it. We're out of here. We're not going to be engaging in the situation, but look at the confidence being exuded by the players of Team Hydra officials, right? This time not making those tiny little mistakes, entering when the time is right, making all those right moves. They certainly have worked a lot upon it. But now, taking a look at the circle, RTR Retribution could be their second consecutive good game in Vikendi. The first day, you remember, made it till the end, but so were the players of Team Hydra.
Absolutely, and speaking of the players of Team Hydra, they might be just making a move. In fact, they are itching to get into FS Esports' position, because they are at the edge of the circle. They do have some semblance of cover in the form of all that concrete over there, but again, we know one good grenade coming in from one of those open windows, well, could spell trouble. INS, on the other hand, they did have a few knocks, but now they are going to be back up on their feet, and Fierce, the last man standing for Team EXO, could be in a little bit of bother. Ooh, I thought he might have spotted them. Well, he definitely has them, because now our Esports, they are going to be rushing in onto their position. And, well, let's have a look and see what the Canary is going to do, because he does have a grenade, and I do believe it might just be flung. However, he doesn't know where to throw it.
Exactly, and a beautiful crossfire situation created by the players of INS. Now RE, the numbers are definitely not there. Joker comes in with his FG3. Does he spot anyone down? Takes a shot at his own teammate, but eventually the crossfire really working out for RE, but not for too long.
But keep one thing in mind, Jalu is not over here. Have a look at him in the blue. He might just be going for a little bit of a heal battle over there, as the Canary is going to be finished, and well, she has definitely chirped her loss. But now, ooh, Fierce is going to go in for a little bit of a heal battle as well as far as Jadu, but we're going to focus on the action on our screens. INS making sure they patch themselves up, as again, they are still a full-man squad. Elsewhere, Explicit trying to make sure he capitalizes on a couple of finishes for her team. Well, for his team, the first one. In fact, but Chonu knows it. He knows someone shot me from that direction. And in fact, the moment he does show a little bit of himself, well, this is what Explicit has been waiting for. Oh my goodness, Boswell being caught in the open. And well, there you have it. His wish has been granted. Explicit does get one finish, and now he makes it two.
Of course, now FS Esports, again, one of those teams that really try to contest for a good position before letting themselves lose, is now Hydra official. They have their eyes set at the players of FS. Jackson somehow trying to move in. There has been a cover fire being provided by Legend and Dynamite, as he's finding that perfect window to lob a few grenades. Now, the big question is, when do they get that breakthrough?
Oh, well, I don't know about that, because I think they kind of might think that, you know, someone is nearby just outside their building, which actually is a good idea. Fair somehow, against all odds, does make it to the circle, but no, the circle just before he takes its final step is going to say, I'm going to take you with me. But now FS Esports, their position is going to be contested by Hydra official. One of them has been brought down, and now they go in full force. They jump, they shoot, they connect, and down goes K47. And well, take it easy, boys. You got your man, but no, they want to make a statement over here, and now once again, quick succession, they heard moving down below. A grenade is going to be going in. Joker might just be taken down off his feet. In fact, it is going to be beautiful. And there you have it, the follow-up grenade coming in, which could catch Crazy Soul if he's not too careful. Unfortunately, this one landed outside the building.
This is so much worse for Team INS. They're outside the circle. They have to somehow get in. And Dynamite is in the perfect position to catch them off guard. Crazy Soul, of course, building out a trail of smoke. That's not going to work out. Eventually, now they are out to pick a fight against Team RTR Retribution.
Well, RTR and, of course, another one on the side. Hydra official. They do lose one member, but Shane goes down. But from inside, Billion with his UMP is going to try and make sure he thwarts that attack. But now, the enemies, they are coming in. In fact, mollies are being thrown. He knows what's happening. He goes both. And in fact, he's going to get yet another one. That is a double knock coming in for Billion. And before he goes up these stairs, he's going to make sure he finishes what they started. Now, it is going to be a one-man Team INS, because keep in mind, Shane is still down on his knees, but he must be given information. Hey, buddy, we have a member of Hydra Legend over here, but the position is going to be a precarious one. There is a window, but Hydra Dynamite does not know where to throw it. And this time around, Billion is still going to be safe. Now, the question is, does he go in and finish Legend? Well, looks like he is going to do that, but Legend might have just given him the information, throw your grenade on me, because that is where the revive is taking place.
But still, he's making that. He is doing it. But the 8 circle starts closing in. Indeed, it's the 9 that has begun, and it's the final one. Retribution, RTR, Craniacs, and Coops, 2 of their players alive. But look at Dynamite just hiding behind that little tree over there, and he wants to create that flank. If he can spot out Coops and Craniacs, they're both going down.
Oh, they both are going to go down, but let's see, Billion. He is going to throw a grenade. In fact, let's see where the shrapnel is going to be spreading around. But looks like Hydra Dynamite's position, of course, hasn't been given away, but it is pretty obvious where they are, as INS are going to lose. Mount member Coops is going to be taking a few shots. INS, in fact, what? It's going to be taken out. It is going to be a 2-on-1 situation. A grenade is going to be flung right at Craniacs' position. He saw him. The grenade goes boom. He switches to his weapon. Maybe not the right choice over there, but there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for redemption, because Retribution, RTR, they came so close once before, but now they walk away the winners here in Vikendi.
Indeed, as ladies and gentlemen, we do transition into the post-match segment powered by Loco. There you can see the smiling faces. Finally, Retribution RTR missing out on the first Vikendi chicken dinner will not be denied their second one this time. However, the situation was pretty much same, right? We had the same set of teams. Hydra official making it so ever close.
Absolutely, they won the game in the last Vikendi on day 2. Now they end up in the second position with a decent number of finishes for themselves. But boy, oh boy, what a fight put up by RTR. 12 finish points for themselves. Team INS as well. You know, normally we see one thing. Either they keep, they either get the finish points or the placement points. Now it's a combination of both. They were on the bottom. They have made it to the second page. And, well, let's see if their fortunes are going to keep rising along with the overall standings.
Look at 7Z Esports. 11 finishes to their name and just 1 position point. Now, this is where we can say that, this is one of those teams that never is going to be intimidated from any of those teams out there, right? What they really need to do is head over to a little bit of global esports, what they're trying to do, go for the position points and get your job done.
Well, now let's see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP, and have a look at that face. That is determination on display, because Coops, Blind Coops, in fact, from Retribution, is going to be walking away as the iQOO MVP. 6 finishes, 830 points of damage. But the question is, who is going to be joining him? I believe his teammates might be there in the top 5 leaderboards.
But seems like, a few players from 7C, Spray God, Saran, we've been talking about the consistency. And Rex, he's been the only player from Team Enigma who's really been performing. And Canary, we could see, a few clutches trying to be pulled off of there, succeeded on a few of those occasions. But what really stood out for me in this game was Retribution RTR's positioning, right? When all these teams had perfect covers, few, buildings to hold on to, they were right out in the open in the snow. And despite all that wintry weather, they still managed to survive.
Well, like a pack of wolves, they were howling.
Yeah.
And, they were patient. They saw that the prey was struggling, and they moved in at the right time. But have a look at that. A maximum record is going to be set as far as healing goes in the map of Vikendi. 10,083 points, largely thanks to Fierce. And, of course, the man with magic in his fingers, R.E. Jadu, who, if you remember, were having a little bit of a heal-off for those position points. But now we've had a look at a few facts and figures. Let's have a look at the finish to damage graph.
And this is where, we've been talking about 7C being in a thick and thin of action right from the very start. One of the first ones was, of course, that fight against Team Soul, where I really did not understand why they had to challenge 7C, considering the form that they are in. But look at the numbers on Enigma, right? 1900 points of damage in just 3 finishes. to their name. So really need to work up on the conviction ratio. And if they can have it fixed, I'm pretty sure Enigma has good days to come.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it is going to be, well, it is what it is. But now, let's have a look and see if there's any change in the overall standings. Because, well, that is what's going to be popping up on our screens. And as of right now, things are going to be pretty much static. However, we have a little switcheroo in the 4th and 5th position as Hydra, although they have the equal number of points with Nigma Galaxy, keep in mind, we are going to give precedence to the position points this time around.
Oh, of course, and you know, we've been having few changes even in the MVP algorithms, and this is nothing new. But what I was really thinking that maybe today's day would be about Team EXO trying to contest for that second spot, since Seoul has been on a little bit of a slump, right? But on the contrary, it was Hydra official who are now challenging for the 3rd spot.
You know, you and I both thought the Team EXO were in a good position, even in the last few circles. What went wrong for them?
I mean, again, the kind of fights that they engaged in, the one against 7C, right? They come in, they were being shot from multiple directions, and always resorting to that one contingency plan where you had a lot of spread around, everyone was trying to get their loot done, which was eventually going to be panning down to a healing battle, and that is where Fierce really engaged in.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as we do have a look at the second page, well, we did see that 7C Esports, they came out swinging this game, although they just got that one position point, but it is going to propel them to the 9th spot, which means, well, the big brothers, they're going to have to fall down to the 11th. Now, Team INS, again, we saw them at the 16th when I left the stage. Now they're going to be climbing up slowly but steadily at the 14th, just one behind Blind Esports.
Team INS had been blessed by the circle right from the very start, right? They were right at the center. We witnessed a lot of even shift, and they really capitalized on this, and getting one of those airdrops. We had Joker on that MG3, that brown ghillie suit, which did not really make a lot of difference though. But again, coming down to the last page, XP, UP50, they were playing around the edges. They had few knocks out here and there, but there was a stark possibility that they could have really gone for the players of 7C had they taken over the roofs, and their decision making kind of lacking, and that is where it is all going to come to haunt down them towards the very end.
A team whose decision making was not lacking was, of course, Retribution RTR, because they did get that chicken dinner, and we saw them languishing even in the 22nd, 23rd position once upon a time. But now they are climbing again, slow and steady, to the 18th spot in the overall rankings. Chances are by the end of this day, they might just be in the top 16, but we are going to have to wait and find out. Now, the next game is going to be in Erangel, but of course, you know, we are going to have a look at it, maybe a few highlights popping up on our screens, then there will be a break. But again, you know, this was your first Vikendi that you casted in the iQOO BMPS. What are your thoughts, and what did you take away from this game?
Now, first of all, we would have to talk about the first fight that we did witness at Winery, right? Hyderabad, Hydras, and Team Seoul. There were so many areas that they could have taken, but still them not really resorting to it puts question on their egos.
Ooh, about egos and all, hey? Well, of course, you can't really have egos because this is a massive tournament. And speaking of tournaments, none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton and, of course, our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. Let's have another look at what they have to say. Slay the beast.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, watch, stream, play, repeat is what Loco tells you to do. And of course, you know, you want to get onto that platform. You want to make a name for yourselves. But again, how do you do that? How do you do that?
All you've got to do is head over to Amazon and there onwards search for iQOO Neo 6. Press on the No More button, participate in that quiz, and well, if you are lucky, you definitely are gonna be having a good-looking phone right at your hands. And I tend to fumble when it comes to describing this beauty in front of my hands, and well.
I think either I'm going to do one of two things. Either I'm going to get classically trained in dancing because, I have a little bit of flair, or become a hand model because have a look at this. But, again, it is just amazing. Now, once you do grab yourselves an iQOO Neo 6, you got to head over to Loco, India's largest game streaming platform, where all your favorite BGMI players are streaming exclusively, and also the biggest tournaments in the country are exclusively streamed on Loco. But did you know you can now win BGMI UC every single day? Fixes, how does one do that?
Well, I mean, all you've got to do is download Get Loco on your phones, and then you've got to head over to the BGMI official channels in Loco, where all these matches are being streamed. Now, if you're watching all these games closely, then you're going to be answering the questions, or else you could just watch the English test, because we give you the proper insight.
Well, speaking of proper insights, buddy, break this up. Seoul going up against Hyderabad Hydras, almost getting, knocked out early, but they managed to have a little bit of hope on their side.
They did, though. But, I mean, honestly, considering this fight was taken, there was no particular winner to this fight, right? There was no definitive victor in this one, because heck, to look at him, he was way off. Hyderabad Hydras this time, they knew they had the numbers, they could get their players back up. But they lost 2, Seoul lost 1. Eventually, then they ended up taking a fight against 7C. But
this
7C,
reflex.
oh, this reflex. Now, this is where, I would have loved to see a bolt action on K47. The precision. 2 shots, 2 heads, kaboom.
All right, again, Seoul, taking the fight to 7C Esports. We did see them make a little bit of fumble in this compound last time, and this time, once again, they just came in pretty much one by one, giving themselves to 7C. And Akshat, again, you don't want to have a grenade that early and cook it for so long. Maybe have a weapon in your hands.
And it's not just about the grenades, XP. It's about the little spread, right? It's just pushing from one direction. 7C was so well prepared. So all you're going to do is, throw a few more counter grenades at their direction. And that is where, the knocks did come in. Goblin, however, got the trade. But again, back to his natural instincts. Never looks left or right.
Now, about looking left or right, one team was looking left, right, and center. Ace flag, that is gonna hurt. But, Global Esports, buddy, right at the beginning at Movatra, right? They weren't looting, they were just on the rooftops. What do you think was going on in their mind at that time?
I think this had to do with how the flight path trajectory was, right? Now, ideally, you talk about Global Esports, they're supposed to head over to its Cosmodrome.
There you go.
And heading over to its Movatra, this was a fight that they did not really think that they would pick up. But look at 7C, waiting for the perfect time to strike. Now, Sarang's position is so instrumental, right? Anybody trying to stop any of their players from pushing in, he is always present to provide that cover fire.
And you did mention something right at the beginning of this game, the way EXO was spread out. Now they had the castle under the control, they had the villa under the control, and a couple of other compounds. Even Torva. I have a question which you kind of did pose at me. Is anyone going to take advantage? And if they decide to do so, how do they go about it?
Teams need to start doing that, right? Because you're talking about a 1-1-2 spread over there for Team EXO. Just pick up Castle or maybe Tova, try to go after the players, or maybe towards Villa, right? That's one of those hot drops. Have 4 of your players dropping on that one poor player who's out there to loot, and catch EXO right off the guards, because that is some really, really gutsy plays that they're making, right? And still going unpunished, I do not know if that's forgivable.
Speaking about almost being caught off guard, INS again. Oh my goodness, that was a massive grenade. And have a look at the beautiful animation. All that snow being flung in every which direction. Let me tell you one thing. BGMI have definitely done their homework. And again, another push coming in. This is where INS just went crazy with that big bad MG3. In fact, he was shooting his teammates as well. Lucky there isn't any friendly fire just yet.
I would love to see that being added in the foreseeable future, right? But FS Esports, now they kind of had that similar gameplay as to what Retribution RTR were really up to, right? Both these teams did not have any solid cover just behind those trees. But what really stood out for me was how well spread out they were, right? Now, they even had the insurance policies. They had few of the players even in the outside. Let's say talk about RE. Now, where they resorted for that little bit of a healing battle as well, Jadu. as a matter of fact. But again, now Retribution RTR being ever so patient, let the fight between INS and Hydra to break down a little bit, disengage from that situation. Shane did manage to get his teammate, in fact, Billion did manage to get his teammate back up alive, but Dynamite did try to pull off those big plays, but it was the numbers that really did not come handy.
And over here as well, Billion making sure he got a couple of the members of RTR who were in the house who didn't have enough time to, back off like we did see the remaining members do. Now over here, Craniacs and Coops, they waited for the right moment. As far as Shane jumps in, he moves out into the line of fire, and well, that was going to be history for Team INS as well. The last member was taken down. Now Dynamite over here as well, if he just had his weapon out at this point, a couple of shots in Craniacs' cranium would have done the job, and maybe assert your attention back to the left and lay down some lead in that direction. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, ifs, buts and maybes. That's what we do. That's our job, innit? We are going to be speculating over here, but a well-deserved victory for Retribution RTR.
Yeah, this is really nothing to scoff at, considering, Hydra, for what they've been doing from the past couple of days. I've been loving every single movement. I've been loving every single decision that they've been making. Now, talking about the problems in the past, right? They always try to play around the edges, and the only mistakes that they were making was the timings. They kind of engaged in battles before entering inside the circle, which is where the teams guarding the zones used to get the better out of them. Now, this time they figured out when to really strike. Wait for two teams to fight it out. That is when you make a move. Try to get a third party done. Try to take over the compound. And now, getting few good games, the confidence is instilled inside of these players, right? They know that they have to engage in fights. Every single player is doing their jobs. And yes, that is really paying off.
Of course, it is paying off. But again, I did want to say something, and I just completely lost my chain of thought, because I guess we might just need a little bit of a break in due time. Of course, this is the midway point on Day 3, League Week 2. But again, lovely gameplay coming in, and, I love how we just speculate about, and I'm pretty sure, a lot of people must be questioning, hey, what do you guys know? I guess we have a few things up our sleeves, and Fixes, calm down, buddy. Calm down. Don't get angry.
Two ex-professional players.
I know. Ooh, were you one, though?
Yes, I was. Never made it to land though, but again, I did I did have my fair share of laughs. Just taking down a team called Voodoo Labs.
The good old days, and I can't say what I really want to say right now on camera, but maybe I could gesture at him later on. And I love the fact that he gave that glare of the. You got to teach me how to do that, because I'm not an angry person as such, which you might just laugh at right now. I get it. I'm like a gentle giant.
It's that liquid courage though.
Oh, well, everyone, after Liquid Courage, the world is pretty much at your feet. But, coming back to the thing, it was an amazing map in Vikendi. We do tend to get carried away every once in a while. And boy, oh boy, I like the fact that, we saw a different kind of a circle today. We did have, buildings in play. And I still like the way RTR, as you mentioned, the fight was going on in the house. A couple of the members were caught inside the building. They had no escape. However, the other two remaining outside, they were like, you know what, buddy, let's just back off. Let them fight, because they do have to come this way.
This is where the maturity really strikes in for these teams, right? Knowing when to disengage, when to reorient, when to reposition properly in those fights. Now, a little bit of a breather gives them so much time to think around, right? Let these two teams fight it out. Let the scramble happen, and whatever is left, we're going to be going in for scavenging out. But this map of Vikendi was such a breath of fresh air inside this entire grand scheme of things, right? Especially when you're talking about two variations which we're clearly seeing. One is that very even shift of the circle, nothing too fancy, nothing too ordinary, and just when you find yourselves kind of settling in, that is where the thunder strikes over here. That is where you get another game of Vikendi where the circle completely goes oompus loompus and just kind of caught a ride. Like, what are we going to do right now?
And I guess that was the thing that was on Team EXO's minds, because everything was going in their favor. But then suddenly, the circle shifts north, like you said, one of those hard drastic shifts. And they had 7C at one end and Global at the other, and INS right in front of them. And then, of course, our Esports was on this end, and there was another team over here, basically surrounded. And boy, oh boy, are we rambling on here, buddy. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a quick little break. It's going to be about 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So we'll be back with Erangel. How small was it? How small was the break? This small? It is going to be a small wall. We'll see you on the other side of this. Be here. Stay tuned.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout ride hai yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile Pro Series powered by Loco. My name is Angad Singh Chehal. I go by XP, and with me we have Arun Sagar, but you know him better as the sun, or the Sanskrit word for it, Arka. Now let me tell you one thing, it's a pleasure having you back, but somehow this time around Fixes wasn't as annoying as he usually is.
You're starting to enjoy the game, right? More than both of you getting on each other's nerves, you guys have started to enjoy the game. And it's not like you were not, but we could, see that thing that, both of you have this thing for one another. Like, I've seen that very less.
Since a very, very long time.
Yeah, since a very long time. So, yeah, but good one. I did enjoy the game as well. Unexpected times is where, we can expect the unexpected is what they say, right? So,
absolutely.
RTR out of nowhere getting that winner chicken dinner. We were expecting that when we spoke in the beginning.
Well, what you can expect now is the pre-game segment powered by Loco to pop up on your screens because, well, the matchup is going to be there. And again, Group A is going to take on Group C.
Oh, this is where I would want to see the redemption, every single time we have been speaking about redemption is where, this time it's going to be A and C coming up. And the last time these two teams met was very, very nearby. That is in the map of Vikendi. So somewhere I feel that, it's important for few teams, something like GOG, to actually bounce back because this is the last time, the last match they have to do so.
Well, the thing is, the next game, of course, is going to be on the map of Erangel, which means, they are going to be, kind of familiar with all the situations. And let's see if they do make a little bit of a comeback. But again, I want to see what happens with Global Esports. You had a look at the last game. Know, Movatra, they were chilling on top of the rooftops, which again kind of gave me the sense that A, they knew that enemy were abound. Of course, that's for granted. B, they knew the city inside out because they must have been there a long time because the way they were holding different angles was pretty phenomenal. But they expected Team Kinetic to, kind of push towards them, and they never did, as a result of which, they had to play passively since they didn't have any HP, well, not HP, they didn't have any health products, nothing of that, no armor, no helmets, and barely any ammunition.
I think they're becoming a little overconfident, right? Their offense have been working out perfectly every now and then. We're able to see that, early fights, the early skirmish which they take with minimum resources for themselves, they're able to capitalize on that. And somewhere I felt that here also, they felt that they can capitalize on the minimum of what they have, and that kind of backfired for them.
And of course, all these teams right now can capitalize on good performances because after all, there's so much money on the line, which of course is largely thanks to BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. So once again, I know you guys are going to get sick of me saying this. Let's have a look at the video. Slay the Dragon. After he does plunge those sabers right into the dragon, of course it freezes. I wonder if somebody goes and just goes ting and it just comes crumbling down. I wish we could see that as well. But of course, if you want to grab yourselves one of the iQOO Neo 6s, all you have to do is head over to Amazon and, well, Arka, you do this best.
Yeah, this is what you guys have to do. Get into Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, and once you're done with that, you can see a small label below says no more. Click on that no more, and after which you're going to have an opportunity to answer 5 different questions about the mobile itself, like about the specs of the mobile. If you answer them all correct, then it'll ask your name, your email address, and your phone number. You're going to fill on all these 3 things, and then click on notify me, and just wait that your answers are correct, but at the same time you have an opportunity to get this mobile in your hand.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case because again, it looks like we might have a little bit of a switcheroo coming in this time around as Surya OG from GOG, the team we were talking about, is coming in, and whoa, their leader is going to take a step back. Now, this is what's amazing, right? You got to know when things are working out in your favor or not. And, well, talking about things in your favor, this was the teams. There's something coming up which you all would be interested in because, of course, like we said earlier, a lot of BGMI merch is going to be dished out. Well, it is going to be given to all you lovely viewers out there. And, of course, I'm talking about that nice little T-shirt and that bottle or sipper, depending on what you want to call it. But, again, How do we go about that? I mean, we're not just going to give it to anybody. You got to do a few things for us.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to head on to Battlegrounds Mobile India Esports channel or BGMI Esports channel. In the description, you're going to have a link in which you're going to click. Yeah. Keep in mind the English one so that you have a better opportunity. Click on the link in the description below. Make sure you fill that form perfectly. At the same time, you're going to come back to the chat and make sure you vote out for the team you think is going to be ending on the top of the table by the end of the day. It's not about the overall points table. That has been the confusion until now. It's the team which is going to be standing on top by the end of the day. And if you've correctly predicted the team and also filled up the form, I think you're going to get a call or probably an email address or probably a parcel to your home which says the following.
Let me tell you one thing, that little feeling of when you do finally get those parcels delivered to your house is amazing, because again, it's these little things in life that, count, because sometimes you may be down on your luck or maybe just feeling a bit groggy, and suddenly it's like, wait a second, there's a package for me? More? And suddenly, you have that massive grin on your face, and well, 10 lucky winners are going to have that every single day as we, of course, head on to the next map of Erangel. Now, again, you got to keep one thing in mind. We are going to be leaving the studio. I get it. Costs a stop, talk, stock match. But the thing is, it's going to be Erangel. It's going to be the same groups.
Yeah.
I do want to say revenge, because nobody's really going after one another. But do you think we might just see a little bit of a scuffle between certain teams because, just moments before they were wiped out by one another?
I strongly feel that this time it's going to be, few teams in the bottom of the table will be going in a little aggressive. So we can see a kind of a fight between all those. For example, the side of UP50, R Esports, GOG. These are the teams which will be on the aggressive side, hopefully, and trying to put up some points. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be stepping into the map of Erangel, it's time for you. This is a small space for you as we got to enjoy the beauty shots of this map.
Oh, yeah.
It's the time for you to share it among your friends so that they come and witness one of the most important matches of these teams, and they can also understand the intensity of this tournament.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, and of course, make sure all your friends come over and have a good time here on the English stream, where of course you guys can have a good time in the chat as well, because A, we get it, there's a lot of you out there, and B, you can actually have conversations with one another, maybe come and discuss the plays instead of just spamming away willy-nilly. But for now, we are going to have a look at the school apartments, and of course OR Esports are going to be playing this time around, which means sometimes, because Team Kinetic is going to be dropping down in Rozhok, Global Esports takes over the school and, the buildings we just saw. But I wonder if that's going to be the case this time around. Elsewhere, we just have a little gander at the containers in Western Georgia Port.
Oh yeah, but my eyes is set on the southern side of the map, where towards the side of Milta we'll be able to see GOG. Towards the complete southern side of Milta, a military base is where few teams are going to be headed as well. But very rarely,
are going to be heading to the hospital as
exactly.
well.
And at the same time, I really want a circle to be forming in towards the side of hospital, right?
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I really want to see a Georgia Pole circle or probably a hospital circle where teams are going to be fighting out inside those hard compounds. But at the same time, there are few ridges around the map of the hospital itself. Those ridges also do play a very, very good factor to get itself. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be stepping into the map of Erangel for one last time. It's going to be us telling to you that it's going to be most important match for you and eventually for most of your teams out there, as this is going to be RTR, the team which took the winner chicken dinner in the previous map.
Well, they are your winners from the previous map. Question is, can they continue the luck in Erangel, as the flight path is going to be heading down to the southeast? We are flying over the shooting range right now. Maybe somebody wants to drop down and just, practice a little bit on their aim, maybe the little accuracy, strafe a little, as the plane is now above Rozhok, which of course is where we kind of expect Team Kinetic to drop down. Things are going to be ending just south of the Milta power plant. But again, the biggest question is, where is the circle going to form? I kind of have a feeling, it might just be a Yasnaya-centered circle. We might have Stolber. In fact, we might even have Kameshki in the first circle.
I hope so. That is when, all the teams who are actually planning to go to the southern side of the map, as you can see, a huge colors of, huge spread of colors coming on a map towards the side of Pochenki, Farm, Quarry and Ferry. They're all going to regret going to the southern side of the map. But yet again, I strongly feel the circle is going to go to the western side of the map itself, towards the side of Ghatkar Hospital yet again, or probably to the southern side. But let's see whether that's going to be the case.
Well, for now, All the teams, I guess you are going to be right. It is going to be a bit centric, and it is going to be a bit western, which means once again, Gatka is going to be pretty much in the center of all the action to come. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, lucky for them this time around, their flight path is going to let them drop down straight to their favorite position, as UP50 have already pretty much taken over the containers. But if you have a look, wait a second, a few splits are coming in, and I do believe you just spotted something that I might have missed.
I mean, Team EXO going to Milta, 7C's going near farm, and GOG going to Milta Power, and IN is going next to the farm itself. What's happening?
Well, what's happening is they are going to have to fight it out and sooner or later move in towards greener pastures. But for now, the Autobotz kind of looks like they haven't really assembled today, as Goblin looks like he's out for a bit of a stroll, but I do believe Hector might be coming in to pick him up. There you have the buggy. Is going to make sure that he does have enough room for his teammate, and now they can finally do what they do best, head towards those, you know, distributed compounds in Gatka. But again, something did cross my eye. Now, we know the Autobots are probably going to be heading towards Primorsk. They might make their way to the quarry, but again, you know, that speculation that Fixes and I were talking about earlier, maybe somebody could just go in and be a bit of a thorn in the side for Team Seoul. But for now, they have Gatka all for themselves.
Now, at the same time, one other place which we have to see is going to be towards the side of Georgiapol, where we have UP50 coming towards the side of Georgiapol, and Hyderabad is playing a split to the apartments of Georgiapol on the southern and the northern side as well, right? So this is an opportunity for UP50 if they've seen these parachutes getting divided among in the air, and that is where they can rush in and take down players. But yeah, the three-way Mexican standoff or the four-way, which you would like to refer to the eastern side of the map, where we saw the side of 7Cs, EXO, GOG, and Enigma, that is where I'm keeping my eyes and see, as the circle is shifted a little away from all of these teams, who is going to be going where and who is going to be catching off who's by when they're off guard.
Also, you got to keep in mind our Esports, buddy. They love dropping down at Novo, and sometimes they like taking that fight along the cliffs just north of the bridge, and that is where we have seen them face off against 7C Esports time in and time out. But as you mentioned, Team EXO is going to be nearby, and speaking of Team EXO, whoa, magic tongue over here, because the moment you take the name, well, they are going to be popping up on your screens as Sensei is going to be out on a little bike run. But I do believe he is trying to ascertain whether the compounds up ahead are already under someone's control, and that is what, you know, the IGL needs to do. Now, he does act like the scout for his team, even though he has a bare minimum of loot and you know, weapons and everything that is concerned. He is still going to make sure he does his job. Meanwhile, Team INS, oh boy, coming so close to getting the job done in Vikendi, but just falling short, you know, just paces. In fact, just a little few centimeters before the finish line.
Now, obviously, one other thing which we have to say about Team INS is they're having a very good day. And I don't think they're going to regret much about this, as Sensei moved around, got information about the side of GOG and made it as well. But let's not forget, for the first time, Kamishki and Stolber is not being abandoned, right? So RTR, Retribution have gone into that corner. They had a very good game. They understood that things are going right. Let's, you know, make sure that we play a little safe, where the rotation towards the side of Severny to pick up more farming for themselves, and then show towards the side of shooting range and slowly into the circle. I believe RTR Retribution is going to be very happy with the rotation they're going to take if that is the case.
Oh, that should be what they actually should do, because, you know, they love dropping down on that split on Stolber and Kameshki, just making sure they come in from the periphery every single time that circle shifts. Now, UP50 didn't have a good game the last time around in Miramar. I wonder if they are going to do, in Vikendi, I beg your pardon, I wonder if they are going to change things around this time. Now, they were going for a few fights, and, you know, especially in the map that you and Fixes were casting as well, they did get a few knocks, but they were blindsided by trying to finish them. And, well, from the other end, they pretty much were taken out one by one. So I wonder if they are going to learn from their mistakes and come back stronger, as they are possibly going to try and take that little mountain that is just south of the containers, trying to make sure they have a few options, or even the compound that is just, well, west of the mountain, pretty much coming up on our screens now.
Now, let's not forget that one other teammate of theirs are already so close to Soul Akshat at this point of time, and that's going to be KSR. Already started to tag him at this point of time. They do realize it's just one player, and that's why they're going to be rushing in blank towards him as Akshat will be falling back. They're going to follow that footsteps. Aditya knows exactly where he's placed at this point of time. One good throwable is what it needs to take away the side of Akshat. A molly comes in. A grenade is going to be going in as a defensive maneuver coming in from their side, but still, they know Sarkar is also waiting out as Goblin from far away is going to come in and given the right kind of cover for Akshat. But let's see what's going to happen next, as this time UP50 have taken this fight a little bit slower, and a grenade is also getting exploded in their face.
Now the thing is, Goblin is going to have a little bit of an upper hand, but the problem for him is his teammates are still going to be a bit slow coming in. Hector is going to be right there over there, and looks like they want to try and surround their enemy. But keep in mind, to the right of Aditya right now is another member of Soul, and I wonder if Sarkar knows, because from the distance, there you have it. Soul Omega, although he is a bit too far off, maybe he needs to secure the left flank a little bit more to try and create a crossfire, but that is exactly what Goblin is doing. Now keep in mind, Hector is still going to hold on to his position, and Goblin is going to rotate around, trying to pincer them in, and there you have it. Hector does spot some movement in the distance as well. KSR is going to make it to safety. Now this is going to be a little bit of an issue. You got to keep one thing in mind. They are still going to gather information, and now shots have been fired. The position has been given away. But he could be in trouble unless, well, he heads towards Omega's position. And for now, it does look like he has pulled off a little bit of a U-turn.
Now, at the same time, UP50 have already taunted the big dogs, right? They've woken up the sleeping lion, and it's important for them to slaughter it down. Otherwise, they're going to get hunted. But at the same time, let's not forget that this kind of fear which Soul is carrying at this point of time, I do believe they can take advantage of it, as well as Hector gets tagged off from somewhere far away, and he's going to be falling back as quickly as possible. And this is the time for them to decide whether to take the fight or not.
Well, speaking of getting tagged from far away, looks like Global Esports' Ronnie just went down to Enigma Evo, which means another fight is breaking out just north of Pachinki, as all teams are going to be transitioning in. And of course, we did miss the action. Well, our production never misses it. There you have it. Ronnie just chilling in the vehicle, just gets shot at by that DP28, and Evo, all he has to do is reposition himself, and well, Ronnie has no idea where the shots are coming from, even though there was a little retaliation or a little suppressive fire coming in from Global Esports. However, it was a bit too late for them, and looks like Team Soul, they kind of realized, you know what, UP50 are kind of dug in, and the circle might just shift away from this position. Might as well head to greener pastures and, well, fortify one of the positions in a place that we know best. And of course, I'm talking about Gatka, but I do believe we might have a bit of another shift. I wonder where the circle is going to go to, probably to the northwest. And there you have it. It is going to be George Paul Hospital, and that massive mountain we like calling Everest is still going to be in play.
Now, at the same time, Team Soul was actually going in towards the side of Team INS, as well as the side. There was one other squad they were heading to, and immediately he gets hit by a rock, and Omega is going to turn his buggy away. And I believe that was a blessing in disguise for them. But at this point of time, they've become a sausage in a hot dog, and they have to be very, very careful as they're moving in towards the side of Global, who is also rushing in towards the side of Mount Everest, or the Everest.
First of all, let me just say one thing. I could love a hot dog right now with the sausage burned to perfection. One of my favorite foods out there. But yeah, you were right. Global Esports were almost getting pinched in. But for now, WSF Esports Walla, they are going to be on a little bit of a cruise trying to find that right. Well, we already know where they're heading. This is where they love. These houses right over here is where they feel most comfortable. In fact, I just hope they don't keep jumping on the roofs like they did last time, because that is where they kept getting taken down, and soon enough, you know, a team did rush in on their position. Now, a team that is going to try and make sure nobody rushes in on their position are the boys from Team Kinetic, because Global Esports, although they still have, you know, they have one man down, they are a three-man squad. Boy, oh boy, if they do, you know, get things running in their favor, if they are firing on all cylinders, they are definitely a team to look out for. But for now, Team Kinetic are going to make sure they're the first to reach the top of Everest.
No, at the same time, there's one more. There's not just one team. There are 2 T3, 3 teams. Oh my
It is.
goodness.
It's like a tongue twister.
Yeah.
2 to 3, 2 to 3, 2 to 3, 2 to 3. You are going to mess it up at some point.
Yeah. 2 to 3 teams who are trying to contest to be the kings of the hills at this point of time. And I really want to see which is that one team which will be trying to fight it out. But at the same time, from the western corner, we have the side of UP50. From the eastern corner, we saw Kinetic was trying to take it. From the middle, we were able to see the team Soul also trying to contest for it as well. But with the drop coming in next to the mountains, I can say you very, very clearly the zone is going to be ending up right in front of that Everest itself, and where the fight is going to get intense.
Ooh, I'm excited. I am excited. That is something that I would definitely want because we haven't seen that in a long time. And well, the Grotza is going to be in the drop over here along with that suppressive for those snipers or your DMRs. Now the thing is, I wonder if someone is going to be coming in, picking it up and basically just popping off heads from long distance and the enemy has no idea. That's a beautiful grenade. Unfortunately, that bounced within the wrong direction, or Curran would have been blown off his feet. As finally, as you mentioned, there are a few teams vying to be the king of the hill, but the problem is, buddy, there can only be one. As Team Kinetic, they do have this little mountain bridge to basically play around with. They are going to deploy smokes basically to see if they can get a bit closer and just have a glimpse or have a line of sight as to where the enemy is. Looks like Bajwa, in fact, might just be spotted out, as God does have a nice left flank. But keep in mind here, Arca, someone from down below could be shooting up.
No, but at the same time, WSF is going to be falling back towards the side of UP50 as well, in case they tend to go fall back itself. So let's see what's going to happen in the mountains. But let's not forget the other side of the map itself, where we're able to see that the side of Team EXO, Team Global Esports, and also Enigma were also coming in late into the circle. As the circle is shifted, it's going to be coming in, and as we said and predicted perfectly, it's going to be Everest, which is going to be for the taking, as well as the side of Hospital. What are we doing at this point of time? The Golden Tongue?
Another question is, are these teams going to be going on a little bit of a trekking adventure? Are they going to be skirmishing, or rather, basically climbing up all these mountains? Because skirmishes are going to break out. Grenades are going to be going off like flak rounds. I love the fact that, sometimes when they do go off in the air, all the shrapnel rains down death, just like flak guns of World War II. But for now, everyone is going to be on the move. And teams like WSF, they're going to have to be a little bit wary because someone might just come up behind them. But for now, INS are going to be heading. And let me tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a congregation. It is going to be a meeting at the Georgia Falls City and the containers. UP50 over here trying to throw an attack now. That there isn't a good spot.
No!
From behind, it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras who is going to be putting a knife in his back, which means INS have a little bit of an upper hand. But for now, Rage God, there are still 3 members, Crazy and Billion, inside the building, inside the warehouse. Just as I say his name, Billion is going to be blown into a billion pieces. But for now, Crazy, he needs to make sure he patches himself up because Respite is coming in. Wait a second, I thought I saw a grenade go in. Elsewhere, shots are going to be fired. And now this is where Hyderabad Hydras, well, they can pretty much make quick work of 2 teams.
Now at the same time, Hyderabad Hydras have to be very, very careful in case the circle shifts away and any survivors of UP50 are going to be inside the circle. They're going to make sure that they retaliate against them and take them down. As Carry is going to be in the crosshair. Shots are going to be conducted by Sakar, and Carry is going to be taunted as he comes back over the horizon yet again to take down the side of UP50. But let's not forget this. There's going to be ABCs coming in behind the Hyderabad Hydras, and in case they strike, that is when things are going to be very, very hard for the side of Hyderabad Hydras.
Man, that grenade just bounced away from FS, but this one could be problematic. It is in the smoke. I don't think they know it, unfortunately. Again, just a bit too long, but now this is where the M4 is going to do all the talking. Hitman lobbing a grenade off his own as Maxi tries to cook one to perfection. In fact, this might be good. Hitman might just be taken down. Shots are fired. There you have it. A combination of bullets and grenades is going to be what brings him down. And now Maxi OP is trying to get the whole shebang. He needs to cook it to perfection because those grenades seem to just roll a bit long. And, well, that is not what he wants. But now from afar, another team in the form of INS is going to be taking a few shots at him. And speaking of INS, well, they've got their work cut out because Hydra officials are trying to pummel them to death.
Oh, this is what I call carpet bombing, as it's going to be Molly as well as the grenades which is going to be tossed in towards the side of FS. FS Esports has already put up a trail of smoke to go into the top, or to get closer towards the side of Hyderabad Hydras and try to take the fight, and that is where Clutch comes in. Doesn't realize that he has to look forward because of that smoke and eventually gets taken down as Maxi, OP and Carry have come in really hard against the side of FS Esports. Let's see how the retaliation is going to be coming in as they're going to be walking into the process of Maxi yet again as more shot is going to be connected against them.
Well, shots are going to be connected left and right. In fact, they are going to be trading off. There you have it. Carry is going to be brought down to his knees, and Ace Black from afar. He doesn't have a visual. He's a bit too far away from his teammates. Now, this is where they need to make a few decisions. Looks like they are going to go in for that revive because Hitman, in fact, has kind of left his teammate K47 all by his lonesome for now. Now, smokes are being deployed, but keep in mind, whenever the enemy does deploy smokes, you kind of imagine, you kind of feel that a revive is coming in. But what I feel is 7C Esports, they are going to be climbing up the hill as well, and from this angle, ooh, UP50 Sarkar, he did have a good little vision over there. However, couldn't really see the snakes in the grass. Now, we are going to be going to Everest, ladies and gentlemen, because WSF's position is going to be challenged by the gentleman from 7C Esports, while KSR is going to make sure he holds down the fort in this warehouse for now.
Now let's forget about the warehouse and look at the circle itself where we are the Everest.
Beautiful.
4 teams are holding the Everest at this point of time, and UP50 are going to regret letting go of the Everest position which they had, which they could have dominated for a really long time, and also had a very good opportunity to pick up all these finishes which are taking place towards the side of Hospital as well. But look at what FS47S is doing. He's going to wait it out, does spray to perfection as Carry has no idea as to where the shots came in from, but at the same time he gets knocked out from ABCs. As I said before, it's going to be Autobotz coming in from behind to strike the side of Hyderabad Hydras as they were taking this fight for too long.
Well, now we're going to be shifting our attention possibly to the containers of Georgia Paul themselves, where another fight is breaking down between our Esports and Enigma Gaming. Keep in mind, Hydra are going to be nearby, but hold on, UP50's position is going to be challenged once again as INS make sure that everyone is back up on their feet, and well, they are going to have to skedaddle out of the warehouses. In fact, they might just take a long rotation, but the thing is, Global Esports are going to see that car coming towards them, and oh my goodness, a little confusion is evident over here right now as Joker, of course, the last man standing over here, he's going to be trying to guide his team as to where to go. Now, what I do believe INS will try and do is possibly either go behind this compound that Global Esports have secured for themselves, or in fact head towards Hyderabad Hydra's decision and take the long route around. But for now, a little bit of confusion. They are waiting to make sure that the blue zone kind of forces teams behind them to push forth before they make that little move again. Now, Global Esports, have a look at that. They are going to be gatekeeping on the western front. AB have made it inside. Team INS running out of options here, buddy.
Now at the same time, look at the mountains. Yet again, the Everest area as EXO versus Team Soul are going to be locking horns. At the same time, Global Esports was the side of INS, which we were just speaking about. But Goblin gets taken down, and eventually Hector has to do some wonders over here. The second grenade also connects, coming in from the side of Fierce, is going to put an end for the side of Goblin, and not only that, and also put a heavy damage to the side of Team Soul.
Well, Hector's going to go down elsewhere. We did kind of anticipate this. WSF are going to be wanting to attack from 7C. A grenade does come in from afar, but it is going to be a 2-on-1 situation, and well, looks like only one member, if I'm not wrong, is going to be alive from 7C's perspective, and I do believe it is going to be Samthar all the way down over there, but it looks like his position has been given away. His HP is going to be a bit too low. That is a bit of a gamble. The angles are going to help him out. Nope, he jumps, he shoots, and he does connect, and there you have it. Esports, while we support farmers, are going to be on a bit of a high as they've wiped out one team from this game. Elsewhere, it looks like EXO, they pretty much made quick work of Team Soul, because I'm trying to have a look. I don't see them anywhere. In fact, they did go out in the 14th position.
Now at the same time, a drastic shift going away from the Everest is going to be the circle, allowing everybody to eventually change their position, and that is what EXO Sensei does immediately. Goes in for a rotation, tries to check out a hard compound is open for availability, open for renting, and eventually realizes someone else has already taken it. That's going to be FS47S, and that is where he'll be looking at.
Okay, let me say one thing. I was going to bring this up. Team Kinetic are going to take advantage of the fact that, Team EXO are making their transition in the circle. In fact, their sensei has already left them and is going to be driving past, but they realize, 1 second, as soon as had he got a knock over here, they could have pushed in, right? But now, Team Kinetic have going to put themselves in potentially a little bit of a bad spot, because they might be the last few teams to come into the circle, and that is where teams like Hyderabad Hydras, teams like INS could take advantage. And speaking of the Hydras, Striker, so close to his enemy. He did get the better of him for now, but the thing is, he needs to patch himself up.
But at the same time, let's not forget what GE are doing. They're taking a huge gamble over here with the side of WSF, and they had to realize it's going to be a third party which is going to be happening with them, as Hyderabad Hydras are also pretty much close to it. I think they've just walked into the jaws of death, as two men standing from the side of Global Esports has to do a lot, and WSF Current is going to be going away, and he's going to be tagged up by the side of Hydras, as I spoke about this, right? It's going to be Hyderabad Hydras or Hydras who's going to be striking against the side of Global Esports, and this is going to be a very, very bad ending for them.
Again, this is going to be pandemonium over here. This is going to be chaotic, and we are going to try our best to make sure we bring you all this action live and exclusive. But the thing is, so much is going on. Before now, Global Esports again. Remember, they were in the compounds down below, but Manya is going to be in a good position. He might just throw a grenade. He gets his UMP out. He knows he wants to go for the TQB battle. He does spot some movement in the distance. He is going to shoot frantically. Of course, he's just going to go left, right, and center. But it looks like he might just spot someone from the left of his eye. In fact, he switches his weapon, and the M4 is going to do all the talking over here, as Global Esports' Manya is going to make sure, well, WSF, despite their good run, are going to be taken out. It looks like he might be taken out instead, but lucky for him, he had that little bit of smoke to work with. Now, this is where Team EXO, they are looking good, but they need to move quick and fast. Oh boy, you might just be taken out from that buggy.
Now, Sensa is right to the dead center of the map, as we can see in the minimap, but still not getting tagged by anybody, and that's one position to hold, as Punk on the other side is trying to put an end to everybody else, as Enigma is trying to concentrate the firepower against the side of GOG, and this is where Sensa, with just one rock, and with just one rock, he's going to take cover, have the zone for himself, put up so many smokes, and allow his teammates to come over here and give the right kind of cover, as Enigma on the other side is concentrating towards the side of RT or Retribution, as they also have to make it inside the circle. GOG is suffering, and so is the side of GE, Hydras, ABCs, as EXO's one good rotation is going to allow them one step closer towards the side of winner chicken dinner in this game.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case. Come on, Eggy. I'm going to egg you on right now. Pop someone's head off for us, please. You know where GOG is. Take your time. Don't be over cocky, but it looks like someone is going to be over cocky, as Hydra officials are going to be taking the fight straight to the Autobotz, who have managed to survive for so long, but there is fire all around. Dynamite, don't look behind, because the floor is lava, as Mr. IGL and Orva were almost blown to smithereens. In fact, Dynamite is going to be in line of sight. However, all that fire finally is going to fizzle out. Nope, he does catch a last little bit of the Molotov over there, and the grenades are going to come in. This is where Hydra are going to be pushing in just a little bit, but now AB, they have to move in. Their HP is so low that they can't really do anything right now, and well, looks like that is all she wrote for that team, as Hydras, they love their vehicles. This is good planning. They still have those buggies. They still are a four-man squad, and now all they need to do is take the fight straight to Team EXO. But the problem is, Team EXO, they are kind of dug in right now, but it's going to be Manya who is going to get the better of Parv.
Now, at the same time, Manya's got the deadly ghillie suit. He's going to be hiding amongst the bushes, making sure he strikes when the time is right. But on the other side, it's Sensei who gets taken down. No cover fire coming in from his teammates. This could be trouble for the side of Team EXO, as Hydras are trying to dominate. They've given them enough time to put up smokes to make sure that they're hid between those grasses, but at the same time, Punk, with all those smokes, will be trying to find out the enemy's location, tries to take them out, but I don't think that they're going to be successful, because it's too late for them to knock at the doors.
Well, right now, someone is knocking at Hero's door, but he's going to be in the buggy, just surrounded by that plume of smoke in the back seat, trying to get a good third-eye perspective, as Dynamite is going to make sure he gets the better of the other team. Well, EXO, you know, we did see Immortal come in for that little bit of help for his teammate. It's not going to work out. Now, Jackson, he's got to be careful, because as soon as the smoke dissipates, Manya could be striking from behind. Now, Team EXO and Fest, they've got to keep their wits about them. They've got to hold their ground, because, again, they're going to be waiting for that little bit of a show and tell happening down below. And we did see Immortal kind of go in a bit too quick. Well, they are going to have to accept the fact that, well, now they are a two-man squad. But let me tell you one thing, Punk and Fairs are people who are not to be messed around with. And speaking of Fairs, he's going to make sure that Hydra Dynamite is going to be sent packing. And, well, where you see vehicles, you expect some people. In fact, he might just spot Manya right about now, but unfortunately, not the case so far.
Now, at the same time, Manya has been the slithering snake. Let's see when he's going to strike. As he sees Jackson at this point of time, lands it perfectly, and immediately hides behind the bush, not giving any idea to Punk as to where the shots came in from and how that person got taken away with the suppressor. Punk has a vague idea. He's going to try to detect Manya at this point of time. In case he doesn't, then the story can be very, very different, as it's going to be the circle again shifting towards the side of Team EXO. A push is going to be inevitable coming in from the side of Fierce to pick up his teammate. Sensei is back on his feet. Immortal is back back on his feet. 4 men standing is going to be the side of Team EXO against 2 men standing of the Team Enigma and 1 lurking snake of GE Mania.
Well, Mania could still be a thorn in the side, but the thing is, Team EXO, they are spread out all over the terrain. They have the high ground, they have the ground right in front, and they know the position of the members of Enigma Gaming. Speaking of that, there you have it. Rex is going to be taking down Evo, shooting in the wrong direction. He wants to get the better of Punk, but it's going to be faced from afar from his little high ground position. That gets the better of him, and it looks like winner chicken dinner is definitely heading Team EXO's way. Mania has finally been spotted as well. A 16 finish game coming in from the boys of Team EXO. Again, the highest number of chicken dinners in the tournament so far, adding 1 more to the name. Of course, the winners' reactions on your screens as we head in to the post-match segment powered by Loco.
I think by this, EXO is going to make sure that they challenge the second position for the side of Team Seoul. Obviously having so much. Look at where Team Seoul are, to the rock bottom on the 16th position with 0 placement points, 0 finish points for themselves. Somehow they've hit it at the wrong time. 7C's also got taken down. UP50 also got taken down. RTR, Retribution, they needed this match. GOG needed this match. All of these teams have not made it, but rather it's going to be Team EXO with 30 plus points to get this winner chicken dinner. He's going to be challenging the second position for sure. But let's not forget the valiant effort coming in from the side of Mania. Oh my goodness, this one man was a knight in the shining armor, making sure that he got his team not only to the second position, but also some finish points, which was necessary for them.
Well, he had it all. He had the ghillie suit, he had the suppressors on his weapons. No wonder he switched that UMP when he wanted to be a little, shadow in all that darkness and all the light. And from that shadow, he did strike, and well, making sure that he got his team to the second position. Now, 31 points coming in from Team EXO, and I think it might be a fierce battle for the iQOO MVP. And well, let's have a look and see if we are correct. Of course we are. 9 finishes and 938 points of damage.
I mean, that is clinical, right? Just 100 damage for a player and then finishing him off every single time to make sure that you have the highest number of finishes for the team, and also making sure that we have the swag to challenge the top position. We still have 1 more week to go. We still have 5 more days to go to challenge out the side of Team Seoul and OR on the top position itself. The second place obviously goes to Mania at this point of time. It's going to be 5 finishes for him, a total of 855 damage.
855 points for him. Enigma making a little bit of a presence felt in the leaderboard as well. Of course, Rex and Eggy doing what they do best. And Punk, well, he is named Punk, but he does look oh so happy. A good game coming in from all these teams. Now, Enigma, they haven't still got that elusive chicken dinner for themselves, but again, they did go out with a fight. A 3rd position finish, and I do believe 8 finishes in total for themselves. Now, we are going to be transitioning and having a look at a few more facts and figures, and well, I expect a lot of booms coming in. Only 3 grenade finishes this time, because again, the accuracy wasn't there. Remember when Hyderabad the Hydras was just trying to blow a team up down below? I think they might have used at least 7, maybe 8 grenades right there, but none of them did what their bullets did.
But at the same time, right, you need to toss the projectile to be specific of the grenade to be perfect, right? So the splash radius is something which you have to look out for, and make sure that the second grenade, the follow-up grenade, is actually at the corner of the second splash radius. But still, I know it's all hard as we speak further. We'll be stepping into the FD graph to find out what's happening next, and look at the most clinical ever graph I've seen of FD, and that is coming in from the side of Team EXO. 1952 damage for 16 finishes. I don't think that you can find these 2 skyscrapers touching one another so clearly.
You love this, don't you? I mean, again, let me tell you one thing, boys and girls. I mean, he loves it when, you only shoot the right amount of time, and you shoot to kill, basically, right? You shoot to finish your opponent over here, and that is exactly what Team EXO have done. Now, Enigma, again, massive amounts of damage coming in from them. A little short as far as the finishes go. Team Hydra once again had a good game, and Global Esports finally, just bridging the gap as we do move into the overall standings. And well, Team Seoul still holding on to the lead, but EXO creeping in closer, just 10 points separating the two.
I mean, this is going to be the first time Team EXO is going to get that 300 marker. They're going to touch it, and they're going to be telling the Team Seoul and Team OR to watch out, as the comeback kings have got the maximum number of winner chicken dinner in the table so far, 7 for themselves. And let's not forget that, with 1 or 2 more, they're going to do wonders, as the finish points is also coming up. They just had another 20 finish points. They're going to be stronger than the side of Team Seoul. Yes, all all is this is happening in the first page. But for me, the concern is from the 13th to the position below, as we know that the fight is going to be in the middle bracket, as Big Brother Esports with 2 winner chicken dinner is going to be on the 11th position with 191 point. 7 Scene Esports with 199. Finally, they're also going to hit the 200 marker. But 175 and below is my concern.
I do believe so, because again, it is going to be open, as you said, for the teams even from the 17th, maybe till the 21st position to, just have one good game and, make it to the top 16. Speaking of which, let's have a look and see what is happening on page 3. The teams that are in danger, and well, UP50 finally hit that 1-ton, hit that century mark, 100 points for themselves.
Now, GOG, the opportunity they had was 25 points difference, right? They did not capitalize on it. Now they need a 50 point for themselves to make it into the top 16, which is right now I think it's turning bleak for the side of GOG as well as the side of UP50. But let's see miracles do happen in the game of BGMI, whether that's going to be happening towards the side of GOG or UP50. But Walkouts, Retribution out here, Kinetic, Initiative Academy and WS Esports will have very clear chances over here. And let's not forget the team MG is also doing really well, even though they're in the bottom of the table for the day only, because in the map of Vikendi they had some decent. Before that also they had some decent points for themselves. It's just that they need one winner chicken dinner with around 10 finishes for themselves, and slowly they'll be able to challenge the top 16.
I will say one thing. In both the Erangels that I have witnessed today so far, Esports Walla WSF, they have kind of surprised me, because they did play the first game, and of course they were here on our screens right now. They have gotten, in the first Erangel, they had 6 finishes, they were wiped out. In this one, again, the way they took on a squad was pretty impressive. But again, once they do that, they don't know how to thwart another attack that's obviously going to be coming their way, because no one wants to give each other breathing space, right? You want to go in and mop up whatever's left, because either A, a couple of them are going to be down on their bloodied knees. Well, speaking of knees, glad I didn't hit this one, because this would have been a bit of a problem, or basically they're going to be busy looting. But again, we're going to hold on to that right now, because I do have a couple of questions for you. But before that, once again, a massive shout out to BGMI Craft, and not only for allowing us to present this to all you lovely people, but also putting up one heck of a show, which couldn't be done without our sponsors iQOO and Loco. So once again, let's have a look at the nice little promotional video.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, normally I would have said a few different things, but you all know that everybody wants to start their esports journey, and of course Loco has given you the platform to do so. Now, my name, of course, is Langan Singh Chail. I like the fact that the names are over here. He is Arca, and well, we are on Instagram, so a couple of follows might not be an issue, because we do come up with some fun stuff. And speaking of fun stuff, we also love giving back, because there's a massive giveaway taking place on Amazon where you can win 3 iQOO Neo 6s every day. But how do we do that?
Oh, yes. I mean, again, it's time for me to give an information, but I know you guys already know this, so I'm going to be on the bits of it. You're going to get to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, get to know more about it, answer 5 questions, make sure you put your name and address over there, and ultimately you will have to wait for your chances of getting this device.
6 steps, that's pretty easy. And once you cover those 6 steps, all you have to do is, well, download Loco, India's largest game streaming platform, where all your favorite BGMI players, well, they game regularly, they stream whatever's happening over here, and of course we have some exclusive tournaments in store for you. But Did you know you can also win BGMI UC every single day? And all you have to do is click that link down below, participate in a short little in-stream quiz, and who knows, you might just be walking away with all that in-game currency, because I get it, we all want to be flashy, we all want to show off just a wee bit, and who doesn't like a few free skins every now and again?
Absolutely, but at the same time, there were so many things in this game which is still running in my mind. I really want to look at the flashback of all these things and see how it's gone through, as we're going to be stepping into the highlights of the previous game. And this is where you guys have to be very, very careful, because the fights happened so fast that by the blink of an eye, there were many teams getting eradicated.
Well, speaking of teams getting eradicated, I did kind of feel like Seoul might have had an upper hand in this fight up against UP50, especially since Goblin was trying to go on that little bit of a rotation. Unfortunately, they were one of the first teams to be wiped out, leaving a game which I don't think I've seen Seoul leave a game with 0 points before. Well, there's the first time for everything. Now, INS over here, they do come in on UP50's position. Bloody hell crazy. I mean, he just ran straight over the enemy, but the thing is, their attack was kind of thwarted largely thanks to the boys from Hyderabad Hydras. Now, it did give them enough time to recuperate inside and make sure they were a full squad at the end. Now, Hitman does get taken down with a combination of grenades and bullets, but again, have a look at all the Molotovs and grenades not really hitting their mark.
No, this is what I said, right? You need to be very careful with the projectile of your grenade, or else all you're going to do is burn your resources. But at the same time, Hyderabad Hydras actually know how to take down the side of FS Esports. I know that, they had to incur a lot of damage before doing that, but ultimately they were able to do it somehow. But at the same time, GE on the other side, oh my god, the last player of UP50 is running for his life. He's like, no, wait.
Hey,
you're not gonna go away. Yeah, exactly.
Look
We're
at
gonna
this
end
exchange.
this. Yeah, this exchange.
He goes boom, and Goblin goes boom as well. Of course, they are literally, and I mean literally, playing a game of hot potato. But it was XO that came out on top, because Hector did fall once again. Now ESF, boy oh boy, look at this fight. I mean, they did their best. They made sure that 7C is kept at bay. Now he's going to jump, he shoots, he connects, and well, it was a short-lived victory for them once again.
Now Team Soul, Omega, the last man standing, he did not know where the shots were coming in from. But ultimately, this was the point where I felt that, GE could have got eradicated completely, apart from Manya, the last man standing. He starts to come in, and this is where he strikes against 3 players with that 3x, goes in for a spray, connects with 2 people in the close range battle, exchanges the gun perfectly using that cover of the tree, and that is how you jiggle around to make sure your enemy's location is still under your control.
Well, he did good. Unfortunately for his teammate, he was blown to bits as those shots came in. But again, managing to survive until that final second position is something that Global Esports needed. They needed those points, and Hydra legend over here, bobbing and weaving, ducking under fire, is something that he is going to be happy with. Now, Manya's position, again, shots were coming from that direction, but largely thanks to his suppressors and the fact that he had that ghillie on, the enemy had no idea where the shots were coming from till the end. Team XO again over here.
This is where
Jackson did get the better of him. At this point, remember I said one thing, maybe XO's Bears and Punk, they have to cut their losses. They might know that, we are done for. We are not going to have a 4-man squad. But again, Enigma, they had to move in. And, well, Team XO, a 4-man squad once again till the end, making sure the numbers were in their advantage.
A high ground advantage in the map of Erangel. Very rarely do we get to see the advantage of it, right? So towards the side of the mountains is where we wanted the zone. Probably towards the side of hospital is what we prayed, but ultimately we predicted it perfectly after the circle came in towards the side. Yeah, even I am happy that something different came out in the map of Erangel, and smiles on our faces as well. But also there's going to be a lot of smiles on the faces of few other teams who have done wonders in the previous game. You were saying that you wanted to ask me a few questions, but I think
I did. Again, they were fresh in the memory, but once again, when you see that amazing video of that dragon being slain, all we were talking about is, why didn't someone just go and just touch it, and it just shatters into a million billion pieces again?
I hope iQOO smartphones are listening to this and they can come up with this thing with an ending. That's a very good transition. The ice is going to shatter, and then you can bring in iQOO.
But then again, it goes against the thing, right? Because we are talking about the cascade cooling system in a way, because once it cools down, it is never going to let you down. That is, again, the message at the end of the day. But yes, coming back to my question, now we are going to have a switcheroo.
Yeah.
All right, Group C, I'm talking about Seoul and the boys. I'm talking about all the big dogs in the form of, 7C Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, who did have a decent-ish game today, and a chicken dinner to boot. They're going to be going out. OR Esports comes back in. Of course, Initiative Academy is one team I want to talk about, because they didn't get the podium finish in Miramar, But boy, did they rack up all those finishes for themselves.
Yeah, this is what I really like from the teams on the bottom, right? This is the time you step up, get those finishes. What problem is happening with UP50 and GOG? They're not having enough number of finish points. And they tend to rotate, place themselves in the final, and then try to take the fights, but things doesn't work out for them. But Initiative Academy are confident about their firepower. They want to get into fights. They want to go in for a frontal battle where they're actually capitalizing on it. And every day they're growing as a team. So I do believe that, even in this game, we can expect them to do wonders, get some finish points for themselves. I just hope that they do not become overconfident in between and try to take a fight, or probably get third party in between and eventually have to pay a heavy price.
Well, what's going to happen right now is before the next game, the pre-game segment powered by Loco is going to be popping up on your screens. All your favorite teams are going to be on the screen, but I'm going to say bye-bye. And, well, I kind of like him now. Fixes is going to be taking my spot, and, well, he is walking to me with some attitude.
Oh yeah, that is coming back. And this is the time where I am not just, igniting fire between you two, but I just want to ask you this. The first time when he came in, he had come up with a line which you wanted to counter out, I believe. And I'll give you the opportunity now to do so. What do you have to say to the big man?
The moment is past, Arka. We have had a little bit of a truce between us. And,
love is in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Love is in the air.
It's platonic. It's platonic. You've got to clear that one out. But of course, I love XP. We've got that thing going on for a long, long time. We just love pulling each other's legs.
Yeah.
But this game of Erangel, I loved it, especially finally getting to see a little bit of that, high ground circles. You've got the Mount Everest in contention, and Team EXO, every small little thing they did, they were good.
I mean, one other thing which I loved about the game was how UP50 had actually correctly predicted the zone, came to the mountains, they were holding it. But then they're like, no. Let's do one thing. Let's go to the, the two huts which are there between Georgopol and the mountains. And then if in case it shifts, we come back. They just leave their spot, and then eventually everybody rushing in towards the mountains. But as you said, the most important thing is that there were many teams who came into the mountain, but only one was crowned the Kings of the Hills, and they did it in style.
Oh, there were a lot of nuances there, right? Especially I would talk about the fight with Team EXO and Seoul. Sensei's position, right? He was right at the bottom. He had the perfect vision at where the two players of Team Seoul were pushing from. Relayed all that information to Fierce. He lobbed the grenade into perfection. The trades were there, but there was not even a single chance where Team Seoul could have come out as the victors, because even if someone would have got a knock, Sensei would have been taking the trades. He was just maintaining his stealth over there. That's the masterclass that really did come in. And what really, again, another thing that caught my eyes was Mania and two suppressors on both of his weapons. Having that stealth to himself again. And Hydra, they had no clue where the shots were coming from.
One more thing which I love about Sensei, since we were speaking about him, is the rotation after the taking down of Team Seoul. He went to the dead center of the map with just one rock covering. He knew that this is the corner from where I shouldn't get shot, because the other angle is where I'm going to concentrate on. And from there on, oh my goodness, the Lady Luck was not just kissing his forehead, but I think he got a really good smother as well.
Oh, he indeed did. And, the way Team EXO have been playing, I'm pretty much eyeing for that top second spot being contested. But right now, there is no contestation for this one. The best in its segment. We're talking about the iQOO Neo 6. And our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now. I love it. Every single time you watch that video, the way the flames are turned into ice, the swords coming in. Exactly, the XP did talk about it, the cascade cooling system. And it is inside this beautiful smartphone. And 3 of you lucky winners do have a chance. And Arka, well, he's going to tell you how.
Again, this is one thing which they keep putting on my shoulder. But yes, I'm happy to do it for you guys. It's going to be iQOO Neo 6. What you're going to search in Amazon, and make sure that you head on over there, click on No More button, and then from there on, you're going to answer 5 questions. Put your name, email address, and the mobile number over there. And also click on Notify Me button. just in case you win it, you're going to receive an email or a phone call, and you're going to be happy to get this beauty in your hand. But coming back into the map of Miramar, that is where, things are going to be great. But yes, you please keep an eye on the substitute as they're going to be coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, the first one is already here, as Deadpool is going to be coming in for the space, for the
Zaddy.
Yeah, for Zaddy himself. And there's one more substitution which is going to be coming on our screens, and this time it's going to be Tovo for the side of Spray God. And
I think it's Kirito.
Kirito.
Yeah.
See,
anime
again,
culture.
and this is one thing which I don't understand from the side of Walkouts. It's something so different. They've used Walkouts after the name, and whereas the other teams put their name before it. But yeah, this is exactly the name I wanted to take from my mouth. That is going to be how Walkouts will perform in the map of Miramar. I just heard there's another substitution coming in. So ladies and gentlemen, it's GOG leader OP coming back for Surya. I do believe that this was the biggest mistake they did in the substitution for the map of Erangel, and they're going to regret that.
I mean, we still do not know. Maybe he could just be the answer. But what we really do know is that we are giving away 10 beautiful, cool T-shirts, the BMPS exclusive T-shirts and zippers for you guys. And well, again, we have to resort to Master Arca to tell us how.
Okay, so every time there's a giveaway, guys, remember you're going to follow me on Instagram, right? Because I am the one giving you all the information. Well, I'm just kidding. So yeah, coming back, what you have to do is get into BGMI Esports channel on the description below. You'll have a link, click on it, fill in the form, right? This is a form to get to know whom we are sending these goodies to. But at the same time, after you fill in all those forms, come back to the chat and make sure that you spam your favorite team or the team you believe is going to be on the top of the table by the end of the day. Not the overall points table, but the team dominating the day itself. So once you have voted for them and you have done enough votes for them, and how do you vote? Hashtag them, hashtag your team which is going to be winning it, and if you have done enough number of hashtags, I do believe that this merchandiser will be yours.
Well, it certainly will be, but I think it's time, Arca. We take it to the battlegrounds, right, as we venture into the desert yet again. Well, it's all the sands, the dunes, the terrains, all those ridges to play around, and there you can see the arena where, well, the gladiators don't fight anymore. In the modern ages where people tend to resort to guns and weapons and just go after, it's going to be all, clinched in blood. But now we do have teams from Group C sitting it out a little bit. Now, this was a very interesting point being raised of Initiative Academy. Now, they started off really well. The 2 games that they've been playing, Blazy, of course, the star of that team. And I'm starting to ponder as to what awaits them in this particular game.
Somewhere I feel, before we step into Initiative Academy, we're more like an encyclopedia at this point of time with the position they're holding in the overall points table. I would like to speak about Walkouts because they were one of those teams who were performing so well throughout this tournament, right? From the first week to the second week. Even in the second week, they had a pretty decent game. But somewhere I feel the graph is kind of falling down for them. Apart from Abrar, I don't think so anybody else is actually living up to the expectations of the side of Walkouts.
I mean, we also have to consider that it's a new deformed team. The players are picked up from different rosters, of course.
But again, in this tournament, trying to give an excuse like that,
I'm getting there. In iQOO BMPS, well, they were caught above the rest, right? They did not have a lot of trouble, but still towards the end, they had those little jitters. But now when you transition into such a big stage as BMPS, where you have the big dogs coming in, all the invited teams from round 4 who have a set of analysts, who have a set of teams, where you're, of course, Walkouts, as the name suggests, do not have a proper org, all the facilities, and that is where you've got to do all the work, right? And every single day we're seeing the dynamics of the games changing. Every single day the teams are adopting, or rather resorting to new strategies, new play styles, and that has sort of been a concern for Walkouts. They're still trying to find their niche throughout the entire crowd. But now, as we set sail, this time the flight path trajectory all the way from El Pozo towards Puerto Paraiso. And this time we do not have Team Exo taking over Los Leones, so a little bit of a respite for the other teams. Big Brother Esports, as they're going to have some little bit of a room and space to breathe around, who've had a rather good game in Miramar.
I was wondering, who is going to be challenging Team Soul in the map of Miramar, because they had 120 points and the second team after them had around almost 100 of it, okay? But this time it's going to be Team EXO challenging them out with the two of the best teams fighting it out. Let's not forget Hydra officials are also over here. Luckily, Hyderabad Hydras are not over here, but OR are over here. So most of these big bulls are going to lock horns to find out who's going to be the kings of Miramar. I am just going to wait and enjoy this game.
Lately OR has been the best team inside the server, right?
Yep.
You talk about consistency, but now I've been talking about it a lot of times, right?
Yeah.
When you are the best, you've got a lot of eyes on you, and that is where teams start starting your rotations, all those kind of changes that you tend to make. And yes, I resonate with you, brother, because this is one of those circles that we haven't really seen for a long time. I think the last time we did witness that, it was, I believe, the players of Team Hydra that took the chicken dinner, or was it Team Soul? Because it went around that El Azahar mountains. We had GOG in a little bit of a spot there, could not really get out. And
it was Team Soul which
I think,
took it
yeah,
home, yes.
it was Team Soul that came up top. But this time we do not have Team Soul, which really means that Picado is up for grabs, and I believe Nigma Galaxy has taken it to themselves.
Look at where GOG have landed themselves. Right to the dead center of the map towards the side of Power Grid, where they have at least 5 teams around them, where their hometown was inside the circle. And this is what happens when you lose your composure of not going back to the same place. The rotation from the beginning of the game was absolutely well, but understand that 4th or the 5th circle is where you have to prioritize the center of the circle, and that was going wrong. And eventually now they're going to pick up vehicles and trying to go back towards the side of Campo, where GE already are making their way towards the side of water treatment.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm really not going to be raising fingers at at the players of GOG, because I believe, if an analyst like Zipix is handling them, then there's no cause of concern. But the only thing that I did have this discussion, right, for the new viewers out there. I really feel, though, GOG are lacking severely on how they've been engaging in fights, their positioning, their decision making, because I think their zone issue has been resolved every single time. Somehow they get into it, and I'm pretty sure it's well planned, right? They do know that this is up for grabs. The teams from Group C are not playing over here, so might as well take it. But how the big problem here is, are they aware about the timings of these teams while they try to rotate around? Because this is where you've got to get in teams like Global Esports, so already heading towards Crute Valley, and that is where if they kind of take on those hilly areas over there just down below, just on the left side of the E on El Azahar, then I think this could be a really good game for Global Esports.
Now, somewhere I feel towards the junkyard, there's been a small mountain towards the eastern side of junkyard, right?
Yeah.
There's a a little bit of a hard cover as well. That is where you want to station yourself, because you'll have the center of the circle. You'll also have the zone shifting in. You can go in for an early rotations. So that is where you would want to place yourself. But all these are just speculations, ladies and gentlemen. As of now, we're able to see that there's not going to be any kind of early skirmishes. Yet again, we're able to see that there are only few teams prioritizing the zone and goes in for an early rotation, raking up the right number of points, and Blind will be going exactly where I wanted the team to be.
I mean, for Team Blind, lately what we've been seeing from their side is they've been engaging a lot inside the fights. Rage has been one of those players to really look out for. He's been racking up all those finishes, all that damage, and like you said, Junkyard is a really good spot for them. But again, we have to keep this in mind, that Team Blind is one of those teams that loves floating around, right? Loves playing around the edges, and that they keep on searching for that hard shift, and that is where they make the move. Now, considering the fact that they've got a lot of teams on their tails, right? You've got OR Esports. I'm kind of curious to see if they're going to take that western route in and go all the way from the northern side, or are they just going to stick to the eastern highway and maybe deal with Esports Wala WSF and then get inside the circle. But whatever the case may be, OR Esports today, I think, hasn't really been one of those days that they can really cheer about, because we were wondering about the lead, going up to maybe to 400, but they've played a couple of games and haven't really stepped up. And the best part is, even the team that is right under them, Team Soul, they haven't been doing fairly well as well.
See, this is, I don't know why is it that confidence in the rotations, or is it just teams have started to analyze that, you know, there is a vast area we are letting go for these teams to actually rotate around and get those loot for themselves, especially the side of teams. So no matter which map they go to, they're vastly spread away from one another to pick up those resources. And once they're done with it, then they conjugate or congregate to in one place and make sure that, you know, they take the fight against the enemy. But I would like to say this, that, you know, somewhere with all the other teams starting to strategize against them, the competition is going to get more tighter as we're going to be stepping into the next circle. I'm just waiting for it, right? They want the blue zone to immediately touch the circle and give us the new place where it's going to be a lot of chaos already coming up.
You know, I've been loving Team OR Esports lately, right? I've been talking about Jelly. I think being the finest IGLs right now in the country, the way he's been having his boys get inside the circle, and not just that, he's been leading the team by example, right?
Exactly.
You find him on the top frag boards. He's been taking all the risks. He's been one of those players that has been really good in terms of the salt department, a complete IGL package. And mind you, he came pretty late into the scene. When we had so many big names, so many IGLs, he had to make a name for himself, and I finally feel that he has managed to stand out.
I think, you know, every IGL needs to have the perfect army, and I somewhere feel that, you know, he's got the right kind of army at this point of time, who are actually keeping patience, listening to him, trusting in his strategy and striking when required. So I do believe that OR has completely become that package to watch out for, and I'm not going to be shocked if this team is going on to win the overall table and become the champions of BGMI BMPS as well, because, you know, there's so many factors about them which is going right.
Oh, I mean, for OR Esports, I 100% agree with what you said, right? They are the favorites, or rather the top three. And this is where, you know, I've got to take a reference, or rather take it from my friend Destro. But we do have a little bit of an action breaking out. Team MG, another team that has really excelled in the map of Miramar. They have multiple people to face against it. And Don, he's got to retreat.
I mean, it's good. It's going to be better if Marcus Game is going to retreat rather than taking this fight, as there's going to be a grenade going to be tossed towards him. And will this do damage is going to be the question. It does a little bit of a chip damage as Loki is trying to go in mischievously with the jiggles where Dawn is not yet ready for him. It's going to be a spray which is going to be coming in, but ultimately Dawn does fall back, and that is where he gets taken down by Loki. What a crosshair placement over there. I believe that was one of the best I've seen with the UMP so far.
I mean, yes, certainly it is fine. But DG, he is going to be relentless, just trying to push over. But Ghosty, he doesn't want to give up yet, as Loki, the mischievous man himself, still making all those strides, as Dionysus and Paukilo have no other option than to retreat, than to back off, because Initiative Academy, they do have the higher ground. They have the elevation that they can really use to their advantage. Look at what Lazy is up to. And if this works around, if we could get one of those players knocked out, that could be the end of things, but it is alright. Initiative Academy, they can live with this. The confidence that is coursing through their veins is really coming into play over here, as they have racked up 2 finish points to their names already.
Now, for me, that was an unwanted fight to be taken from the side of Marcus Gaming. What are you guys thinking when you know everything is going right for you guys? And that drastic shift we were speaking about towards the side of Al-Azhar Mountains, and where Blind is right now holding it. But somewhere I feel that, you know, the next team which is going to be taking that mountain and hold that fortress for a really long time is going to be the side of WSF. And if they do it and wait out and try to take down enemies who come in towards them, it's going to be a much better story to say.
You know, this is where, you know, we did have a glance at the map feed. Of course, the airdrop did come in, the AUG. A lot of teams kind of tend to stay away from it. They have the reflex set with the M4. But a little bit of an insight over here, Deadpool has already taken over the hills of Al-Azhar, the southern hills, where we did have teams like Hyderabad, Hydras, Team Soul in the previous time that we had a similar circle like this. Now they have got the contingency plan set, right? They know that even if the circle kind of shifts towards the city, they have got a few PlayStation over there. If it kind of shifts up, then they still have Deadpool positioned at the perfect spot, as Team Autobotz find themselves on a collision course against Team Walkouts, I believe.
Yes, and this is where you shouldn't be at this point of time, as Walkouts are getting slaughtered, as Beard Baba gets taken down. I think it's eye for an eye for now, but ultimately ABCs does realize that, you know, it's important for us to get away from this fight and go inside the circle and gatekeep them, as Len Vendetta has got that big crater on which they can play around with, and I'm going to be happy to see such mature gameplays coming in from those teams which require the most. GOG is going to rely on their late rotation coming in. Probably this time they want to come in from the side of Cruz de Valle, and I do believe that's going to be a good one, because the next circle, I do believe, is going to be favoring that side.
So a lot of teams are starting to adopt some measures, right? But Team Blind Shadow, well, they were trying to make some moves. Team Enigma strikes at the direction. Avi, showing no mercy, will instantly deplete the numbers out there. And this is where Team Enigma, finally, after having a good game in Erangel, they want to carry forward. They want to steamroll through this. Still in pursuit for that chicken dinner, though.
Yeah, but at the same time, I really like, you know, one other thing from the side of Enigma. They stick together. Yeah. And this is the only team which I feel is sticking so close to one another, making sure that, you know, in case we go down as a group, but at the same time, we're going to rack up enough number of finish points before doing so. But Blind on the other side, I mean, they made a small mistake of letting go of that high ground which they had, and eventually they had to pay a little bit of a price, as Shadow was trying to lurk around here and there as the circle is going to be shifting in. Look at who's all coming inside the circle. ACBC, IE, GOG, as GOG is right now having a little bit of a conflict with somebody at the side of Amura, and let's see whether they'll be coming out successful out of it.
Now this is where Team Blind have completely messed things up. Like Rocket Rage, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. I mean, of course, he's got some semblance of cover. He's got a perfect compound, but how does he step out, considering you've got Enigma, you've got Global Esports, even INS. The moment he tries to take over the hills, oh, he's going to be ripped apart. But for now, Team INS, like, they've always been one of those teams, the loose cannons in this tournament, right? Never shying away from a fight, but talking about never backing off. Nigma Galaxy taking a fight against the big guns right now. Jackson, way out in the open, has his pants down, and MJ is waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike at his direction, but decides to go against it because he knows the moment he goes after Jackson could get traded off by Legend.
Now, ultimately, they were all waiting for this before taking that fight, and they're wanting the side of Hydras to actually make it inside the circle, and this is the time where I would like to say Team ORWSF have the best spot in the house. All they have to do is hold on to it, as the rest of them are going to fight it out, and that is where MJ is going to let loose, give away his location as well, and it's going to be hard for him to rotate around. I just hope, yes, the backup comes in. I think Nigma is safe to make it inside the circle.
Oh yeah, they realize, you know, it's time. They get themselves inside the zone. Pretty much can't contest for the center with so many teams already are stationed there, so they're going to try to play around the edges, find a few nukes, find a few, you know, ridges to play around, good terrains that they can work things with. But Team Hydra, all right, is Apollo watching out, or maybe it's going to be MJ that could get taken down, but instantly changes course. Spark has his entire attention to flatten out the tires of Apollo. Has succeeded though, but Apollo, being relentless, does not really want to give up, and a heap of trouble, but still somehow Nigma Galaxy do survive, but not so long, as Eggy, raining damage from above, will take him down. But that is where they do not want to settle now, going after the players of Nigma Galaxy, the second one, MJ, but somehow he manages to survive, but I don't think it's going to be for longer.
I mean, somewhere I have to say that Hydras, even though they didn't take down the side of Team OR, but still they did such kind of a damage. I'm so sorry, not OR. They did such kind of a damage against them that it allowed the side of Enigma to put them down. Now, I do understand it's important for the side of Hydras to actually play a little safe at this point of time. Don't become too overconfident to try to take a fight, because Enigma, who's on the top of the mountains, are so strong at this point of time. They can just knock you out and immediately convert that into a finish.
Oh yeah, and this is where I really loved how Retribution, RTR, OR are just on the southern side, right? They're waiting for that perfect opportunity. Somewhere they kind of have this little feeling in their gut that they might take a shift towards that eastern side. Now, Team Hydra still somehow have managed to keep all of their players alive, are around the edges of this particular city. But like you said, there's going to be a constant threat looming around, especially with the Enigma on the higher grounds. You've got GE's Knuckle on the other side, who's finally decided to take a few shots, as Tanki, finding duty in a precarious position, gets the better out of it.
Autobotz again making a mistake of coming in from the corner where they fell with Lee's teams alive. Lee's teams taking that position, but Lee's, do they understand that there are several teams thinking the same, and that is why they're going to be losing more than one player. But GE, I would like to say that the IGL of GE is doing wonders, placing their teammates in the right corners as well. And one thing which I love about them, they're going to clear the backlines first and then concentrate on the front, and that is which I love the most about them. A linear formation coming in from their side, where it's going to be Manya yet again trying to play as safe as possible. I'm so sorry, it's not Manya. Probably it was Ronnie who's trying to make it safe as possible, as the circle is going to be falling into their hands yet again, as they're going to group in and make sure they welcome the side of GOG with a loss of bullets.
This is exactly what OR wanted, right? Jelly having the edges of the circle. He knows that Esports Wala WSF are right in front of them, so he's going to wait it out a little bit. Look at Aditya. He's gotten that little high ground. He's ensuring that his teammate Atanki has no trouble whatsoever while trying to come at his way. So, of course, OR, these small little things that they keep on doing really helps a lot as a whole entire team when you talk about them. Now, Jelly, again, he's making sure his backlines are clear, because he's got that slight, doubt creeping in that there could be some team from our backlines. And we know that Autobotz did head off towards Los Leones, but GOG, now they've decided to enter inside the El Hazahar city. Now, getting onto this open warehouse, they still have all 4 of their PlayStation. Now, from here onwards, how do they disengage and go while the circle takes another shift away from them? That's the big question.
Not only that, how are they going to take the assault, which is going to be coming in towards the same, not just by one team, and it's going to be the most dangerous team. That's going to be GE as well as Hydra, who are also having a very good crosshair towards them. I don't know whether this is the rotation which GE was looking out for. Right now, as you said, it's an open field above, an open roof touch, and that is where bullets are going to be pouring in. If not the bullets, but throwables for sure.
Now we do have a little bit of a fight here. ACBC trying to go after Global Esports. Did have one of those players knocked out, but this is where that spread really comes in handy, right? They managed to completely just thwart the players of ACBC. Knuckle has got all that smoke that he needs, but who's going to come to his aid? That's the big question. AJ needs to redirect his attention towards Capron, who is going for a push at his direction.
Oh, it's again, you are getting taken down from the side of Walkouts, and we all know once he gets taken down, they fall down like dominoes, and let's see whether that's going to be the case, as Capron is pretty much confident, and the whole team is pretty much confident in taking down the side of Team GE, and this going to be some grenades going to be exchanged, I do understand, but what's important for GE at this point of time to keep Mania alive, and there's going to be a blessing in disguise from far away coming in from the side of Hydras, and at this point of time, it's going to be hard for them to survive, as GOG is also having a very, very bad time.
But still, they're managing to keep themselves alive. Will get the revives, will have no trouble whatsoever, still have the blessing of the circle. Somewhere we're banking upon the fact that the next circle shift is going to be a little even, as Team Enigma find themselves in a collision course against INS. 2 of the players already knocked out. Evo patching himself up, making sure that Rex goes in for the final finish, as there you can see Shade
what was Rex
up,
doing?
absolutely gets shredded apart, as Team Enigma have already racked up 6 finishes to their names.
Look at what Rex did, he did not want to strike. Even though he was there at the corner of the eyes, you were like, I'm just going to wait. When you turn this side, that is where I'm going to show you that, I have enough radius to get that, spray towards all directions. And eventually, he did an amazing job. BB on the other side, in the crosshairs of Enigma at this point of time, is the most dangerous thing to do, as the circle is going to be shifting again a little to the southern western side, as grenades are going to be cooked in towards the side of AB. I think that Autobotz, they're good as finished, because they're getting tagged off by the OR as well as the side of GE.
No, Autobotz did not resort to try and take that the southern side, steered off from OR, but eventually came into the jaws of Global Esports. Now Ronnie, he's making the move, spotting Fox out, will have no trouble whatsoever taking him down, as Autobotz, well, they definitely could not arise in this situation, as they fall, as a Tucky wanted to steal that finish away, but we'll have to wait a little longer.
Now OR have got complete control of the circle, is what I would like to say. All they have to do is get to the higher grounds right in front of him and then try to dominate from there on. But also they have to watch out for the side of Kinetic of RTR as well as the side of WSF, because eventually this 3-way Mexican standoff can be heavier for them, as GE from the backlines might come in and attack if that's the case. But let's not forget that OR is concentrating on clear of GE and make sure they come in from the corner where there's only zone behind them and no enemies.
Look at the shift coming in from the western side, right? So many teams just trying to get a good position to themselves because it is not going to be the cities anymore, right? Enigma Gaming do have a little bit of cover, but for Global Esports, they have to take some heavy measures over here. They have to get inside the edges of the circle, and that is a downward slope. Now, that is where they have to find some other route to enter inside the circle, and that is going to be such a troublesome situation as Esports Wala WSF finally wanting to fight it out against these big brothers who are all congregated to one space, one grenade, and everybody goes kaboom.
Now, eventually, they're going to spread out as well, as we are able to see that BB, there's a little bit of a molly being thrown in front of them, restricting their movements as well. And I believe that is the most clever thing to do. You got to first put a molly, make sure they all don't stick together, and eventually throw grenades, take one player at a time, and then push in towards them, as WSF with that smoke screen in front of them are going to be a little safe. But for me, how are GOG going to rotate from this location? As at this point of time, we're able to see that few of them have already gone into the center, as leader OP is going to be coming in from the outside, expecting the side of GE not to look at them and try to backstab them, as over here it's going to be a push coming in from the side of the big brothers, but it's not going to work out for them, as eventually Tango was ready with his crosses set towards the other side. BBF's taken a big banter over here, and eventually it's going to be hard for them, as Karan is going to be pushing in. It's going to be a 1v3 situation if I'm not wrong, because ultimately it's going to be BB all down on their knees, and eventually it's a finish coming in from the side of Karan, and that's Big Brothers out of the game.
3 finishes for this man. Big Brother Esports wanted to get inside the circle. They had no other option, and they'd have to resort to such measures as OR Esports again in full control of the entire situation. Team Blind now on a collision course against Nigma Galaxy. Dreams, well, he's going to tuck to his tails and run, but well, he's been denied that luxury of doing that, as now Team Blind, they're going to start to try and come in from the backlines and get the better out of them, getting sandwiched between OR and Team Blind. Oh, that was a nightmare for them.
Obviously, I mean, the rotations going wrong all of a sudden is something you would not expect, as we already told about this, right? OR have got the best spot in the house. They're coming in from an angle where they want to clear out the side of GOG and then come back into the circle. But their position right now is taken by the side of WSF, who are also having a good time. And if they take the control of that high mountain, I think OR have just dug their own grave.
I mean, well, let's see what happens, because it's going to be really intense, and especially after what WSF have done right now. Karan, he is having all that adrenaline coursing through his veins, wants to get the better out of the situation, but OR Esports, they know that Team Enigma is just beside those silos out there, and he's waiting for them to step out of cover. He wants to get those finishes. Look at the numbers, 14 already for OR Esports, and now Evo has got his eyes set at Team Blind. The moment they're trying to make a move, Rage, he is going to be trying to push in, but deciding against this, as Evo also decides to rotate inside the circle, as Aditya waiting in their broadline. It was murder, but the trades are definitely coming, and it is action left, right, and center.
Now, this is where I really want to know how Enigma is going to be rotating, right? They're going to come in from the behind, from the back sides of the side of WSF and nowhere else, and that's going to be very, very hard thing for them. But at the same time, Enigma at this point of time have their divided attention. I don't know how that's going to work out for them, as they're looking out for Blind as well, but OR on the other side are concentrating on the finish points, right? 15 is what they've got. They're going to find more at this point of time as they spray through the smoke. They have Blind towards their right side. If they have to watch out for those players as well, and in case they get that finish, that's going to be 16th finish, which they might break up, and there they find it, get the 16th one. There's Deadpool also lurking around, and that person could be the 17th one, as their man advantage as well, with 4 men standing. OR looks the strongest at this point of time, as the grenade is going to be lofted towards them. Will this be in the splash radius?
Maybe we'll have to see, as they have their attention shifted elsewhere, as finally they want to battle it out against Esports Wala WSF, stationing themselves at the western side. They made the intentions clear that they are going up for those finish points. They need to compensate for all that bad game right now, as Bajwa raining all that damage up from above, as Eggy just crying, screaming, yelling for help. We'll find though, but how long can Enigma keep themselves alive with a constant rotation coming in from OR?
Oh, look at this throw coming in from the side of Oro. That was a low toss, does connect perfectly, and this is where they have a chance to push in, as Ani's on fire. Be the Ghost Rider goes in for the healing, and he has to retaliate at this point of time. It's going to be so hard, as the smoke screen is not going to allow them, and Bajwa strikes when the iron is hot. It's going to be important for the rest 2 players of OR to actually come in and give the right kind of cover. It's the footsteps that's been given away, as Bajwa is trying to put the crosses perfectly where Oro is coming in.
But now look at Bajwa. He needs to somehow get himself a little back. But it is Honey who kind of comes into the picture, fighting it out against Atanki as Aru shifting to FPP does get the better out of Esports Walla WSF. As this, ladies and gentlemen, could be the highest finish chicken dinner for OR Esports if Enigma Gaming do not spoil their party.
No, at the same time, Eggy is coming in a bit more closer. Avi is coming in from a different angle. The grenades in the hands as well, as Atanki has a vague idea as to from which angle these players are coming out from. But at the same time, Atanki is going to stick to his plan of trying to flank a little to the right. They have the circle control as well, right? So it's all about trying to go in and commit to this fight to get that finish point for themselves, or they're not trying to do the other way around. But ultimately, they're going to find Eggy with 3 men standing. They're just going to blankly rush in towards the side of Avi, but they need to have equal distances or things can go wrong with one good grenade. But finally finds him in the corner where they wanted him to. It's M24 spray on the opposite side as an FPP comes in, connects perfectly, and OR ends up with the highest number of finish points, getting that winner chicken dinner. And I do believe with this, they mark history and make sure that the other team to watch out for in this tournament.
Still have that stone cold gaze, and really finally the smiles come out. Finally it comes out when they realize they've got the highest finishes on board. As ladies and gentlemen, we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco as we take a look at the point standings, compensating for every bad game that they've had throughout the day. 37 points. Are you kidding me?
Look at the difference they're going to put themselves with the soul and try to set an example over here, telling that this is the reason why the caster's desk in the beginning told that this is one of the favorite teams to take the competition for themselves. I mean, 22 finishes. It was just bizarre. But I'm really happy that Enigma, Esports Walla, Nigma Galaxy and Global Esports could find a little bit of those finishes here and there. But the left was just shared with the side of Big Brothers, Hydra, GOG as well as Autobotz. Again, GOG going down with 2 points. Oh my god.
It all makes so sense right now, right? Because we were sort of wondering why did they leave that little high ground they had to Esports Walla WSF. They wanted to go for the bodies. They wanted to go for the finishes out there. They wanted to wipe everybody out from the server. They knew it is going to be a migration from that western side to that eastern side. Got themselves positioned at beautiful spots. Had a little high ground. Had someone even looking out for Esports Walla WSF. It was such a well, situated situation as ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO MVP Atanki causing death and destruction everywhere throughout the lobby. 10 finishes, 1,000 points of damage. Wow.
I feel this is the highest number of finishes by any individual in BMPS itself. Like 10 finishes coming in from a single man, giving 10 points in the overall points table shows the capability of this person. And no wonder we're going to have 3 players of OR coming in. Aditya with 7, Oro with 4, and that counts up to 21 finishes. And the other person is also not gone down without any kind of hard work. He's also got 1 finish for himself as well.
Yeah, I mean, the entire objective for Jelly is to get his boys inside the circle and then do the rest. As Aditya, look at the damage points, Arka. 1356, and pretty much understandable from where he was really stationed at. But Karan, of course, you've got to give it to this lad. The way he fought it out against the players of Big Brother Esports was commendable. And even Avi, the steamrolling through, banking upon that little bit of an momentum that they had built up. As ladies and gentlemen, we head to the match summary, and the healing numbers, well, they're not as we thought.
Obviously, because GOG is not going outside the circle anymore and not healing themselves way inside the circle. But at the same time, let's not forget 0 finishes with the grenades coming in over here is a bit of a shocker, whereas everybody wanted to go in. When you have a team like OR, I mean, just going around eradicating every single person in the lobby, it's going to be hard for you. But this is where they're going to hit the bars with 3,536 damage. OR with 22 finish points for themselves. This is where they've just left a few of them. It's like a big meal is over there. They're gonna eat most of it and let go of the desserts for the rest to enjoy.
It's a Burj Khalifa, right?
Yep.
No second thoughts at that. The second highest damage so far in the iQOO BMPS. The highest in terms of the finishes that they've accrued. I think the last record was held by GE, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, 4,000 damage, but
21 finishes.
Yeah, 21 finishes.
This is where, OR is trying to create history again and again. As now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. The moment of truth. The overall standings, 398 points. But what really catches my eyes is Team Soul. The distance that there has been built up, and Team EXO also catching Soul up. So maybe the possibilities of EXO ending at the second spot by the end of the evening could really come true.
Yeah, one last game, restrict the side of Team Soul, and then trying to challenge them and get into the second position is something we would want. But we all know that EXO is pretty clever, Sensei is pretty hard as well, so that is how they've come in. But at the same time, Enigma finally coming back to the 6th position with no winner and a chicken dinner for themselves. For me, this is one of my favorite teams, right? So they are like, it's not about all those things, it's about the composure and having a balance between finish points and placement points. Do your maths correctly, place yourself perfectly, and you can be there in the top 6 itself.
Oh yeah, I mean, for Enigma Gaming, they were having a little bit of those hiccups in those early phases of week 2, but finally they seem to have settled in. But as we move to the second page and talking about few teams kind of climbing up, Blind Esports is one of those teams that did step up, 183 points to their names, but it's still so fragile, still so volatile, considering, you know, the 16th spot marker ACBC at 169 points. The moment we shift to the next page, the page that is in danger, right? We have it on the left hand side, in danger, written it all over it. Walkouts, Retribution, RTL. Look at the difference, it's so minuscule.
Yeah, that's what, 169 points, 2 points difference for the side of Walkouts, and they just have one more game to play, and somewhere I feel they're going to catch up for it. RTR, Retribution are eventually going to fall down because Initiative Academy, Team MG, as well as Kinetic and Walkouts have to do some hard work, and I somewhere feel for GOG, the qualifying for the next round is turned out to be very, very bleak. And I don't know, they just need miracles at this point of time to make it into the next round.
Same goes for UP50. Of course, they were not in this particular lobby, but they're going to come back in the final game, though. But yeah, like you said, for GOG, now we've been seeing them constantly getting a better part of the circle. But once again, the hard shift comes. That is where they kind of tend to tremble, right? They have few of the players kind of getting knocked out. Clearly shows that they're lacking confidence. There is some issues going on within the team, some internal conflicts maybe, considering you've got those rotations coming in, and they're kind of quite erratic with what they've been trying to do. But I think still, you know, some improvements compared to the first week they've been making, but still somewhere languishing down the bottom order.
Now, at the same time, it's important for us to thank our sponsors, right? Because all this is, you know, possible because of Crafton, BGMI, as well as the side of iQOO. And iQOO Neo 6 is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not forget to look at this promo, because this is where the dragon is getting slayed.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, everyone's having a crazy time at Loco, of course, India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. You can check them out, right? You've got your favorite BGMI content creators out there displaying their skills, and not just them, right? Even the competitive players. Now, for a lot of few people wondering, you know, how do I start my streaming journey? And this is where this beauty comes into picture.
And I know it was coming again. I have to be the person who's going to give out this information. Head on to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6. Over there, click on No More, answer 5 questions, fill in your details, and after that, click on Notify Me, and wait for a phone call or an email coming your way telling that you've won this mobile.
Oh yeah, you certainly have to, right? And we're really quick with that. But now let's take a quick look at the highlights of this particular game that we did have. A beautiful one of Miramar as that. It was kind of a unique circle, rather uncommon one, but it all started with this one fight where Team MG, they were trying to rotate around, suddenly figured out, oopsie, it's Team Initiative Academy right on our heads, and there you go. 2 players being taken down, and there was so much in control in this particular fight.
At the same time, I really didn't like that commitment coming in from the side of MG, right? They had a lot of time to get away from the fight. It was not like they were forced to take the fight, but ultimately had to pay a heavy price for it. But again, on the other side, Nigma Galaxy versus the side of Hydras. But I really love the way what Hydras did. They knew it's not going to be easy for them to take the player down, but rather the tire is where I'm going to aim at and remove the tire, and gave that one finish away for the side of Enigma. And if they had not done that, I believe OR would have got another finish for themselves.
Unwanted help being given, and well, it's not Hogwarts, but still, you know, Hydra doing the job out for Enigma. But OR Esports, now this is where we were watching them enter in from the southern side, take that eastern highway and get the better of the situation. Till then, you know, GOG was all fine and good, right? They still had a perfect cover, they did get those revives up, but Global Esports, right? We did talk about that little bit of a linear formation where they were kind of spread around, but eventually had few of their players knocked out.
That's because they started to break that formation, right? So they wanted to get back a little more and see how things can turn around. But ultimately, they were in a confusion whether to go around or not. But Rex on the other side did some wonders over there and struck when the iron was hot. But at the same time, let's look at the side of Atanki, where he did do the damage over here. They're just 2 finish in this point. Just remember, they're just 2 finish. And from there on, the way they dominated, oh my god.
I mean, this is where, you know, we have to pay attention to how they went towards the western side, right? Aditya spots, he shoots, he takes them down. Where else do you think those 1300 plus points of damage did come from?
Exactly. And at the same time, this was the moment where WSF came in over here. Tango did the initial, and from there on, it was a very simple story for them to clear off the squad. But yes, Williams on the other side, one thing which I love about him, he always supports when his time is right. But GOG found their match over here, probably found their gods, where Global Esports just mowed them down like a broken glass.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was just absolutely shattered, right? Out of options. I felt, you know, GOG could have done so much better, considering the fact that Global Esports were the ones charging or aggressing at their directions. Nigma Galaxy tried to keep themselves alive a little bit longer, were just playing around the silos out there, but eventually OR raining death from above. They were left stranded out of options. The Steam Blind just comes out of nowhere, gets it, gets those position points. Always the top 5, top 6 position is what they secure. And by this moment, we know what fate awaited them, right? It was OR Esports just from all above. They were getting so much done. You take a look at that mini-map, that little beautiful spread that they had, and denying every team's entry inside the circle, and we could figure it out, right, at this point, right? I was kind of wondering, why did they let that Esports Wala WSF spot up to them, right? It makes perfect sense. You know, they wanted those finish points, they wanted to go for the numbers, they wanted to go big, and what a way to do it.
And also, there was some 2 finishes stolen from the side of WSF that actually raged them, and are like, we're gonna take this team down eventually because I want those finishes. They did a lot of hard work. Some amazing grenades were thrown into the side of Enigma, but all those was eaten away from their side as well. So this has happened on one side, but let's not forget the side of Team OR on the other side, where they rushed in at the final moments of the game against the side of Enigma. I do believe that Enigma had a little bit of a fighting chance. You know, they could have done some wonders, put up some smokes. I'm just trying to be, you know, a little fair for them as well, because I know it was a slaughter coming in from the side of Team OR.
Yeah, the only silver lining was they made it to the top 3. In fact, the second spot at themselves. But what I really loved about this game was Esports Wala finally finding some consistency in the map of Miramar, and it's been happening from a couple of tapes, right? Every single time they come into Miramar, of course, not chicken dinners, but the top 3, top 4 with decent amount of finishes to their names is going to be enough for them climbing up the numbers. Now, we just have one more day tomorrow where we have the conclusion of week number 2, because when week number 3 comes, it is going to be so much of action, so much of drama, a lot of targetings here and there, because it is going to be the fight for top 16, and it is definitely building up with finally UP50 also managing to reach that 100. I'm pretty sure if they have a lot to do, but let's see. I mean, one final game, and if they can end things on a good note, they might come in stronger tomorrow as well.
I hope so that that's going to be the case. But yet again, you know, somewhere I'm feeling sorry for the new pros who have come into this game and not capitalize on the opportunity they've got, right? Because the seriousness of them in the BMOC, I don't even see 50% of that seriousness over here. Because obviously, you know, there are teams, they're not even taking a fight against the team. I really don't understand why. Because it is important for your assaulter to do the job, right? If the IGL keeps saying that we're going to play it safe, we're going to play it safe, we're going to play it safe, you're going to hinder the performance of your assaulter. And you can't tell him to perform all of a sudden out of the blue moon, telling him that today we need some finishes for ourselves. You need to keep that balance between these two. And somewhere I feel this is where the new pros are actually failing themselves.
You know, we already had a chat about it, right? At the longer run, it is always going to be the big guns prevailing supreme, considering the kind of amenities that they have, the situations that they've been, being the tier 1 teams, they've been constantly scrimmaging across all the other big teams. Now, when these boys really come up, that is when, you know, they're not really conditioned to be playing under such atmosphere, right? Under such situations. They haven't been accustomed to handle pressure at such levels. And as a result of which, they're eventually falling.
I mean, I just hope that at least few of them at least make it into the top 16 and try to take the fight in the finale and give the, you know, something which we are wanting it, right? You were also saying that you want a revolution or an evolution, to be specific, in the esports of BGMI community itself. So that is where we're going to be keeping our fingers crossed, hoping for the teams on the bottom to actually do some miracles to make sure at least 5 to 6 of these teams are there coming up next, as we're going to be moving into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, where I'm going to be saying goodbye over here, and the big man is going to be coming in, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow, as it's going to be Angat coming in.
Angat, finally someone names him. Hey, he's going to be elated, right? And this big man is already starting to smile. But I'm always going to call him XP. Because, alright, he's kind of having himself settled in. So, finally, we're done with games for Group A. This is again where Group C come chiming in. So, few big names. We've got few underdogs out there. You know, UP50 still looking to find a good game out of it. But the big highlight is Team Soul over here. The fall of Team Soul in week number 2. And being a former member of Team Soul, well, mind shedding some light?
Well, I was just waiting for my producer to give me the green light that everything looks good, because now that I'm settled, all right, what were you talking about? Former member Team Soul. That was something different. That was just basically something we did as friends, you know, when we first met. Of course, I'm talking about Mortal and the boys. But again, let me just tell you one thing. Team Soul is still in the 2nd position. 81 points is the lead OR Esports has right now. And let me tell you one thing. These boys aren't stopping. I think the sky is the limit. And in fact, they might just pass the stratosphere as well, because they are running away with the show. 22 finishes, the highest in BMPS so far. And keep one thing in mind, they came close early as well. They had a 20 banger once upon a time.
Yes, they did. And they were kind of denied with that 21 finish coming from Global Esports. But this is where the discussion really comes in, XP, right? Considering the fact that before the start of week number 2, we had Soul having a really good lead over Team OR, and suddenly, as you're seeing, OR did not just match it, they went a notch above, and now it is almost around 80 to 90 points, and this is where things start falling down.
Well, things may start falling down, but one thing is for certain, this tournament is always going to be steady and stable, largely thanks to our sponsors, of course. I'm talking about iQOO and Loco, which means, well, you know what's coming on. Let's have a look and see how it goes down. Well, if you did have the iQOO Neo 6 in your hands, that 80 watts flash charge is always going to make sure, even if you are low on Juice, well, you're going to be back in action with a shebang because, let's just do one last thing. I know they know what's coming in. Let's just remind them once again that, you all stand a chance to win 3 brand new iQOO Neo 6s every single day. And all you have to do is head over to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, and then we'll participate in a quiz that pops up. If Fixes can do it, so can you. And, well, who knows? You might just walk away a lucky winner. And have a look at that glare. Let's just take a second. And I'm going to look at you on the screen right now. Show me what you do.
No.
Show me. I want to see it now. Alrighty. Of course, this guy, the daddy wannabe, I'll give it to him a little bit. But you know what's going to happen right now is we're going to have a little bit of a shuffle. As substitutions are coming in, Yuva OP's out. And, well, Mr. Spray is in.
So, I mean, I think this is where I feel a little bit of a turbulence in Walkouts department, right? They did have Kirito coming in, Mr. Spray going out, and now suddenly replacing Yufa. One of their players has been performing, but not so lately. But because now we've got a little bit of a change in Team MG's department as well. This is where I think I'm witnessing Star to be coming in for the first time instead of Don.
Absolutely, and well, the Don is out. His days are definitely numbered right now. Gone are the days of the Godfather, but of course, new stars need to shine. But also, lucky for you guys, we still have a lot to give away for all our lovely viewers. I'm, of course, talking about the BGMI T-shirts. They look good in white and all that little... Let me just say one thing. They look amazing. I want me one of them. And, of course, those bottles as well. Hey, man, I'm pretty sure, we might just sneak a couple out, from the back room or whatever. But how can they go about this, Fixes?
Of course, I mean, like we've been saying this over and over again, for the new viewers only, head in to the English stream on the BGMI official esports channel. Support your favorite team. Hashtag whatever it is right now. The way OR has been playing, hashtag OR. If you are supporting them and if by the end of the evening they come out on top, well, 10 lucky winners do have a chance. So, of course, BGMI official esports channel. There's a description. On the description, you've got a link that you've got to fill up. And, well, we're going to be announcing your names at the end of the show.
Well, 37 points coming in from one game. It definitely is going to, increase their chances of being the highest point getter. So again, this is a little bit of a hint for all you guys out there. Go and grab this opportunity. But now, it is time for the final game on day 3 of the second week. And, well, in about 10 seconds, we are going to say bye-bye from this studio. And, well, the action is going to be breaking down in the map of Erangel. Don't be sad, buddy. We'll be back. I know he just loves being in front of the camera. But for now, Fixes. Well, I can't really say what I want to, but you know what I want to say. It's Erangel. And, of course, we are in the plains of Gatka.
Oh, yes, we indeed are. And finally, I think we're all happy, right? We get to see a certain circle. We finally get to see an every circle. And now this is where I'm kind of starting to be a little bit more optimistic, right? This is where I'm going to be a little bit overzealous. I want to see something happen around maybe Zorki. Am I asking for too much?
No, it's been a long time. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's collectively... Well, close our eyes, which I don't know if you're going to do. Oh, I actually did. All right, even I'll close mine then. All right, let's close our eyes.
Yeah.
If you believe in God, let's just have a little prayer. All right, the circle should shift towards Zorki. Now, if it happens, well, we'll know about the existence of the BGMI gods. If it doesn't, well, I guess we aren't pious enough. But again, all jokes aside, I wonder where it is going to go. But again, I wonder how a few teams are going to be taking this game. Because again, it is going to be the big 2 squads battling it out, right? We have Group B coming in, going up against Group C. And of course, Seoul, they're going to want to try and, reduce that little gap that the team OR Esports have created. Well, OR Esports are going to try and do the opposite. So there is a battle at the top, of course. Now, this is all about bragging rights at this stage. But how about teams like, well, UP50? I mean, it is going to be a big one for them.
Oh, indeed it is. Rather very important game at that. Because, again, if you talk about it, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out what fate awaits the boys of UP50 as XP. We've taken it to the skies. Not the kind of in-flight path that we would want for a Zaki circle, though. Heading all the way from Quarry towards Lipovka. Maybe another southern circle is in the making.
I don't know, buddy. I'm still holding on to the fact that, we did genuinely close our eyes. We did genuinely take, a few moments of silence. And, well, I'm not too pious. It has to come from my heart. Let's see if our hearts are worthy. Because for now, a team that is worthy of all the points that they have gathered in the map of Erangel are, of course, the gentlemen from OR Esports.
All right. I mean, OR Esports are on a whole different level right now, right? Especially after what they just did, constantly breaking records, creating history, and this lineup. I mean, you talk about them. We talk about Team Soul as a bunch of misfits. Now, this is where it's a perfect time to discuss about Team OR, right? The kind of changes that they've gone through. Did lose out on their star player, Vexy. He went to Skylights Gaming, and look at where he is, out of this tournament, sitting it out, where his teammates, after a Tunky, another one of those rejected players being out of Nigma Galaxy, now joining forces with OR. He had a lot to prove, and boy, has he done it.
Well, that is where, that drive and hunger is going to be propelling these lads forward, and looks like it is going to be a southernish central circle, so bye-bye Zarky, and guess what, Fixes? Yeah. I don't think the gods like us too much these days, but it's all right. It's all right. Tomorrow is going to be Sunday. Maybe we're going to be hitting church in the morning and attend some mass, and maybe something might happen. But for now, what is going to happen is I see a lot of colors nearby. And in fact, OR Esports now, they have kind of shifted a little bit to the left, but looks like a little bit of a kerfuffle might break out near Georgia Pole.
Of course, indeed. I mean, UP50 right beside Team Soul. I think they just want to take over the hills, but look at what Akshat is doing. Okay, this is where it all makes sense right now. Team Soul does not really care, right? At this point, they know that they made it to the top 16. It is all about taking fights, and it is fine. They're kind of living with it, right? I'm pretty sure when the grand finals do come, and that is where we're going to see the good, bad version of Team Soul that we've been really loving. But
interesting.
Now, I mean, look at Akshat, right? He has no interest.
No. Yeah. The thing is, have a look at that. The doors are open because I do see one door open on the balcony of the left house, which does kind of tell me that, maybe they've been here and they're on the hunt for UP50. I think they already had an idea that someone's been nearby, and now Hector is going to make sure and see if anything is left in these houses, and they are going to be a little careful. See, again, grenades being deployed because they might have an idea someone could be in, and they are just going to, unpin that grenade, trying to give that sound cue. But little do they know, UP50, they might have anticipated this here, Fixes, because, again, a little bad blood between the two teams.
Of course. I mean, they've constantly been poking the bears. And this time, I think, in the previous game, they did get the better of Hector, if I'm not wrong. So, again, Team Soul wanted to make sure.
Be careful this time.
Yeah, be so careful. Look at how Akshat is just watching over them. Like, where are they? We need to find them. We need to reclaim our authority over these spots and, just marking their territory. But taking a look at the circle. Now, this is where, you've got to talk about Team OR, right? Look at where Jelly is. A little bit southern side from the school apartment areas. Just in the nearby vicinity, maybe to Big Brothers and 7C. But there's been some sort of a truce between these teams as well, right? They tend to drop over here. But there have been very rare occasions where they've actually engaged in a fight.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see if they are going to be locking horns, because for now, Team XO, a big game from them. They, of course, have that little 10-point depletion. Basically, they are falling short by 10 points behind Team Soul at this moment, and they are going to try and snatch that second position away before the day is over. That is, of course, going to be their driving factor in this game, and, well, let's see if it is going to happen, because for now, the circle is going to be pretty much, as we did see, Pachinki is going to be in the center. Potato Hill, in fact, is going to be dead smack center, and that is where the big brothers are calling home as of now. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they had a good game in Miramar earlier. A couple of glimpses, a couple of glimmers of hope in other maps. However, again, maybe a few indecisions, a few bad decisions coming their way led to their demise. But for now, the circle up on our screens. Fixes, where can we expect the first few shots to be fired?
I think, again, it's going to be a standard Western Shelter circle, right? From what I can perceive from taking a look at this. One good thing, though, Team INS is not playing this particular game. So that's one for them. But, again, if you talk about this circle, so Team Blind, it's kind of expected from their side to go on towards that eastern side. But I want to get the conversation back to Team EXO again, right? One of those teams that started off at the 17th spot, XP, and now they are fighting for the second. The kind of a rise that these boys have had, right? Especially this is where your mettle is being proved, right? When you've got your backs against the wall, when, finally fingers again being pointed out at Sensei, boy, does he come through.
Oh, he does, because again, he is the one who also takes a lot of the risk, right? I mean, he does call the shots in the team. He does scout out ahead. So basically, he's got a lot of things on his plate. And let me tell you one thing, he packs quite a punch as well. So, you know, he is one of those versatile IGLs that you definitely want leading you into battle. But for now, OR Esports, boy oh boy, they had a wonderful, wonderful time in the last game. Question is, can they replicate that again? Because, well, they are going to let everybody know that, hey, even though we had a couple of bad days at the beginning, we are not one team to be messed around with, as they have all the time in the world to loot, because the circle is still going to be with them. Now, you know, we did see something in Northern Georgia a little while ago, but we're going to come back to that in a second, because for now, FS Esports as well, you know, Rozhok is what they call home. However, Fixes, time in and time out, these boys, you know, they seem to kind of move away, anticipating maybe the circle shifts away. Then when they want to come back into their own city, that is where they really haven't learned to maneuver around the teams or the blockades set up inside.
There's been a lot of contestation around these areas, right? You've got Global Esports, you've got OR, you've got FS. Now, they kind of have to do those permutation combinations, right? If Global Esports is not playing, then we're going to stay over there. If they're playing, maybe head over towards Water City and take certain measures accordingly. And same goes for OR, right? They've all been open to changes, being very flexible throughout. But still, you know, considering how this circle has been panning out, this is where I really want to see the players of Big Brothers finally get a chicken, because it's been such a long time, such a big fall for them. Every time they kind of get themselves maybe to the top 8, top 9, a few finishes, but that's just about it.
That is actually kind of correct, but the thing is, you know, I mean, yesterday they were doing good, right? We were speaking their accolades. However, today they haven't really shown any, well, promises so far. But again, Blind Esports doing something a bit different. Now, we know Pochinki is their home. They might just be setting up on the southern side of the city. You know, of course, there are fewer houses and fewer angles to worry about, which is something that I wouldn't blame them for. However, if you realize in the last Erangel that did take place, they kind of moved out, and I'm pretty sure they would have regretted that decision, because they were all the way just north of the ferry pair, right, where they were finally taken out by a team rushing in. So I wonder if they are going to do something similar, but that is, of course, a story for later on, because the circle is still intact, and slowly but steadily it is going to be imploding in as we move to the second circle.
You know, nothing really odd has been happening so far, right? It's all about the teams trying to settle in, trying to find their first rotation, compounds, build safe heaven. But for now, Team Big Brother somehow banking upon the fact that maybe there's a little sliver of chance that the circle might go down south. So holding off the coastlines, if it goes down there, they're going to take those waterways and then just instantly be the first team to cross over. A typical BTR strategy, one of the other international teams who seems to have fallen. But now, this is the moment of truth, right? This is where we get to see if the circle is kind of shifting towards the west inside those snake compounds that we've been talking about, which were previously held by Team INS, and a lot of teams are, I think, making a move for it.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody, in fact, is kind of on the move right now. And, well, maybe if Kinetic had just slowed down a bit, they could have taken that drop along with them. The circle is going to have a southern trend to it, which means Big Brothers are going to be in prime position to have a few options open for them. Have a look at that. The bike was going south, and now suddenly he is going to be heading back west. Now, this is where it gets a bit tricky. Yes, they have those cliffs to, you know, fight off at. Yes, they have a few options to, you know, basically catch people off guard, but they have to work as a team, because if someone knocks the opponents out, they've got to capitalize on those finishes ASAP. Otherwise, you know, they're just going to be picked up. But right now, looks like a few shots might be fired off, might be actually taking Sarung in a very bad spot right now. And speaking of bad spots, Sarung is going to be taken out of his misery in the blink of an eye, and it's going to be ACBC that are going to be drawing one of the first finishes in the game.
Completely caught off guard.
Oh,
considering, you know, ACBC, one of those teams very late from the military base they rotate, right? At this time, they had a rather quicker one. But Savitar looks to find some redemption on another team, though, as Nigma Galaxy, they're going to have to say goodbye to Dreams. Or maybe not, still trying to get that rest back on him, as Apollo decides to stand up. And the wrath of Apollo might come into play. But no, resorting for the revives.
Well, Savitar is going to still lay down some shots in that direction. Unfortunately for him, the this fella has been picked up, and it looks like his nightmare is finally over. As the circle is going to be closing in, and now Vikendi, wait a second, buddy. You know that this place is kind of exposed still. They are going to try and get up to the vehicles. just pretty much taking some damage from Salvatore. Now the thing is, Salvatore also over here is all by his lonesome, so he does have to be a bit careful just in case someone decides to come in from behind. Aha, I see what happened over here. So Nigma Galaxy are going to be in a precarious situation. The smoke has dissipated, and looks like elsewhere, Rage God, oh goodness, he finds himself in this position a bit too much. I think he chose his name perfectly.
Oh, he must be raging right now, team. So they aren't just gonna let him go. Look at Goblin and his audacity to fire at such farther distances with a red dot on him. But now we do have a little bit of a fight. 7C, they never really back out from a fight, do they?
Oh, that's a good one. Wixie almost getting knocked off his feet. Dreams is going to be on low HP as well, and this is something that SprayGod is going to be hoping for. He is capitalizing on the fact that he wants to take away their HP piece by piece before he finally moves in to deal the final blow. Now that grenade is going to catch Wixie off guard. He knows there's only one more man standing over here, but the problem is a lot of smoke obscures his vision. First and foremost, you see a vehicle, you want to shoot it up, man. Looks like that vehicle, although it already probably has blown up. No, it hasn't. It could be problematic. Shots are going to be fired. There you have it. He does connect with you. He is going to be randomly spraying, hoping that he does connect. Finally, the enemy is going to be spotted. Wait a second, he made a bit of an oopsie. As the remaining members of Nigma Galaxy are going to come in, and wait a second, against all odds, although Vixie was lost, he went in for that finish. It is going to be a big blow, and well, I know you're laughing. It does sound funny. It does seem funny as well, because we did not expect that from a player like him.
Yeah, I mean, SprayGod especially just kind of whiffing the shots, shifting towards his gun. Little did he know that he had 4 times on that, and suddenly his scope just goes towards the players knocked out. But for now, UP50 just having lost out on one of those players do find a finish on the players of Initiative Academy, as they kind of seem lost, right? But what I really wanted to point out was ACBC's position, as they wanted to have an insurance policy to them, but seems like the gods have shown mercy towards the player of Team Soul.
Yeah, I mean, Team Soul are going to be happy because they do have the high ground. Keep in mind, the mountain is going to be there, but HH are moving in on their position. In fact, they are going to be driving right past that airdrop, which means shots could be fired at their position. Also, I do not mind where UP50 are right now, but the thing is, oh boy, that is quite a popular place in the map of Erangel, and since they have already lost their Rage Monster, it could be a little bit of an issue in case people try and come in. Oh, Sarkar, you just scared me right now, but Sarkar just made sure he finished what he started, and well, Ayush is going to bid us adieu. And speaking of Team Soul's position, looks like Walkouts are trying to walk all over them. In fact, they do have the high ground, and Hector is going to be caught out in the open. Yes, what was he doing? Exactly, the gestures coming in. There you have it. The teams are going to come in. In fact, Omega is going to be taken out. Goblin is going to be behind that little tree over there, and Kirito could have shot at him. Unfortunately, he went for Akshat, but the Goblin is going to be brought down. Prolux, the last man standing. He does do what he does best, and in fact, if he did connect the final few more shots, that would have been hit. But buddy, you better bite your tongue. You have a foot in your mouth, because you said they were in the best position, but lo and behold, Team Soul out in the 16th position.
A little bit hungry, a little bit greedy for those finishes, gave that high ground away, and they were punished for that, as now we might see the big Goliaths fighting out against each other over here. OR Esports, for contention of the Banhouse team, EXO decide against it, right? Rather, they want to take that safer route, want to head in from the Pachinki cities out there. But Jelly, look at him. Every single time you pay attention to the map feed and you find a little bit of a spread from OR, kind of fills your heart with so much love and compassion for what this man has been putting through the game.
And especially in Erangel, this is their map, and boy oh boy do they let us know that every single day. I love the sound of that car, by the way. Ooh, you know me, I love my rides. But anyway, or again, they are just going to keep moving around. They love keeping the enemy guessing, and that is one of the reasons they are so versatile on this map. Now, as far as OR is concerned, they are pretty much in a safe spot right now. They have that little dip to work with, and they have all these vehicles positioned in prime places to make sure they have a hasty retreat. Now, speaking of hasty retreat, Hyderabad Hydras, they've been spotted out. Shots have been laid down their way, but have a look at what's happening up top. Fixes ACBC trying to transition and maybe come in from Pachinki's way.
Oh, I think that really makes sense. But little did they know that the players of Team Kinetic are just going to be keeping on the zone, and they're holding the doors of the circle. But for now, I think they want to engage. We do see a fight breaking out. Few of the players have been knocked out. I think ACBC have managed to get the first knock, and this is where they're going to go ram in.
Well, it was 7C, in fact, who are going to be coming in with the corner on their side, but now Eva Sky is going to lay down shots in Onyx's way. Kinetic is going to reply with some bullets of their own as he does take cover in the nick of time. Now Rain with a grenade. Wants to rain down death and destruction on KU. Is it going to be good? It is going to be good. Unfortunately, he doesn't knock him out completely, but 7C's Aladdin from behind is going to be laying shots in his back. Now, this is where the revive comes in, and there you have it. Rain raining down death is going to make sure he gets the better of KU. That grenade isn't going to do anything, and he knows it. For now, ACBC, they have the upper hand. However, what about 7C fixes?
You know, 7C, Aladdin just fell on his lonesome. Other players have their attentions directed to elsewhere as Rain again raining down all that lead. Evil Sky going in for the ram-in as God somehow manages to deal with him, but still he's going to be relentless, trying to pursue the players of Team Kinetic, and this moment, Rain has got to make some big brain moves.
I would want a grenade to be thrown in that position, because that is not the right move, because for now 7C has been given enough time to reposition themselves and, well, make sure they pop up whatever is left over here. Elsewhere, looks like EXO are going to take the fight to IE, and this time around, Punk and Fierce, two of their fiercest players, are going to be brought down before they could do anything. And let me tell you one thing, Initiative Academy, despite losing 2 members, are looking good, and they have a nice little spot for themselves. And speaking of grenades going off, Capron is going to make sure he puts a few bullets right between God's noggin, and this is what I was worried about. Can they make it to safety? Because 7C Esports, well, we're shooting at them. They have made it to safety, but his HP is so low. It is so low that it could be problematic. Well, I was going to say maybe FS could be a little bit of a problem, but OR Atanki is now going to be the one that makes sure Capron might not make it to the circle.
Now, this is where the discussion comes about Team EXO, right? Look at Immortal's position. Stays in into the Chinky. Is he going for a healing battle so early into the game? But right now, OR find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. One of those players being taken down. It again comes down to Atanki. Can he provide that proper cover fire that they need? And 7C, what do I have to tell about them? Despite all odds, they still never stop aggressing as Atanki has his attention redirected at the players of ACBC. Gets the better out of Capron. Now has Rain, the lonesome survivor.
Well, Rain is still the last man standing for his team for now, but the smoke is going to give away the position, and there you have it. The grenade might just go boom. Unfortunately, it was just a bit too long, but Atanki knows someone else is going to be snaking around that plume of smoke. First aid to get a better idea of where the grenade is going to go. This actually might just be good. Rain is going to have that vehicle for cover, that little buggy right in front of him. That is going to be helping him, and now another grenade goes in, and looks like Atanki is going to get just a bit impatient now. Rain, both these boys, they have the AKMs on the ready. Rain is going to make sure he hears all the noise. He does. He jumps and shoots, but it's going to be Atanki who is going to be jiggling around. And, well, the little left-right combination is going to be enough for the man with 10 finishes, mind you, in the last game to make quick work of ACBC.
He's spreading terror throughout the entire lobby, right? The way
Living up to his
Atanki,
name.
of course, indeed. And it was a perfect push coming in from OR, right? Aditya also trying to come in. He wanted to make sure that even if he gets taken down, the trades are going to be there. Because at this point, if you get knocked out, it's so difficult to get your revives up. As look at this. Now, this could be the game that UP50 were waiting for so long.
However, look at that. RE are going to be coming in from that mountain just to the north, and they do have 2 teams coming in from behind. But for now, we are going to have a look at the 2 lone members from 7C Esports, Savatar and Aladdin. Now, they know that the fight is going to be a little bit problematic because Blind Esports is going to be shooting from the position, as is Nigma Galaxy. In fact, that one spray is going to be brilliant, and MJ not only brings down Atanki, I do believe Aditya went down in that spray as well, which means OR Esports' Aru definitely is going to be, well, the medic for his team for now. But again, fixes all these teams, they got to move in.
Oh yeah, and especially OR, they need to understand it's the 5th circle, for Christ's sake, and there's no chance you can get some revives out there. But a little bit of a blood between 2 former teammates, MJ going after OR's players, and there you can see, right? We'll all love that little masala, you know, we like it.
Of course, I mean, you know, us Indians, we love our controversies. It's as simple as that. And now retaliation is going to be coming in from Blinds' way, as Williams is going to try to get the better of MJ. Unfortunately for him, that buggy is going to be a bit too quick, but now Dreams, Oh boy, if you pop your head up just a wee bit, chances are someone is going to let loose a few shots, and that is going to be the end of him. Now, BB, we did kind of see them, right? Now, one of their members, by the way, is going to be in the water. Again, a little contingency plan, as we like calling it, a little insurance policy. He's going to be shocked up down below on the cliff. And now Greens, well, of course, this was expected. He thought maybe, you know, the warehouses had been cleared out, but this is what I was talking about. Blind, they held their patience. They knew they have a few vehicles, and they are going to capitalize on as many finishes before, well, they are going to take the fight head on to whoever's lined up.
You know, I really like this game for Big Brother Esports, but we really wanted them to win, and finally, maybe the gods have heard us. If not the circle, maybe our team that we might be rooting out for, but suddenly XP, it seems to be all tumbling down for them. One of their players knocked out, Beast already getting inside the waters as Team Blind just go rampaging through that smoke. Get up there, knocked out. Zen OP is going to be falling down to his graves as Deadpool. He's going to show no mercy.
Well, Big Brothers are in a world of trouble, but looks like Blind are going to be taken apart by Hyderabad Hydras, who from the distance are going to be shooting down, and this is going to be like the shooting range, but on the south side, because everyone is lined up. Vehicles are going to go boom. In fact, Williams is going to fall down to his death, as Maxi is going to be relentless elsewhere. They've got to be careful now. We did mention our Esports coming up behind them on the hill, and looks like one grenade has gotten the better of Striker. Now, Carry, they need to slow down a bit. They need to assert their dominance and attention in a different direction, because they do see something moving in the distance. In fact, shots are going to be fired, grenades are going to be popped, and Maxi OP is going to make sure he keeps them at bay, and now again heading in the direction of IA.
The only concern for Hyderabad Hydras over here is if they are taking too much on their plates, right? They've got their attention at every possible direction, trying to meddle around with all those teams. You just can't tango with everybody with the server. But now Carry, one good grenade, and could finally find that opening that they were searching against. RE.
Well, let's see if they can, because our Esports for now are still holding their ground atop that little bit of a hillock, but there you have it. This is the chance that they might have needed. Striker gets back up on his feet, and now he's going to be laying down some lead in Canary's direction. He knows he's behind the tree. Oh, baby! Canary almost being taken down. However, he is still going to be alive by a sliver of HP. Now, our Esports, they've got to move in quick. They have to move in hard, and they have to move in fast if they want to make anything of their opponents. Meanwhile, I think another team is going to be in a precarious situation. Team MG are going to be left with one man standing, and we were talking about BBE. They still have 3 members. Unfortunately for them, they are going to be down below, as Walkouts are now taking the fight to the remaining member of MG, and that man, we know him as Power Kilo.
Somehow does have a little bit of cover though, but a little bit of a grenade just to push him over from the hills as Walkouts have their attention redirected at the UP50 boys. One of those players already being taken out, will be followed up with the grenade as Aditya, look at his HP, needs to head into the waters, and indeed that is what he does.
Lucky for him, he did head in. That buggy is still, you know, alive and kicking. It is still running. The engine is still spewing some life out there, which means he can actually patch himself up even if he's underwater. That is something, you know, that he should count his lucky stars for. But again, look at Beas over there. He can't really do anything right now. In fact, BB down at the bottom. If the zone shifts further up north, it is going to be a bit problematic. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras again. They love the fact that they are thriving under all this pressure. In fact, they are doing well. 4 finishes for themselves, and they are going to be looking to rack up a few more. And speaking of Aditya, UP50 are going to be taken out. No, they still have 2 members alive. However, looks like Power Killer, the last man from Team MG, does get a finish to his name. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they know that, you know, our Esports, they've been taken care of, so they can assert all their attention and all their, well, domination towards one direction. But have a look at this. Have they checked their blind spot?
Well, I mean, at this point, Blind completely aware of Hyderabad Hydras, all that noise and commotion. Finally, they're going to resort to those grenades. But UP50, they need to keep themselves away from all these fights now. Again, understanding the fact that, you know, Mr. Spray, he's going to be thwarting all those grenades into that smoke. Look at this. I love it.
I like it.
You know, the players are kind of misdirected over there. But right now, Hyderabad Hydras trying to get inside the circle are finally, you know, just being paid off. As now, Shadow A is not going to spare the players. But hold on, Carry is retired.
retaliating back.
Well, he is, but now it looks like Maxi's got his work cut out. He does have the MP3 and fingers. His teammates are going to be falling down, and he is now the last man in there blind. If they do have a little bit of vision over there, they might just spot the last man, but a massive grenade comes in. Maxi OP is going to make sure that two of them go down, which means, well, Williams' work is cut out. And now the question is, does he come in for the revive? Which, of course, well, the short answer is not right now. But looks like, wait a second, BB Scream, on the other hand, just panned Rockstar to death. And Ari, I did think that they were done for. Well, they still have two members still alive and kicking. Now, 5 teams remain, 10 people still vying for that chicken dinner.
I think it's Walkouts chicken written all over it, because considering the high ground that they have, all they've got to do is deal with the players of UP50, and considering Blind have already been taken out of the picture, now gives a little bit of a room for Maxi to make work over here, as he's made it to the cliffs. But now, well, what does he do next? You know, he has to be the one assassinating few players from the back lines.
Well, he might do that, but from the front over here, Mr. Spray is going to make sure the car goes boom, and with that, Jadu is going to be sent packing to another world, as Molotovs apparently are going to be coming in from UP50. Wait a second, that is not a position you want to be in. Now, Mr. Spray is lucky. No one's taking any shots at him, but keep in mind, Maxi, he's going to go in, he spots the enemy, and in fact, he goes for the finish first on the down man, making sure he gets 2 finishes, and have a look at that, mate. 8 finishes for himself. This man is on a bit of a rampage. Now, the thing is, do the boys from Walkouts know that there is someone else lurking in that smoke? Because the moment it dissipates, well, they might just think all they see is grass.
I'm pretty sure they've been paying attention to the finish feed, right? Maxi taking one of their knocks away. That's not good news. But look at Hellgod and Scream just somewhere hugging those cliffs down below. And, you know, it's pretty defensive, right? They've got no chance to engage in battles, as UP50 holding on to their life, just waiting for the players of Walkouts to pounce at their direction. And if they do, if they get that one knock, I think they might have a chance to win it back.
I think this is the maximum amount of time. Oh, he just moved. I was going to say that anybody's ever been still, because they weren't batting an eyelid till now. They were not moving a muscle. But now they did have a little bit of sound. And Maxi OP, all he has to do is make sure he's a bit patient. Now, he might just see the members of Walkouts, you know, just popping up over that little rock over there like meerkats. But again, he's got to hold his ground, and he's got to hold his trigger discipline as well. Sarkar has gone down, which means KSR is now the last man standing for UP50. Mr. Spray knows exactly where he is, and the thing is, I don't believe they have any utilities on them, but he's going to jump in. He got a bit impatient. He sprays, living up to his name. 6 finishes for himself, and then there were 3. Wait a second, did he slip down? Oh, he found his footing. He found his footing, but there you have it. The grenades are going to come in from Max. He spots the enemy. Oh, the enemy knows he's over there as well. And now he's got 2 points of interest to look out for. This is going to be beautiful fixes. Mr. Spray is going to be burned to a crisp. Not yet.
Not yet. But Walkouts clearly out of utility to use. You know, Hyderabad had few of them going in his way. But look at Mr. Spray finally finds that little, you know, needle being threaded over there. Gets that final finish as Scream now has the grenade to work around with. It's not going to make the distance, as somehow he's going to manage to get the rest back up, as Scream still just on the cusp of getting eliminated, doing whatever, clawing, scratching his way, but I do not think it's going to matter anymore.
Well, it does look like this is it for the big brothers, and well, they did manage to survive all the way till the end, even though everything was going against them. But looks like the Walkouts are going to be walking over their opposition right now, and they might just grab that chicken dinner. But no, it could be another way around, because the circle is in favor of big brothers, which means Walkouts, they need to jump in and fix this. This is where everything could go awry. I like the way Scream, he hasn't moved. Okay, maybe he just moved right now, gave a bit of sound. Hellgod is also just making sure that they calm down, because it is the 9th circle. It is going to be a waiting game, but it looks like BB Scream is going to let his weapon do the talking, as Abrar is going to be brought down. And Mr. Spray, again, he shoots, he connects, and this is where they have the 2v1 advantage. Question is, do they jump down and meet, well, the god of Hades himself?
Maybe could resort to the healing battles as the grenade being flung over.
Was that Hell?
Oh, it is a smoke just to flush him out over there. As Hellgod still trying his level best to do whatever it takes, and finally gets wiped out as Walkouts do get that winner chicken dinner to their name, despite all odds, still see it through.
Well, they did see it through, and it looks like Carito came in and was, their little lucky charm over there. But Mr. Spray, boy, oh boy, what a game, as we are going to be transitioning into the post-match segment powered by Loco. And there you have it, Walkouts, your winners with 13 finishes. And let me tell you something, 8 of them came by one man, Mr. Spray WO.
And I know who the iQOO MVP is going to be now. But again, talking about this game...
What about Maxi from Hyderabad Hydras?
I mean, all right, the damages, what he's done, okay, it's good. But I think when it comes down to average survival time, this is where maybe Mr. Spray just, takes it up a notch. But talking about this game, I loved everything about Walkouts. Their confidence that they displayed, especially when they wanted to go for the hill. That one fight against Team Soul, where they realized maybe the hills are up for grabs. They went against it. They realized there's someone lurking around. And I do not know what on earth was Hector doing over there. But whatever the case is, Team Walkouts making all the right decisions. But more than them, right? A very good game for Big Brother Esports. UP50 finally finding some good points.
Finish points, not finish points, I beg your pardon. Placement points were decent for them, but now let's see if it's going to be Maxi or if it's going to be Mr. Spray, who's going to be crowned, of course, the iQOO MVP. Well, with those damage numbers and survival times, it is no doubt 8 finishes. Mr. Spray, take a bow.
And, this has to be one of the longest Erangel games, right? Did come down to the 9th circle, right? Could have gone to a healing battle, but 1,000+ points of damage shows how good Mr. Spray was. Finally coming in, sitting one game out. As we take a look at the top 5 players of this game, Scream, ever so consistent, finally finding himself back into the lobby, getting the job done for his team.
Looking at Beard Barber, I would have expected a lot more facial hair from a man of such a name. You know what I mean? Beard Barber, do you get it?
Yeah, I do get it, but you never know, right?
I know.
It's a new tournament. Finally, he's getting all the recognition. So might have gone in for a shave, but
just kidding. Of course, you want to look good for the camera, innit?
Of course, me too. And sometimes you want to keep things that you never have, right? You just yearn for a dream. But taking a look at the match summary out there, what really catches my eye is the 73 knocks. I think really big numbers being put up, and the 321 meters of knock by Rockstar.
Yeah, Rockstar, you don't usually see him as far as the longest finish distance is concerned, but again, it is what it is. And now we're going to move into the finish damage graph, and what sticks out for you over here?
I think Hyderabad Hydras Maxi's damage, so 2,000 points.
Damage as well as all those finishes courtesy just one man.
Maxi, the only man doing everything, right? Had the MG3. But again, another team that we could really pick up over here is 7C. Despite losing out on 2 of those players, Spray got completely messing things up against that fight in Enigma Galaxy.
What happened there?
We all did see, right? And the last thing I want to discuss, because sometimes under the limelight he did tend to mess up. But despite that, Savitar and Aladdin played a really good game, right? Trying to survive for some longer time. But 3 finish points, it's still okay for 7C.
Well, let's see how okay it is, because the overall standings are popping up, and the question is, are they going to be moving up or are they going to be moving down? But something is going to be certain. Team EXO, well, they definitely did not overtake Team Soul because they were wiped out way before them.
Yeah, and the same could be even said for OR Esports. Did not have a fair decent game, right? For a moment, we never really thought that we could see such a circle shifting like downstairs, right? But again, Team Enigma Gaming finally a little bit of a slippery slope over here. They lost a few spots out as Hyderabad Hydras have taken that 6th to their name. But on that top 5, nothing seems to move up and down below because Hydra Official were not playing. Nigma Galaxy did try to put up a show, but the circle had a lot to say about this game.
Oh, absolutely. And, once it does end up around there, we kind of already anticipated it's going to be ending around the cliffs. And, again, Big Brothers, they were so close to getting that chicken dinner. Unfortunately, they are going to be happy with their 10th position finish so far. Now, 7C Esports, they are going to be slipping down to the 11th because, well, if one has to move up, someone else has to move down. As far as our Esports are concerned, they're still holding on to that 15th position. But Team INS, well, they are going to end the day in the top 16. However, I wonder how many points ahead they are of the next place. Well, 5 points are going to separate them versus ACBC.
I think for ACBC, what they did initially was trying to rotate early on, catching one of the players. I think it was Harang of 7C off guard, right? That is somewhere, the players of 7C were kind of oblivious about ACBC rotating so quickly, and they were caught blindsided. But later on, then what they resorted was they maybe thought that the circle is going a little bit down south, right? And that is where all the trouble arose, because it went around the coastal areas. It is one of those very rare occurrences we get to witness, and I think it's for the first time in iQOO BMPS that we're witnessing such a zone.
Well, I'm glad because normally we've seen quite a few reiterations of the same circle in the last few zones, and sometimes it can get just a bit too much. But I'm glad that there was something new. Now I love the fact that thinking of something new. Of course, we do have some amazing devices in our hands, and remember, if you've checked the date, they are dropping in a couple of days, and if you want to grab yourself one, well, you are going to have an opportunity. But before that, again, a massive shout out to iQOO and Loco for making all of this possible. So one last time of the day, let's have a look and see how to slay a dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, that was basically that wonderful promo video for you guys, and I love the fact that, iQOO, the Indian gaming community, and Loco are basically one big family, and one last time, there's still chance. Yes. There's still hope for 3 of you lucky winners to walk away with the iQOO Neo 6 and fixes. How do we do that?
Head over to Amazon on the search bar. Search for iQOO Neo 6. That is where you're going to have a no more section. Get into that. Solve a quiz. Pretty easy. And if you've been watching the stream, getting screenshots, it's going to be rather even easier. And if you're lucky, well, you can have one of these bad boys.
And when you do, or if you still don't have it and you want to start your esports career, head over to Loco, India's largest game streaming platform, where all your favorite BGMI gamers are streaming exclusively. And of course, we have all these exclusive, I love the word, exclusive tournaments as well. But did you know you can now win BGMI UC as well?
I finally do.
All you have to do finally, I mean, after time and time again, I've had to tell him like 10 times today, but now he gets it. All you have to do is check that link down below, and well, you are going to have to participate in a little in-stream quiz, and who knows, maybe you just might be showing off your, in-game skins and all those fancy vehicles. I mean, just the number of fancy vehicles and skins that we have out there.
Oh yeah.
What all do you have in yours, in your garage? Because, well, I know, they've been a little bit kinder to him. And let me see, what all do you have, huh? Do you have the Lamborghini? Do you have the Koenigsegg? Of course he does, and he's not going to be, saying it out loud over here, but this guy loves collecting. But again, fixes.
Yeah.
It's all right, buddy. It's all right. Show off once in a while. It's all good. Or do you have nothing? There you have it. Maybe it's the other way around, and, well, we are still roaming around in our Dacias, but...
I love my Dacia, okay?
I love it too.
I mean, I love the coupe. It's all right.
I still have the one from season 1 of BGMI. I still love that little black and white thing that I'm driving around.
The black and yellow.
Hey, man,
with the Falcon.
With the Falcon thing.
Yep.
It does have some white at the beginning. I'm still driving around in that. It's got that little matte finish, that carbon fiber finish on the vehicle. And see, we do play a lot of these games, and I guess we're a bit old school, or maybe we're just a bit too stingy with our money.
Maybe that. Maybe that. But of course, we're going to... Or we could just strike a deal with Loco and just bypass everything else and get a few free UC in our pockets.
I wouldn't mind that, Loco. If you are listening, I mean, I think we love the fact that you are doing so much for the community. Are we part of the community as well? Boy, we sound really needy right now. But anyway, it was an amazing day. It was a long day, in fact. And, I love the fact that all these big teams, they did come in and do what they did best. Some teams did, just show some glimpses of hope. RTR finally getting another chicken dinner. Maybe what we saw on day one of week one is going to be the case for the next few coming days?
It's been the same old story today as well, right? A few teams we expected to perform, they did. But a team that really stood out for me today was Team Enigma Gaming. Finally, after having a few slip-ups, they've had a really good day. Racked up a couple of points, Hydra official being consistent and as ever. Big Brother also towards the very end, even Walkouts, as a matter of fact, find some a bit of redemption for themselves.
Well, now let's just give away to all you lucky winners over there. You're going to get some amazing merch your way. Mun, congratulations. Priyanshu and Mrigank Kashyap. Well, you're going to be receiving something to beat the heat and look oh so good while doing it.
Indeed. And we do not just have these 3, right? We have 7 more. And let's find out who the next 3 are going to be. If you've been supporting for your favorite team, it is, of course, Deepak Singh, Diopa, and Prince Singh out here. So 5 already out. I've been betrayed. I thought there would be another name, but I'm pretty sure he's going to come up next.
I guess we have 3 more coming up. Parth Rana, Raj Rajak, interesting name. And of course, Afan Ansari. Congratulations, boys. You are getting some goodies headed your way. And, well, just flaunt them on the Instagram, huh? Why not?
And tag us.
Again, let's not be too needy today, yeah?
You've already done that.
I think we overdid it, but of course, we have a few more winners. Arnav Paul, Sangam Yadav, and Amit Tiwari. You all are getting all these goodies as well.
I was kind of taken aback with Arnav Paul because I have a friend who goes by the name of Arnav Paul. Could be him, but a few more names. Omar Yushman, Ankit Kumar Pingal, and now we're just not done yet. 2 more.
Well, 2 more names are going to be popping up on your screen. Is it going to be you? Well, it is going to be Balvi Bhatt. Congratulations. One of the first 3 women who have actually won something over there. There's something for everyone. And Sanjay M, you girls and boys are getting some good merch headed your way. And, well, this was the end of day 3. I love it that we went out with a bang. A few good games coming in, a few oopsies here and there, but then again, that is part and parcel of life. And the iQOO BMPS Powered by Loco.
Indeed it is. Now, with the final, we were in the penultimate day of week number 2, right? Considering 1 more day remains, right? This is where we've got to see what the teams have to offer. Are they going to take it a notch above or not?
Well, what we are going to do right now is take your leave because we are going to call it a night and maybe just go and sleep it off. But again, from Fixes and I, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching. And well, we are going to be starting at the same time tomorrow. See you all then.